Good morning, everybody. Welcome to SewCreative Live Christmas. We are so excited to be back. When I say being back, if y'all tuned in last week, we were here for Cyber Monday, which we had a wonderful time, but that was a one-day event. This is going to be a three-day event. We are so pumped, and we are super excited for you to be here. Speaking of being here, shoot us a comment. Let us know where you're coming from. I've already been peeking at some of these comments, and it looks like we've got people from Texas, Montana, South Carolina. I'll pop a couple of those on. I already seen Donna. Donna stopped in yesterday. She's local, so that was really fun. She tuned into our Cyber Monday event and won something, actually. So it's cool to see your name on there, Donna. Good morning. Looks like we've got quite a few people. Darlene Richards from West Virginia. Who do we have on there? Good morning from New Jersey. I had seen a couple of people were saying their weather. Here in Tennessee, we are having a drizzly Wednesday. So if my hair goes from curled to messy hair, don't care. I don't know. That's what happened. It goes with the weather. So, but I hope you guys are having wonderful weather where you're at. Anybody getting any snow? All right. Well, we just wanted to come on and chat for a little bit before we officially got started. I keep saying we. Excuse me. Joining me in the studio is Brian. Brian, you want to pop on and say good morning?
Good morning, everybody.
You've probably seen Brian or heard Brian a few times with our other lives, so he'll be popping on quite a bit, or talking to me throughout the process. So
just in the background today, though.
Just in the background, a little bit.
You won't be surprising Kate from Aurifil today. Maybe next time.
Although she will be back.
Yes, she will be back.
Totally.
I'm excited for that.
Yes. Speaking of excited, we are extremely pumped about our giveaways this time around, you guys. This is going to be so much fun for our Christmas event. So we are going to be doing a surprise Christmas word for every segment. Okay, so Brian and I are going to kind of explain how this works. Before each segment, we're going to remind you to keep an eye out for a surprise Christmas word. During the segment, we'll display the word. It could pop up on the screen like that, or it could be in the little ticker. So if you're not familiar with the ticker, that's the little box on the bottom of the screen, on the bottom of the screen, and it will have the word. Just keep in mind that every surprise Christmas word will have a hashtag. So once you find the Christmas word, make sure to comment that. And then at the end of the segment, we are going to collect all of those comments for that special surprise Christmas word and pick the giveaway or the winner for that giveaway. So that was kind of a roundabout way. Did that make sense, Brian?
It did. I just want to clarify that the giveaways was going to reset every single segment. So if you want to win the prize for the next segment, which we'll tell you about before each segment, we're going to let you know what the prize is going to be. If you want to win, you have to be present. You have to be putting that hashtag in the comments. So that's the only way you're going to be entered to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a little game throughout the whole event.
It's like a scavenger hunt.
I love it.
Hey, really quickly, I wanted to shout out Rebecca Newell. She's been at every single event, and I saw her in the comments, and I just wanted to say hi, good morning, Merry Christmas.
That's awesome. Did you see Donna as well, Brian? She said hi, Brian.
Oh, she did?
She did.
Good to see you.
Yeah, see you.
Can I tell you a story really quickly?
Please do.
Okay, so do you remember when we were in customer service, there was a customer who used to call me, and her name was Dolly Parton.
I know this.
Not the real Dolly Parton, that was her nickname. And she used to call me all the time. She used to send me Christmas gifts, and I didn't hear from her for a little while. And I got to speak with her on the phone last night.
Oh, that's awesome.
We talked for about 45 minutes. I'm going to send her some sewing supplies, and we might even meet each other in March. I might drive down to Atlanta where she lives.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah.
Donna, you sound like a pretty special person to Brian then.
Dolly Parton.
Did I say Donna? I'm going back. Dolly Parton.
Donna's fresh on the mind. She did that yesterday, so.
Oh, man. Well, we are going to get started here in just a moment, but before we do, about the surprise Christmas word, here we go. This is going to be the prize coming up. It's a $230 value. It's the Floriani embroidery thread. So the lucky winner will be announced after Richard's segment. So we are going to officially get started in 3, 2, 1. I did my own countdown. Sorry, Brian.
I think I needed more like 10.
10, 9.
Yeah, let's do 3, 2, 1.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We're back. All right, waiting in the wings today is Richard Tharp with Baby Lock Educator. We are excited to get you pulled up, Richard. All right.
Hello, everybody. Oops, let's get on camera there. Hello there.
I am in love with your hat.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I thought I'd wear my special Christmas hat just for today for everybody.
Well, I totally am enjoying it, so I'm going to be watching that segment. But you joined us last week for Cyber Monday. Did you enjoy your time last week with us?
Oh, absolutely. I always enjoy my time. Thank you so much for including me and Baby Lock in with your presentation.
Well, we definitely appreciate you being here, and I'm still in awe about that old hair from last week, so I'm super pumped to see if you blow me away with the array.
Well, if you like the Altair, you'll also love the array. Let me tell you, it is an awesome, awesome machine.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to go ahead and let you take it away. But just a reminder, everybody, that secret or that surprise Christmas word may be popping up throughout the segment. All right. Well, thank you, Richard. We'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to remove this so I can see everything a little bit better. Now I'll blind you with my lights. Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to be here for Sewing Parts and Sewing Parts Online, this awesome 3-day festival. I've got to tell you what I'm about to show you. If you've never seen a multi-needle embroidery machine, get ready to be amazed. And what I have right here behind me is the Baby Lock Array. It is a 6-needle embroidery machine. Oh my goodness. If you've ever, I like to embroidery tile scenes like from OESD and Anita Good Design. But many times those things have multiple thread changes. This machine makes stitching those out so much easier. With 6 needles, it will automatically change threads and cut and tie off and swap between those 6 different colors of thread automatically. All you do, push that start button, and the machine does all the work for you. You don't have to change cones of thread. Oh my gosh, how awesome is that? So you get a lot of things with the array, and I'm going to go over that first before we go over to the machine. So inside your array box, there's a little plastic box like this, and it has tools, pre-wound bobbins. It actually has a computer cable if you want to directly hook it up to a computer. All your little discs and needles, and oh my goodness, so many goodies. That comes with it. It comes with 4 hoops, all the way from the smallest hoop, which is 2 1/4 by 1 and 1.6 inches. That's the smallest one. From there, it goes up to 3.9 by 3.9, or basically a 4x4 hoop. It also comes with, excuse me, this one, which is basically a 5x7 inch hoop right there. That's 3. One more. Here's the big hoop. This is basically a 12 by 8 inch hoop. Oh my goodness, look at that. We could do my face in it. And as awesome as that is, there's still more. It also comes with these plastic placement inserts. If you've been into embroidery, you recognize what these are. But guess what? On this machine, you don't really need these, because this has a built-in crosshair laser precise positioning. feature on it that I'm going to show you here in just a moment. It has one of those plastic inserts for all 4 hoops. It also comes with a printed, this is all the built-in embroidery designs inside of the machine. We're going to go over all of that. Full color, thread color charts, all that fun stuff. Quick reference guide, instruction and reference guide. This is your owner's manual. It's a printed out hard copy. But guess what? There's more. And it also comes with what's called a frame. It has 2 frames with it. And what these do, these attach to the machine, and then you can swap out your different hoops on these frames. Comes with all of that. It also will use what's called the IQ monitoring app. So let's say you start the machine and you run out of a thread color, or what it'll do on your mobile device, this is my phone, this is my little dog Puffin, but if I touch the IQ monitoring app, that's for both Android and Apple, notice this is automatically connected to the array. And if I had something going, it would show my stitch out live as it's going on right there, everybody. Pretty cool. So you can take your mobile device with you and monitor the progress of your stitch out while you're in another room. Yes, it is wireless, which means as long as your mobile device and the array are connected to the same wireless router in your home or studio, you can monitor the actual output of that stitch out as you're going on. It will also automatically download any updates to the machine direct from Baby Lock, and then you can install them without having to go to their website and download it to a thumb drive and update it that way. Pretty awesome. And it does stitch out at 1,000 stitches per minute, everybody. And you can adjust that speed either up or down. So we're going to go over to the machine next, and there's tons of other frames you can get for this. What I have installed on the machine right now is my favorite hoop, and it's a 5x7 magnetic hoop made just for the multi-needle embroidery machine. So I'm going to swap my camera. There we go. And yes, it has a full color touchscreen, as you can see right here. And up here at the top of the screen is a built-in holder for your stylus. And all I'm going to do is just touch that screen. You can see here's that magnetic 5x7 hoop. Everybody, I love this hoop. I truly do. Super easy to remove the magnets. There's 4 of these on it. And once that's removed, you can just raise this up without removing the hoop from the machine and insert new fabrics into it. But what's built into the machine, here are some of the designs, 6 categories under Celebrate. Check this out, a beautiful Christmas wreath. Isn't that pretty? Merry Christmas. And let's check out some others. There's more fun stuff like that on here. Here's another little pretty flower bouquet. It's got cardinals in it. We'll close that. And we're going to return. Let's see what's under Delicate. There's some beautiful old world selling ships on here. Lots of fun stuff. Some flower sprays. These type of outline designs, I really love to stitch out and then paint them with fabric paint. It's a lot of fun. And let's just go ahead and edit. Go back to our home screen. And under exclusive, now there's also a whole category on florals. Beautiful flower sprays. Check that one out there. Isn't that pretty? We'll just close that. And of course, there are USB connectors. You can bring in your own designs If you have Palette 11 software, you can wirelessly connect to this machine and send embroidery designs directly from your computer to the machine without ever touching a USB thumb drive. Under the home accents, there's a lot of fun stuff here. Check out this beautiful butterfly. Isn't that pretty? Close that out and we'll return. Under novelty, lots of pretty floral swag designs. There are hearts, just some scroll work. There's a southwestern mandala, all kinds of fun stuff. And under quilting, yes, you can quilt in the hoop on this machine as well. Here are some beautiful built-in quilting designs. Check this out. Isn't that pretty? So yes, you can embroidery, you can quilt on it, you can do anything you can imagine that the only thing you're limited to is your creativity and your vision as to what you want to do with that. Let's just close that out. But there's more, there's still more. Under the little shamrock icon, there's more embroidery designs. There's 24 designs in that one. It's got Santa, a couple of different Santas on here. Let's get a big closer look at that one. There we go. There's Santa. So much awesome stuff built into your machine. There's enough embroidery designs built into the machine that honestly, you can just start embroidering as soon as you set it up. It is so easy to do. But under that shamrock, there are more designs. Excuse me. Under that next icon, there's 40 designs just in that one section alone. Let's go back over here to this. When you're first setting up, if for some reason you want to adjust your tension, and that's easy to do with these little knobs right up here, makes it easy. Those are your tension knobs. But that's a test pattern that you can stitch out to actually just test each one of those threads and those needles to make sure the tension is good on all 6 needles. Okay. And this is just another test stitch out right here. Just a small little stitch out. It does have built-in editing as well. So let's do that next. We're going to return. We're going to go into these designs and we're just going to pick one. Let's do the Santa and set. Now, right now I'm in embroidery edit. So I'm in editing mode. I can resize it. I can make it smaller if I wanted to, or larger, either way. I'll just make him a little bit smaller and hit OK. And then I could rotate him 90 degrees at a time, 10 degrees, 1 degree, either right or left. I'm going to reset it to its original and hit OK. What this does here is a very strong feature that is shared with both the Altair, the Meridian, and the Solaris. This is called a color visualizer. We touch this little icon, there are the 6 colors that are programmed for this design. I could go in and change each individual color to a different color if I wanted to. The largest stitch out on this machine is 11 7/8 by 7 3/4. It's basically an 8 by 12 hoop is the largest hoop. However, by doing a split design through software, you can actually stitch something out to any size you want as a custom size. So what the color visualizer does, check this out. Here's this icon right here. It says color visualizer. And we're going to touch that. And now I can do random, vivid, gradient, or soft. What this does, it'll change up the thread colors of any design, whether it's built into the machine or one you bring in from an outside designer. And it will, let's just do the random. What it will do it will actually change all the thread colors in it in a random manner. And you might actually be able to, you'll be able to pick one if you so choose to do so. You can make one your favorite, select that one as a favorite, and then we're going to hit the refresh, and it'll just keep generating new pages of possibilities for you. So let's do another one that's kind of funky. These are definitely funky. Look at that. Not that I would really stitch that out, but if I wanted that, all I did was hit that set button and hit OK, and now it's went from the traditional colors that the machine that was built into the design to what we just did right there. And that's a really powerful and awesome feature. Another cool feature that I love on these embroidery machines is this one right here. This is a border repeat is what it's called, but you can repeat any design. And let me show you that. First, we're going to go out of this. I'm gonna hit OK. Let's pull up one of the alphabets. There are, how many alphabets are there built into this machine? There are 49 different alphabets, monograms, fonts, whatever you want to call them, built into this machine. But I am going to do something here. Let's do this. We're going to pick a font, ABC. I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to use B and L for baby lock. I'm going to hit the set button. Then what you can do, you can make your own embroidery embellished cloth. So this is a way to do that. So if you've ever seen something like Dooney and Burke or Chanel, and they all have their little company logos, well, this is a way you can create a logo out of your initials or your company's initials by hitting this border repeat function key. I can now repeat my B and L by hitting on the plus sign. So if I hit this one, it will add one before it. That will do one after the original. And then I can also repeat it horizontally. But before I do that, I can add space in between those. So check this out. I'm going to put space in between each one of those groups. Then I'm going to add another row to it. Check it out. And again, and I can put space now in between the rows. I'm going to center it. And now I could actually stitch that out, and that could go onto a wallet, a phone case, a book cover, anything you wanted to make. You can do your own personalized monograms on fabric and create a really unique, one-of-a-kind gift, either a gift or an item for resale. And that brings me to a topic I want to briefly touch on, because I could talk for hours about this. You can make, this machine will actually pay for itself if you are into arts and crafts fairs or art shows, all that fun stuff. Or maybe you just want to open an Etsy shop. I have an Etsy shop, and I like to make tea towels. It's what I like to do on this. I never have to do any thread change colors. I just put in my tea towel blank, hit the start button, walk away. When it's finished, I swap out the next hoop, another hoop I have, and just keep on creating my tea towels for my Etsy store. This machine will pay for itself. You can do it just by making tea towels, everybody. I have. So another thing I want to point out on this screen, listen, we're going to end this one. Another really popular thing that people like to make and that you can resell are patches. So you can take any embroidery design and turn it into a patch by just a few clicks of a button. Check it out. Let's go here to our shamrock and I want to pick 020 and set. But first, I want to delete all my little goodies there. There we go. Now, this little thing is like a globe the earth with a wreath around it. But it's 1.79 by 1.82 inches. And all I have to do to turn that into a patch, I have selected my design, and this little icon right here that looks like a shield, check it out, touch it. It actually turns it into an applique, but you can also use it to make patches. Now I'm going to hit the set button. And now it has just put. I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to bring it up. And what it does, it puts a satin stitch all the way around that design. If you stitch that out on duck canvas, guess what? You have a patch. You just created a patch by clicking on 3 different icons on that touch screen. That's how easy it is to make patches with this machine. It is so awesome. Let me close that. Yes, see the little scissors right here? If I touch that, that is my scissor trim function on, is what that is. And what's great about that, that's how you can turn the cutting of the jump stitches off and on. So that is one of the features that does. This machine, you can also set it up with an administrative password. Maybe you have little ones in the house, and without that password being put into the machine, when you power it on, it will not do anything without an administrator. You don't have to turn that on. It's just a safety feature. Or if you're in a business setting and you don't want people just coming to the machine and downloading stuff that you've created on it, just put that administrative password on there and they can't get into it that way. So another thing with these machines, let's just go back to our home screen. Now clear everything. So you can also do monograms and buttonholes, more alphabets. There are all those beautiful frames like you see in all of the Baby Lock embroidery machines. Super duper easy. It has spaces for 2 different thumb drives. And like I said, this is a scissor button here. This is your start button. This button is what actually threads the needles. So once you run your thread path and it's marked on top of the machine, it is super easy to thread, everybody. Once you get that down here to the needle, you press that button and the machine threads the needle for you. Doesn't get any easier than that, everyone. Another really cool thing, I mean, there's so much on this machine. Oh my gosh. Another thing, I know some of you are probably thinking, I'd like to have that, but it looks complicated to use. Well, guess what? You have an educator built into this machine. Check this out. I'm going to hit this little question mark down here. And what that is, it has a built-in operation guide, also known as an owner's manual. However, you do have a printed out one as well, but there is videos built in this machine. They'll show you how to change out the bobbin, how to size and rotate, how to hoop, how to use the laser pointer crosshair positioning, how to thread it, how to change a needle. Yes, you can get special hoops to do baseball caps and beanies with. And here's the help screen for that magnetic hoop that I have attached to the machine right now. Those are basic operations. Under embroidery functions, it goes through all the different icons, how to swap thread colors, how to change thread colors, everything you possibly could want to know, how to use this machine. Videos are built into it. So let's just pull up one of the videos here. Let's do the bobbin one. Check it out. There it is showing you how to properly load a bobbin into the bobbin case. You need nothing to do. Everything you need to know to operate this machine is built in through the video tutorial system. And that's awesome. Let's close that out. And under the settings page, there is so much you can do here. Here you can select whichever hoop you want to use, your thread color selectors, Iris, Floriani, Brother, Madeira, Sulky, Robinson Anton, Isacord, Guterman, pace setter, all of that, 10 pages of settings to set up the machine for special. Here's where you can thread cut in initial systems. Here is where you can adjust your jump stitches, all of that fun stuff. Acceleration, needle attribute settings, all of that fun stuff. Screensaver, eco mode. So, I mean, there's so much built into this machine. The embroidery crosshair pointing laser. Let's check that out, everybody. So let's select a design. And then we are going to turn the laser positioning on. I'm going to go to edit end. And this icon here with the crosshair, when I turn that on, here is how you can select a point to align. Let's do the upper left corner, hit the next button, select the alignment direction and next. And now, let me swap to a different camera so I can get you a close-up view of this. I want you to see this laser. Check it out, everybody. Oops, upside down. There we go. Okay, here we go. Check out that laser. Can you see that laser? Yep, I see it. There is the positioning laser. That's where the upper left corner would start. That's how you do precise positioning with this machine. It does not get any easier than this. Okay. Woohoo! Excuse me. So, all of that being said, there is so much more to this machine. There's 50 font styles, 24 built-in tutorial videos. Oh my goodness, everybody. It's an amazing machine, and I highly recommend and encourage anyone who's even thinking about it to get this machine. Okay, everybody. Trisha, what do you think?
I was definitely blown away. You did it. I had it down here. I'm like, oh, I need to ask him about the precise placement crosshair. So I'm so glad that you showed that. That is really, really cool. I mean, it would be so nice for aligning words or patterns where, like, if you feel like it's going to get all wonky and just.
Or maybe you're wanting to precisely position a monogram above on a shirt. Mm-hmm. Perfect for that as well.
And I absolutely loved the built-in educator. That was really cool. It takes the fear out of everything. So I can operate this machine. Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely it does. And I can tell you, I've worked in this industry for a long time, many number of years. These multi-needle machines, I've seen them come in for service with over 500 million stitches on them, and they're still run perfectly.
I wouldn't ask a question.
It's amazing. Are there any questions out there?
Well, we do actually have, you touched on the ones that we had written down, good for small business. You had said the Etsy shop. That's absolutely wonderful. The other one I was going to mention is how we afford this machine. And I love how you said it pays for itself, the Etsy shop. That's fabulous. Plus, we have really good options right now, the sale price, which I'll go over in just a little bit. Okay. But there's also the financing available. So that makes it a great alternative too.
Absolutely.
But do you see any questions in the comments right now? Or
somebody asked if you can upload your own designs and can you download some designs off the internet?
Okay. Can you upload your own designs and download them off the internet?
You can't download them directly to the machine, but if you have Palette 11 software, it will wirelessly connect your computer to the machine, so you can download it on your computer and then send it wirelessly to the machine.
Which you also look in the manual, right?
You can load on a USB stick. You can load directly into the machine as well.
Fabulous. Well, are we going to be seeing you again?
Yes, you're going to see me tomorrow with my other favorite machine, the awesome Sashiko machine.
I'm
If you're
excited for
into
you.
embellishments, this is the machine for you, everyone. Make sure you tune in tomorrow afternoon.
Yes. Well, we look forward to seeing you, and we appreciate you coming today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Brian. Y'all are great.
Oh,
And
thank you.
everyone, this is what you want from Santa right here.
For Christmas.
Trust me.
Thank you, Richard. We'll see you
Thank
later.
you.
Oh, well, he is so fabulous, and I am very excited to see that Sashiko tomorrow. And speaking of Sashiko, I don't know about you, but I was kind of unfamiliar with that term. So he's going to be showing the machine, and then we are also going to have Diana Lee Fitzgerald doing her patchwork Sashiko method. So we're going to learn all about that. It has a hand-stitched appearance with longer stitches. It's really cool, and you can do some really creative projects with it. So up next, we are going to have Grace, but before we ask them to join, I want to do a quick recap of the pricing on that baby lock array. And just gonna, if I could talk today, excuse me, everybody. All right, here we go. We've got the baby lock array. We have a fabulous sale price of the $11,999. And right now, with the purchase of this machine, there's a $500 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate that comes with it. So that is incredible. Also, there is a bonus bundle that is available, a free bonus bundle that is worth over $1,000. I believe $1,109. So if you are interested in that amazing machine or need to get it for a loved one for Christmas, we have financing available and we'll be ready to go. All right. Well, up next, we are going.
Before we go, we got to do a giveaway.
We have to do a giveaway, you guys. I'll get on track here in a second. All right, here we go. We've got the Floriani thread. Let's get that giveaway tool pulled up. All right. On our Christmas word was Santa Claus, and let's do our giveaway. I seen Donna's name in there. We were joking with her. We're like, you're going to win again. Let's see. That would be so funny. All right. Yay. Vivian, congratulations, Vivian. You are the winner of the Floriani thread pack. All right.
Before we pull up Grace, I just want to remind everybody that we are going to be putting another Christmas keyword in for the next segment. But I want everybody to remember you have to use a hashtag. It has to be hashtag and the word or you won't get entered. So just keep that in mind.
Yep. And just double check your spelling just to make sure that it will count, because the algorithm pulls it in, so we have to be able to read the exact words. So.
And our next prize.
Yep, our next prize is our 8-pack of finesse thread, and we're going to pop up an overlay. Perfect. Look at that beautiful thread. That is worth over $87. So keep an eye out for that Christmas word. Brian, are we ready to pull up our next guest?
I think so.
All right. Well, let's pull up Eminem. Do you mind if I call you that?
No,
I
of
love
course,
it.
of
Eminem.
course. We have a
well, how are
JJ
you guys
team, now we
doing
have
today?
an MM team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're great.
Yeah, doing great. How are you this morning, Trisha?
We are doing fantastic. We are super excited to see the Cutie frame in action. If you're looking to get into free motion quilting, if you're on a budget or have a small amount of space, this is perfect for you.
Yes, yes. You know, Mark, you and I, we've talked about our retail customers, customers we meet at shows, just the feedback about the Cutie frame. And Trisha, I'm sure you've heard from Sewing Parts Online customers as well. It's just a fantastic addition to any sewing room. So we're super excited, you know, to talk about the Cutie today.
Well, we are definitely excited to hear you, so we're going to let you take it away.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
And it's like Trisha said, you know, if you're on a budget, if you don't have the space, the Cutie is right for you. And just like you mentioned, there's so many stories and so many reasons why the Cutie has been the #1 selling frame. And let's just get into that. When we look at frames, and in fact, when you think of the word frame, what comes to mind?
You know, as a child, I helped my grandmother, my mom, my aunts, you know, with quilting, and the frame that my grandmother had took up the entire room, and it was up for days. It's like once it's up, it's going to be a fixture for a while. I get used to it. Find another room to, you know, do whatever in, but it was just a huge monstrosity I don't want to say an eyesore, but it just took up so much room.
It does take up a lot of space. And now, all the quilters out there, you're probably looking at your room, you're like, where can I fit in a frame? You know, there's no space. I have all my batting, I have all my fabric, I have my cutting table, I have my ironing board. I mean, the list can go on with what we have in our sewing room, and that is fantastic, which is why the sit-down process has been huge for so many years, right? When you're sitting down to quilt, the problem I see with that, though, is we're moving the fabric underneath the machine, which can be physically draining, right? Mentally draining, because you're moving the fabric.
It's an unnatural
way.
motion.
Yeah.
So we've been writing, coloring, drawing, since we were 2, 3, 4 years old. And we've always moved our pencil, our crayon, whatever it may have been, over our paper. When we talk to quilters and they're sitting down, they're physically pushing all of their fabric through the machine under their needle. So they're you know, it's an unnatural motion,
right,
that, you know, we're just not used to, and
right,
it's a struggle. I've heard so many stories, you know, people are quilting a twin, a queen, a king, even larger, and they're, you know, pushing all that fabric through. They have all these extra tables to help prop that quilt up because it gets heavy. You know, so they're trying to manage all of this fabric and quilt at the same time. It's a struggle.
It is.
I don't think I would never want to do that.
Right. And honestly, moving all that, you know, there's some out there that love to do that. So don't get me wrong, you know, still doing that, but you're right. It's becoming more unnatural, and it is really physically draining on the body. When you think about it, you know, your shoulders, your hands, a lot of that takes a toll when you're moving the fabric around. And so all we wanted was to help the process of quilting. We wanted to give a better tool to quilt. And like I said, going back to the word frame, now I don't know about you watching, but when I think of the word frame, it's expensive too. Not only big, but expensive.
Yes.
And the Cutie, I love to call this an accessory, right? The Cutie is an accessory for your machine. And the best part is, we haven't even talked about the machines that this can go with, but it's an accessory.
It is, it is. You know, for having such a small footprint and the ability to do so much, help us so much. It's portable, storable, relocatable. It's just amazing.
It is.
Amazing. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at the frame, though. Mark, time and time again we get questions, you know, what's included, you know, what is the setup, how do I do this, how do I do that? I think this is a great opportunity to help our Sewing Parts Online customers just explore and get a better idea and understanding of the Cutie itself.
That's right. One thing I want to point out is the Cutie goes on any table. So we talk about the room that the Cutie goes in, and I mentioned the ironing board, your sit-down table, your cutting table, another table,
a stack of UFOs.
Yeah, so your room is getting filled. What's nice about this Cutie is it can go on any table in your home. It can go on top of your cutting table that you have in your sewing room. It could go on your dining table. It could go on a coffee table. Right now, we just have this on a lifetime table, which, going to a lot of shows, a lot of the quilters say, I already have one of those lifetime tables. It's set up already. So a lot of you already have these lifetime tables you can get at your local hardware store, Walmart, right? You can find a table to put this on. And that's one thing that I love about the Cutie is it's non-designated. You don't have to have a specific place for it to go in your room.
Exactly, exactly. Now you briefly talked about the table we have the Cutie on today. The one key thing I would like to point out is if you have a table or if you're going to look for a table, try to find one that is height adjustable. This way you can set the table for your height. As you can see, I'm like 5'2", Mark, you're how tall?
6'2".
6'2". You know, so for me, the height of this table would be just a little bit high. For Mark, it's a perfect height. So again, you want to make sure you're getting whatever your table is. Try to find something that's going to be height adjustable for your comfort.
That's right. Now I want to do this. I know we do this quite often, but I love interaction with those who are watching. I want to see a number 1 in there. If so far we're talking about the space, the cost, I don't have room, and I sit down to quilt, put a number 1 in the comments if you're that person that you're looking around and that you do sit down to quilt and it is, you know, physically draining as you move the fabric around. Let's see that number 1, because I'm sure there's a lot of them going to pop up with just what we talked about with what this Cutie can solve. So let's get those number 1s coming in, because they're going to just trickle in. But you're right, with the adjustable table, that is key. You want to quilt in comfort, and the best part is that when you're doing that, you are not, again, that physically straining. You're not leaning over. You're putting the table in a position where it's easier for your quilting. So.
Exactly. I love the term work smarter, not harder. And the Cutie truly allows anybody and everybody to be able to do that.
That's right. All right, to your point, let's get talking about this. There's a lot of ones coming in, so I know there's a lot of you out there who are like, you know what, that's me. And so let's show the reason why the Cutie has been the number 1 selling accessory for your own sewing machine. Let's first talk about maybe the setup on what's happening right here. It's a hoop style frame. Let's talk about that right now.
Okay, so we talked about the struggle of pushing all of your fabric through the throat of your machine, and not only just the pushing, but also the managing of the excess fabric as well. With a hoop style frame, Mark, our quilters will make their quilt sandwich first. So they're backing, batting, and their top. They'll make their quilt sandwich first. They'll remove the quilt clips from the frame, all of the clips. And we're going to lay our quilts on top of the rails and then secure the fabric with the quilt clips. And of course, we want to make sure, our fabric is straight. We can still mark our fabric, with your chalk pencil or whatever you choose to use. Mark your fabric, just make sure everything's straight and lined up. You'll secure the top rail. I always secure the center clip first. And then work out to the sides. Then I'll pull my quilt taut, not too tight, but of course not too loose either, to the front rail, and then secure the front. With it being a hoop style frame, Mark, you can quilt any size quilt,
That's
whether it's as small as a table runner or a crib size, all the way up to a king or larger. And we're doing that because, again, we're allowing our fabric to be fixed on our frame, and then we're moving our machine, the needle, over the fabric. This area within the hoop is going to be our quilting area. If our project is larger than what the frame actually is, initially we'll have fabric that hangs over the side of the frame. Once we've quilted within our quilting area, we'll unhook our clips and we'll shift our fabric. And one key thing, before you move your quilt, again, grab your chalk pencil, mark where you're at. That way, as you're shifting your fabric, you can pick up exactly where you've left off. Your end point is now going to be your starting point.
That's right. One thing I love about this being a hoop style frame is, like you mentioned, you can do any size of quilting, from a king down to a little table runner, a little square, a little project. One thing I'd love as well is you don't sacrifice, when you think about a rolling rail frame, there's a lot of things that keep the fabric nice and taut. You have ratcheting systems. We didn't want to sacrifice, so in the same essence with ratcheting, these clips that we're talking about, I'm just going to take one off here and I'm going to show one up close on how they look. You can see here that we have rigids on our clips, and these go along the square rails as you twist them to keep the fabric nice and taut. So the sacrifice of the ratcheting system, we didn't want that. We wanted to, again, make it easier for you to quilt. And so we have 2 on each side. We have these smaller ones. Melinda mentioned, as we have a larger work project, you want them to hang over the side. And we'll show this a little later with our piece of fabric we have here. And then we also have them on the front here. And they're really easy to come off, and they just clip on. And so what we'll do is, same with this one, we have on the front, and they're longer. You can see how long they are. So on the front you have 2 of these, and they also have the the ridges around there, so you can actually twist these around to get your ratcheting system, and there's 2 on the front. So all in all, and if you think about a large frame and a large quilt you're doing, you know, think about this. If you're doing a king size quilt on a sit down, that is very tiring, and a lot of us probably take it to someone who has a frame to do the quilting. So now, as you've been hearing all morning long about this frame, is you can do your own size of quilt on this frame. So you don't have to worry about taking it in, and you can do any size of project.
Yes, and you know, Mark, we've talked about the frame, we've talked about quilting. So whether, again, we're used to pushing our fabric through our machine, or we can bring that, chances are we can bring that same machine and put it right on top of the Cutie. So the carriage system, you would want to make sure your machine is 11.5 inches or less. The length of the carriage is 23 inches long. Even if your machine has a foot pedal, you can still use that machine on the Cutie. And of course, you do want to make sure your feed dogs drop so they're adjustable. This will allow you to use your at-home machine on the carriage to quilt your very own projects.
That's right. That's huge. So I want to take a moment here, because I don't know if you understand just what you said. That is huge. You can use your own machine.
Yes.
So think about it. Right now you're looking in your room, and how many of you, you know, put a number 2 in there if you have like 3 or 4 sewing machines in your sewing room that you can use, or more, right?
Or more.
That you can use on this beautiful accessory / frame for your machine. So just like Melinda said, machines, pretty much, I would start around 9 inches. You know, anything smaller than 9, you have a smaller workspace. So 9 inches up to 19 inches of workspace that you can use on this accessory. And the beautiful part is again, you're using your own machine. What's nice about that, Melinda, is we hear all the time, your comfort, you feel like you already know your machine. So the machine that you already have, there's no learning curve. You've been using your same machine for so many years. All we're asking, or not asking, all we're letting you know is you can take that same machine, put it on this trolley or carriage, and move it around. In essence, you're turning your own home domestic machine into a long arm experience.
Yes. And again, back to our paper and pen analogy, before you were quilting like this and trying to manage all of your fabric underneath the needle, when you put your machine on the frame, now you're moving your needle over your fabric. So you can complete your free motion quilting, you can complete your large projects, your small projects, all from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to continue sending your quilt projects out to be quilted. That's expensive.
It is expensive.
Depending on the size of the quilt, and I imagine who you're sending it to, what part of the country you're in, the cost of shipping, the quilter's time and effort. It's expensive. I would guess people are spending probably between $300, $400, maybe $500 to have their quilts finished.
That's right.
And with the Cutie, you can do that all on your own.
You can. So you mentioned UFO earlier,
Yes.
right? UFO, unfinished objects. If you're looking in your room, if you're home and you're like, you know what, I have 5 or more, I have 10, whatever unfinished objects you have, we all been there where you're thinking, okay, you're mustering up the courage to be like, okay, I'm gonna go down, put it on my sit-down table and do the quilting. And it could be tiring. You're like, oh, I gotta do this. With the Cutie, you're gonna be excited. You're gonna be like, yeah, I have an unfinished object. I'm gonna put it on the Cutie and get it finished. Especially on the holidays, you probably have some for your grandchildren,
As
neighbors,
gifts.
friends, as gifts. Now's the time to bring this into your home so you can finish your quilting. And Melinda's been mentioning this all show, is you're moving your machine on top of the fabric. You're gonna find that creating and your process, your time, is going to be really easy to generate a lot of these beautiful quilts that you have for your loved ones.
Yes, yes. Hey, Mark, this month our Cutie comes with a free motion starter kit. So a lot of people, in a sense, that they'll kind of not give themselves enough credit. They'll think, oh, I'm not good enough to free motion quilt, or you know, I can't do that because it's not going to look professional or presentable. You know, I've received several quilts as gifts. As a gift, I've never looked at these quilts as anything other than this is a gift of love from whoever gave it to me. And you know, we're going to be our own worst critics in anything that we do. Quilting, you know, it's right up there. You know, we're going to be our own worst critics. But with our free motion starter kit, again, this comes with the Cutie this month. It's really a kit, you know, to help people kind of bridge and get into the free motion quilting. It's a starter pack. There are some practice sheets where you're pencil and paper, you know, going through the motion of practicing your designs, again on pen and paper. There's a printed pattern which is identical to the paper sheets that you've been practicing on, but there's a printed panel with backing and batting that you can quilt those same designs that you've been practicing on pen and paper. Put that practice to good use on, you know, just a small project. There's an additional pattern that's included in the packaging. There's bobbins for various different machines. There's some sample thread. Again, it's just a fun little kit to help people, you know, feel empowered to begin that free motion quilting journey.
That's right.
So again, this is bundled with the Cutie for our Sewing Parts Online promotion.
Absolutely. Okay, fantastic to start with. And we'll kind of open this up here if we have time to show you some inside, but Melinda kind of explain. What I want to do though, Melinda, is show how easy this is to extend and to adjust. As we look at doing this, there's clips on each side of the frame that you can go ahead and clip out. So if we talk about a larger machine, what you can do is grow. The best part of this frame is you can grow. You can start with your 9-inch machine. You keep the same frame, and then when you decide you need a larger machine to do all your quilting, you can extend out. So we're going to pull this up. Now on the front rail, you can see how easy this is to extend out. So you can go all the way up to 19 inches. So look at that workspace. Let's move that in as we have this picture. Look at this. You can move that in. You got this workspace for your larger or smaller machines, and then you can extend out to go larger. So you can keep the same frame and just upgrade your machine to a larger machine. That is fantastic. No tools needed to go from one machine to another machine. I love that.
Yes, and since we're looking at extending the front rail out, again, we talked about you can put any machine on the Cutie. The top rail system is also height adjustable to accommodate any of our domestic at-home machines.
That's right.
So whether the base is taller, whether it's shorter, you can find the perfect height to go ahead and set those rails at for your machine.
That's right. Now we're going to go ahead and put this on here, just show how easy this is to do all your quilting. So here's one of your unfinished objects that you want to go ahead and lay on your frame. So let's go ahead and take some of this. Okay.
There we go.
And so let's show a couple examples here. One, you can see the fabrics on the inside, so you can quilt anything smaller. Let's go ahead and pull it your way. And if you have something bigger, it just goes over the side. And if this kept coming down, it would drape over the side as well. So in essence, as we talked about, it's a hoop style frame that we're going to go ahead and clip on. And with all these clips, you're going to make it nice and taut. And we're going to get one back here. We'll put 2 on there. And this process is just really, really easy as you put your fabric on. And we'll go ahead and put that front clip on. Okay.
So again, very simple, easy fabric management. This will be, again, the top of our quilt. As we're advancing our quilt, this is where our roll of fabric is going to build. And I'm just doing this quickly.
Yeah, you want to roll it up. And the same goes from the front, right, Melinda? Because we have our handlebars, on our carriage, right here is the handlebar system where we can go ahead and put your machine on. And it has front handlebars with the fabric hanging over the top. We also include the bungees that you can do the same thing back here that you see, roll it up. You're gonna do the same thing in the front and roll it. So you're gonna have a nice rolled management fabric system to keep it out of the way as you move it from left to right. Another nice thing about this whole system is you can adjust your quilting. So you can go in the back and quilt. You know, we talk about pantographs, lasers, options to do with on your table. There's other ways to do free motion quilting. You can remove these front handles and take them in the back so you can work from behind your machine. Just like really any long arm system, when you walk around, you know, shows, you've been to quilt shows, you see, you know, rear handles, there is ruler work, there's pantographs, there's lasers, any of those accessories that you can do on those larger professional systems, you can do with your own home sewing machine.
Yes, yes. And again, any size quilt, anything as small as a table runner up to a king size. There are cloth leaders that are available for the frame. Again, tons of accessories, but out of the box, the Cutie comes with everything you need to get started.
That's right. Okay, we want to talk about the pricing. I know it popped up on the screen there for a short time, but we'll talk about the pricing. We'll also, Melinda, we're going to do something exciting that not even Trisha knows about.
Trisha doesn't even know yet.
But one thing that I want to point out is how light this is. You know, we talk about it's transportable. You can take it in your RV, you can move it. If you have people coming over, if you have it set up in your kitchen, which is probably a weird place to quilt, but the point is you can go anywhere in your home, in your living room. Weighs really, I mean, with nothing on there, it's probably around, I want to say anywhere from like 7 to 8 pounds when you can take this off. So it's very, very light. It's about 9 inches overall height. So you can take this and put it underneath your bed, up against a wall, behind a door.
I have a customer, her husband puts bicycle hooks in the garage. And when she's not using it, when she needs to get it out of the way, they just hang it up in the garage, and then it's light enough. She can do it. She can, you know, hang it back up. She can go out and, you know, get the Cutie and bring it back in. But again, it's easy to store, easy to use, and above all, just going to be a great addition for your sewing room.
That's right. Now, I saw a couple comments come in, you know, oh, this is my wish list, or I need a bigger room. Keep in mind, or bigger house, right? Keep in mind that this is a non-designated accessory-free machine. So anywhere that you have a table set up, and think about it, if your kitchen table is the only table you have and there's nothing on there, you can put this on your kitchen table. So we talk about, oh, I need more space, or I need a bigger place. You can put this literally on any table in your home to do your quilting. And on a wish list, we'll talk about the pricing, or, you know, Trisha will pull that back up. We'll bring Trisha here soon to talk about the pricing. But now's the time to get it for the price that you guys all saw. There was $689. There it is. So $689 normally is $1,200 to do it. And if you think about this again, there's a lot of thinking going on right here. If you think about this, when you do a king size quilt, you talk about, you know, $300 to $500 taking it in. You have a couple quilts. This will pay for itself. It's a lot less expensive than just trying to go out and get a, you know, king size frame. You have an opportunity of doing king size quilts for only $689. That is phenomenal. You know, especially you get this free motion starter kit that comes with all what you need to start your free motion quilting journey.
Yes, yes. And I saw a comment pop up. What are the frame dimensions? So the width of the frame is 4 feet. The depth of the machine, where it would need to sit on the table. So between these two rails is 2 feet. Our table is literally a 2 foot by 4 foot table. So again, it's not taking up a huge amount of space in your home, in your sewing room, in your RV, at the cabin, outside on your patio, anywhere that you want to quilt. Again, it's a small setup. But even though it's small, it can do so much for your quilting.
That's right. You know, we want to make it simple for you. We talked about the versatility of this beautiful accessory called the Cutie frame. simple. You can move it, you can take it down, you can put your own machine on. I mean, the list goes on and how simple this will be for your quilting. And we want to make it even more simple. I'll let Melinda talk about something else that, like I said, Trisha doesn't even know. As you notice, we have the fabric, when it is a shorter piece, it needs to come in. And we want to make this short, it's nice and taut. And there's an accessory that you can make this happen with. So I'll go ahead and let you explain what else that we want to talk about.
So for our special today, we have the awesome.
Today.
Yep.
Just today.
Yep.
Right.
So it's the SewCreative Christmas event.
That's right.
So the Cutie purchase, $6.89, comes with the free motion starter kit. I did see a comment come up a little bit ago. Can it be purchased separately? Yes, it can, right on Sewing Parts Online website or by calling them. But we're also including with our special today a 4-pack of our bungee clamps.
Whoa.
So
That's it.
yes, so bungee clamps, they're awesome. Mark touched on it, especially in instances like this where we do have some slack on the edge of our quilt. The bungee clamps allow us to clip the
Nice
fabric.
and taut. Yep.
Hold our backing taut, so everything, again, it's not going to flap as we're quilting, but the clamps will clamp onto the fabric and will attach to the frame on either side.
That's right.
So again, it's a 4-pack of the bungee clamps.
And what's the value of that?
Those are $49.95. So we're throwing those in for free for our special friends with Sewing Parts Online.
That's right. And Trisha, you didn't even know that. As we were coming in, Melinda's like, we want to do something special for those who are watching from Sewing Parts Online, all those customers. And so that 4-pack of bungees, now you're really going to have everything you need to start quilting. You got the free motion starter kit. You're going to get the bungees. So if you have a smaller project, you could have it so your sides will be nice and taut on your quilt. Again, we're making it simple for you. $6.89. Comments are coming in about Christmas, wonderful Christmas present. The box is only about 2 feet, about by 12, 2 feet by 12 inches. That's how small the box is. So it'd be perfect wrapping, put underneath the Christmas tree. But we can't make it any more simple. If you're thinking about quilting, you have your own machine. You already have half of what you already need. You already have your machine in your home. You have all your UFOs, you have your fabric, you have your thread, you have pretty much everything you need. Now you need that accessory to make your quilting easier.
Yes. So, and I saw a comment come in, Grace Company has thought of everything. Maybe not quite there, but we have some excellent, talented people here. We always have, fun, awesome new products in the works, and the Cutie has been phenomenal.
That's right.
Let's go back to Trisha, see if she has any additional questions.
That's right. And if there's any, Trisha as well, is there any question? We've been trying to follow the comments. So if there's any questions, we would love to answer, from talking about the machines to the Cutie to the adjustability to what frame or what table it goes on, anything at all. And Trisha, what has been your experience since you guys known that the Cuties existed?
Oh my goodness, it is such a wonderful frame. We have so much love for it, and you guys did such a fabulous job showing it off and showing all its glory, right? And what a fun surprise. I didn't know anything about the clamps. I'm sitting over here going, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, the other thing too, I was going to mention about the legs. So with it being such a fabulous price right now, it may be a great time to get the added adjustable legs, because you had mentioned having the height difference. So that's a great alternative too. So
yes,
right.
we do have a leg accessory for the frame. Those can be purchased right on the Sewing Parts Online website or by calling in. But they're, again, just a set of legs that the Cutie will sit on. It has a table insert with the frame, with the legs to work with the frame. So that's always an option as well.
Yeah, and I believe you touched on it, but you're going to be back a little bit later to talk about the 16X series. And the Cutie works with your domestic machine all the way up the line for your Unique machine. So everybody keep that in mind. Like, those amazing machines that you're going to see later can work with this little Cutie, and you'll have the perfect amount of space to have the Cutie set up and have a pretty awesome long arm or mid arm machine.
Yes, exactly. So.
It's pretty impressive.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I absolutely love your background, by the way, so I'm going to enjoy that the rest of our SewCreative Live Christmas while you guys are joining us. Super cute.
Awesome.
We'll let you get out of here, and we'll see you back a little bit later, Melinda.
Perfect. Thanks, Trisha.
Thanks,
Have a good
Trisha.
one.
Thank you both. Oh my goodness, that was so fun. So Mark had mentioned that we were going to go over some special pricing. We actually have two options for you. So we have the price that they had mentioned, the $689, and that is going to come with that free motion starter kit, as well as the fun surprise that they threw in there with the bungee clamps. Or you can call us for special event pricing. I can't say what that is, but you can call our customer service and they will give you a really good deal on just the Cutie frame itself. So a couple options, see what fits for you. All right, well, we've got a giveaway to do, right?
We do, yeah.
All right, let's give away some thread. I just grabbed one spool here so you could see, but this is going to be an 8 spool, 8 of these spools. So
That's the prize right there.
Right there.
To see. So let's,
beautiful finesse thread. I believe it values at around $87, if I remember correctly.
You ready?
We're ready.
All right.
Let's go ahead and pick that. We had the Christmas word. Isn't this fun, you guys? I love the Christmas word. Just keep an eye out for those. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, Pamela, I think almost won.
Pamela, she always joins us. Congratulations,
Yay.
Dottie Roberts. You are the winner of the finesse thread. Brian, did you say you wanted to share a little story?
Well, I just was thinking with the Cutie, I'm super excited for us to get started. We have a Cutie all set up. We
Yes.
just haven't had a chance to get to play with it as much as we'd like. And we have the Juki TL machine on it, which
Mhm.
the Juki TL and the Cutie are like peanut butter and
Peanut butter and jelly.
but, and this ties into our next presenter is going to be Arrow Furniture. I'm excited for us to get a rotary cutting table that's taller because I'm 6'2", as well, like Mark. And I spend my entire day at my computer. I'm also a student, so I'm at my computer at home all the time. And I'm excited to put the Cutie on top of that table so I can stand and quilt because I think that's going to be a lot more comfortable. So.
Well, that is wonderful. Yeah. If you are building out your sewing space or looking into upgrading your studio, this segment is perfect for you. Again, make sure that you are looking out for that surprise Christmas word. We are going to do a giveaway, and let me just double check what our next giveaway is going to be. I knew that, the Krista quilt blocks. We're actually going to do 2 sets of those. So we'll talk about what those are a little bit later. But for now, why don't we go ahead and bring up our guest. Hello, Harley. How are you doing today?
Elf.
Elf. All by yourself today, huh?
Uh-oh, we're muted.
And
Uh-oh.
catches. Uh-oh. Ethan.
There we go.
Hey.
I think we've got you.
What?
Well, we're cutting a little bit there, but
Why are we cutting? Okay. Okay.
are we
Are
good now?
You can hear me, right?
We can hear.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're on the digital side. Yeah, we're good. Took a while
We're
for the
all
stream to
good.
build. We're good.
Well, during the Cyber Monday event, you knew I was eyeballing that Krista cabinet, but you might convert me to the Aussie or the Bandicoot today, I
Well,
think. I was
you know-
looking over some of the information.
Trisha, today we have a whole lot of things to go over because there's still time to get this under the tree for Christmas. So we're going to start
love
out,
that.
we're going to do Kangaroo and Joey. Start out with that. Then we're going to talk about Kangaroo Joey is great for storage.
Mhm.
So if you need a lot of storage in your sewing cabinet, then we'll talk about the wall.
Uh-oh, we're muted again.
We have a little bit of issue with the audio. Do you mind if we kick you off for just a bit? And if you want to come back in, we'll see if that fixes the issues.
That's
Until
fine.
then, I'll go over some overlays on that Wallaby. He had mentioned that we are going to be looking at the Wallaby first. Let me actually bring up a picture of it because it is a great little studio here. There we go. He's going to go through all those details for you, but take a look over on the right-hand side. You've got your thread storage, and then you've got your space for your machine. You can pair that with an acrylic table to make that a flat sewing surface. So you're able to smoothly like move your fabric over the table, which is really nice. Over on the left-hand side, there's going to be a space you can store your serger, which I love. That's pretty cool. And it also has that little drawer. So there's a lot that you would be able to do with this particular one. And if you need to see the dimensions, you can always go right to our website, look up the Wallaby. All of the dimensions are listed. There's multiple colors available. I believe it's the ash, teak, and the white. And with the purchase of the Wallaby, you're going to get the free quilt blocks. And we're going to be doing a giveaway. So if you don't win them, you're going to be getting it with the purchase of the Wallaby. And those just connect to the side of your table, and they will prevent your fabric from falling over the edge of the table. We all know that can be really, really frustrating, right? Well, the MSRP on that is $2,199, but it has an amazing sale price of the $1,599. And keep in mind that we've got financing available. So if that is something that you need to do, it is a great option for Christmas. You can always check that out as well. But it looks like we're still waiting on Harley. So why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit. I had mentioned the Aussie. I'm just going to show you a quick picture. So he'll tell you more about it, but this is the one. Look at how amazing the Aussie is. I love it. It's like got all the room that you need, and it's going to be a perfect spot. And I actually brought in a picture of my dining room. This might be a little bit weird, but when we were on the last time for SewCreative Live Cyber Monday, I had mentioned that I scooched everything out to my dining room. So can't you just envision that Aussie or one of the other options sitting there with my cutting table over on the right? I think that would be good. I don't know. Maybe. Well, do we want to do a short little video while we're waiting, or what would you like to move into?
Say hi to some of our reoccurring people that we haven't seen.
Oh, that would be fabulous. Let me check the comments. I haven't scooched over there. We've got a few on here. Oh, well, we had already said Pamela Tinkle. Hello, Pamela. We appreciate you coming back. Beth McCaw, she is a return viewer. C. Lombard, thank you so much for coming. Bridget, I love C. Lombard. Looking at hers, love your hat, Richard. Yeah, he's going to inspire us to wear a hat, I think. Got Sally Chan. Oh, hello, Sally. We appreciate you coming back. And we got Ellen. All right. Well, thank you all for coming. It's so nice to see some familiar names. Pretty cool. All righty. Well, let's
Want to play our Things We Love video? How about that? That sounds like fun.
We sure can. Let's go ahead and play that while we're waiting.
Oh.
I think they might be popping right back on.
We'll go ahead and play it, and when they're ready, we're going to cut it off, okay?
Sounds good.
I decided to do something a little bit different. I want to show you a few of my favorite things, at least the ones that are currently my favorite things, because they're ever changing. But before I do, I need to bring on a little bit of help. And this is Brian.
Hi, everybody.
Brian, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So my name is Brian. I have been here for over 2 years. I started in customer service with Trisha. She actually trained me. She was my supervisor. I worked my way over to product specialist, and then as Trisha got busier with the social media stuff, she needed somebody to join her team. So I moved over. I do know how to sew, but I would consider myself a novice sewer.
An enthusiastic novice.
An enthusiastic,
sewer.
yeah, excited to learn. But I do have a lot of product-based knowledge. I really know a lot about, you know, the products themselves. So you'll be seeing me a lot more on TikTok and Facebook, Instagram, lives, all that good stuff. So it's really nice to meet you guys.
Brian's going to start us off by showing us one of his favorites first.
Sweet. So we're really lucky at Sewing Parts Online. If we want to learn how to sew, the company will help us get access to the tools we need to do that. And one of the first things that I got was this Singer Sew-Mate kit. It's an all-in-one tool that's got your screwdrivers, your seam ripper, your lint brush. It's got a thread cutter. It's got a magnifying glass. It's just like, it has everything that a beginner might need to show their machine some maintenance and love, or to fix a mistake.
Well, we'll go ahead and finish that video a little bit later. It looks like Harley is ready to join us again, and we're ready to see some awesome studio furniture.
Excellent. Sounds great,
There we
Tricia.
go.
Thank you. All right.
You're so-
With any luck, technology will work with us this time.
Yep.
And I do think, Brian, tomorrow we're going to feature the Kookaburra cutting table. Nice and tall for a guy 6'2", probably going to work for you. Put some legs on it. It'll be really tall. I think that'll be a great table for you.
Yeah,
But today we're going to talk
definitely
sewing.
look forward to that one.
Yeah. So Tricia, why don't we start out? We'll start out. I'll go through the kangaroo first, and then we're going to talk about a bundle. We're going to talk about these cute sewing chairs toward the end of our segment, which great gift idea, right? Perfect gift idea. Perfect gift idea.
Christmas gift.
Perfect Christmas gift. As well as we're going to talk about with the cabinets you're going to see today, with the exception of one, the viewers, they can win a quilt block. But if you buy these cabinets this week and next, you get a free set of quilt blocks. So, and I'll kind of explain what quilt blocks are. I'll get into that and kind of show kind of what they do and why you need one. How's that sound?
All right, well, we'll let you take it away. We're watching.
Thank you, Tricia. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing today? If you are sewing on your dining room table, please put a 3 in the chat. I want to know who's sewing on their dining room table, because my research tells me many people are sewing on their dining room table. And what can be better than a dining room table? How about something that's ergonomic, something comfortable, something that lets you sew longer and be more comfortable? Look at the 3s blowing it up. That is my number one competitor, the dining room table. So, but it works, right? You own it. It's free. It's there. Why do I need a sewing cabinet, a sewing table? I'm going to show you why. And hopefully you'll be able to say, I really need one of those. And it's the holidays. I deserve one of those. So let's talk about that. And we'll get into that in a minute. This is the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. A little bit about Arrow. Arrow's been around almost 80 years. We are a leader in the category for sewing furniture. Our products ship to your home, normally ship out of our warehouse within 48 hours. That's less than 2 days. Depending on where you are, we're just north of Chicago. Hi, Deborah. Just north of Chicago, so it can get from coast to coast in about 3 days, 4 if you're on the far west coast. So really great stuff. The cabinets I'm showing you today are from our Kangaroo sewing furniture line. Lifetime warranty, so you don't have to worry about anything. Great instructions to put it together. Customer service, bar none. We are overstaffed in customer service because we believe if you call, you chat, you send an email, you deserve a response right away. So we pride ourselves on customer service. Sometimes people have questions. They want to know which cabinet's best for them. All sorts of fun things. So let's get into this cabinet. When you're buying a sewing cabinet, you're buying it for about 4 different reasons. Free quilt blocks is one of them. We're going to show these again in a minute. So your sewing machine, the idea of a sewing cabinet and a sewing table is that there's this well that the machine can go down, and you can see that we're flat right here. There's a flat surface. Let me get the buttons chair out of the way. Which allows you to not have to take your wrists and go up and over, right? Like you normally would if it's on the dining room table. It's smooth and flat. This table drops down and adjusts so your machine can be the same height as the table. And then I have an optional acrylic insert in here, which makes it really nice and smooth, right? Everything's smooth. My seams are straighter. I don't pull. I've got great ergonomics because my wrists aren't going up and over. That's the key benefit. The number one thing to know about a sewing cabinet, will my machine fit? That's what we have to know. Will my machine fit? So this Kangaroo and Joey has something we call A for Arrow size, so an A7. It is, I'm going to move this out of the way. Ethan, oh, perfect. Perfect. We are 23 3/4 inches from side to side, and we are 12.5 inches from front to back. Now, what does that mean? Normally, front to back is not an issue. You take the accessory tray off your machine, and if it fits from the side over here, and you include your knobs, you want it to be 23 3/4 inches. Leave some room for your plugs. So if your machine's 23 3/4 inches to an inch, probably for your, because most of the plugs come straight out and then need to turn, right? They stick out a little bit. So if everything fits, your machine's going to fit in the cabinet. Now, this cabinet, all the way open, is 6 feet wide and 3.5 feet deep with it open. With the quilt leaf, it goes another 1.5 feet. So it's a big cabinet. Closed, it's basically 2 by 4.5. So we'll close it up in a little bit. So 2 feet by 4.5. I feel out of space because I don't have my tape measure, Ethan. What do you think? No? Okay, good. No tape measure. Neither. I know the measurements, right? So it's 4 feet wide. Now this cabinet comes with a quilt leaf on the side, a right side quilt leaf, which is great. You can put your project here, your pattern, your iPad, your cup of coffee, anything you want, right? Glass of wine. You've got this nice leaf area in the back for your projects. So when you're sewing, they're not going to fall off on the floor. You're not going to pull your seams. As you go through and sew, sometimes your quilt, right, it'll bunch up. Well, that's what these quilt leaves do. They're like stops. It's like a backstop. Because if your quilt falls off the back, it's going to pull your seams. So the way to do that, if you're not up against a wall, have these. It's great. They're excellent. They just clamp on. It's an excellent, excellent add-on. Let's get around to the front. Here's the piece de resistance of this cabinet. This is Joey. Joey rolls around on us, helps us. We can move it around. Ethan, are you flipping camera by chance? Just checking. Okay. I know you are. So we've got a drawer for some storage, soft close. And this Joey can move around. We can put it here. We can put another machine here. We also have this added accessory that it's a cover for the drawer. Goes in a few pinholes, and we push it right in. Oh, come on. And then grab a handle and push it in. So, ooh, that one was tight. That's a brand new cabinet. Let me tell you. There we go. So now you've got extra work surface here on the side, which is great. So you've got extra room. And then you can put stuff here. The other interesting thing, and I'll go around to the other side and show you a little bit more. With this quilt leaf on the back side, you could put a little one back here on the side, and they could sew with you. You could teach a grandchild, son or daughter, how to sew. They could sit here with you and actually learn. It's kind of neat. Especially over here. Over there, your quilting project will be over there. But over here, not so much. Yeah, sit down now. We have the Joey cabinet. It locks. We have drawers, soft closed drawers. How nice. Do we have any candy in here? Oh, no candy today, Ethan. So Ethan is my Brian. So he's sitting over here. So we've got this great work surface now, and we can sew to our heart's content. The other nice thing about the Kangaroo Joey cabinet, if you use a knee lift, it's one of our unique cabinets that has this front. It actually pops right off. It's secure, but it's designed to pop off. And then you can use your knee lift attachment on here and do it that way. If you don't have a knee lift, you don't worry about it. You just put this back on. Live demo, Ethan. That's what happens. Ethan laughs at me. So it's got a couple ball bearings and it holds it in there. Now, I'm going to unfold it a little bit and start showing you a little bit about the size of it. So we put that down. So it's got a lifetime warranty. It has the quilt leaf here on the back side, this giant work surface, which we have quilt leaves attached to. So we take the quilt leaves off, grab the panels. So it's got 2 support brackets, so it's really strong. That's why you can put somebody else back there and have them sew. Can't do that on competitor tables. And we've got our nice work surface here on the top. Lots of storage with this unit. Lots of storage. Set that right there. Soft close drawer. Got the Joey, and I can move the Joey all around wherever I want it to go. Some people use it here. Now, sewing cabinet. Why a sewing cabinet? Let me really show you why. Here's my custom insert. We are in what we call a flatbed sewing position. Many of you sew like this at the dining room table. Here you are. You're up, right? Your wrists are having to go up and over, up and over. End of the day, you're done sewing. You put it down there. Now it's in a storage position. Yes, the lid is great for a little extra storage. So we've got this position right here, which is a storage position. This cabinet doesn't have doors. Don't always need doors. So what you can do, tuck that back in. We have just made a cabinet that's 2 feet by 4 feet. Easy to store. You can pull it out into your room and have a little bit more room. It has heavy duty locking casters. Ethan's you can put a visual up and kind of show you the casters. They roll on carpet, they roll on hardwood, they roll on luxury vinyl tile. They roll really, really well. They also lock so they stay in place for you. The Joey cabinet allows lots of great storage. This right quilt leaf, lots of great work surface. And I've seen some comments about the quilt leaf on the back with the ginormous work surface, which is great. So it is hard to believe that 2 by 4 turns into 6 by 3.5. So this is really designed for someone that's wanting to be organized. It comes in this color. We call this color teak. It comes in a white, ash white, which is a wood grain white. And it also comes in a very nice gray color. And we'll show you gray in just a bit. Actually, should I pull gray out, Ethan, or you have it for the screen to show? I have it. You have it. Okay, great. There it is. So the gray, it's a little darker gray. It's very nice, very modern gray color. So that's what we need to do. Here it is back in flatbed position. Let's say I've got time to tell a story, don't I, Ethan? Sure I do. So you get home, or you've got a few minutes, and you want to sew. What's the first thing you do? You go to the closet. Everyone that typed a 3 in earlier, you go to your closet, you get your machine out, put it on the dining room table, plug it in, you made an extension cord, you go get your project box, you drag everything out. Okay, time has passed. Now you're going to sew, then you've got to clean up because it's time to use the dining room table. With this, you literally can come up to it. Your machine comes up. You put your insert in. Ta-da! Never have to lift your machine. You could open this up, depending on what you want to do. Get your project out, and you're sewing. A minute versus dragging stuff in and out, reaching over your head. So, Sewing Parts Online has this cabinet for $17.99 right now. Also comes with included quilt blocks, a $99 value. Actually, it's $129 value. Has brackets. They fit this cabinet very well. They come in matching teak, matching white, and matching gray. This is the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. Also has a well cover. I didn't show you guys the well cover. This is great. For those people that have, they have enough space for a cabinet, but they don't have space for a cabinet and a cutting table. The nice part about this, comes with a well cover, solid wood. Put that in there. Now you've got a great flat surface that you can cut, you can piece, you can do all sorts of things with on this surface. Kangaroo and Joey cabinet, I'm sure you guys will find that. It'll be great. I see that. Thank you. And I think this cabinet is, I know, #1 selling cabinet. Everybody likes this cabinet because it fits such a broad audience. Lifetime warranty, great customer service, fast shipping, great instructions. Sarah, who couldn't join me today, actually did all the instructions for every cabinet we have, and they are marvelous. So this is the Kangaroo Joey. I think we're going to move on to the next one. If you don't quite have the space for this cabinet, we're going to talk about the Wallaby. So I'm just going to roll this over here. Kangaroo and Joey, great cabinet. We'll get the Wallaby. Put you back over there too. Ethan, how's my spot?
Perfect.
Perfect. Good to hear. Thank you, sir. So, Wallaby. This is a little bit more of a space saver for folks. And by space saver, it's really when it's open. Because when it's closed, it's still, it's 3.5 feet by 1.5 feet. So a little bit smaller. This cabinet relies on the door. It's got a locking door. So unlock, flip it open. Move that over. It's got a handy dandy spot there. And this one actually comes forward. Open the door just a little bit. Oh, look, we got a basket. Got a drawer down on the bottom, which is great. Kind of see the point now. We've got a lot more room. And we are going to now put up the quilt leaf in the back. We just went from a 1.5 feet and 3.5 feet, or 5 feet, to 3.5 feet. Sorry, 3.5 feet by 1.5 feet. We are now 6 feet by 5 feet. So lots of work surface. Oh my, so much work surface in a tiny, tiny footprint. Again, we got a well cover on this particular model. I'll put the well cover over here. Again, with this cabinet, we've got some storage in the door. There's thread spools to put on there, a soft closing drawer at the bottom for storing your little odds and ends. So this cabinet does have some storage, but it's really a space saver and a giant work surface here on the back. So it's key, right? So the machine, again, free arm position. You can go sew up and over, right? Bad for your hands. Let's sew in comfort so you can sew longer. If you do this with the optional insert piece, move it over just a little bit. There we go. This cabinet, same size opening as the last one, 23.75 inches by 12.5. If you measure your machine, these two cabinets fit 95% of the machines on the market. It won't fit the really large machines. 95% is pretty good. So it's one of the reasons we have such an attractive price on these cabinets is they're great value. So you get a lot of workhorse from this cabinet. Again, heavy duty casters. Ethan, did we put up the graphic for the size? We did, right? Did it already? I missed it, didn't I? I wasn't watching.
It's on there right now.
It's on there right now. Oh, there it is. I see it. It's right over there. Right over there. I see it. Okay, so that is the size of the opening. The very nice part about it is this cabinet will ship to your home within 48 hours. It's easy to assemble, great assembly instructions. Make sure your machine fits. If your machine fits, you've got a winner. That's just the truth of it. Weight is normally not an issue as long as you've got it in there. It comes in white ash white, so this color, and the teak color, which was the last color I showed you. Also comes with the free quilt blocks that we showed on the Kangaroo and Joey. So I have teak one, but I can show you. Again, just goes right on there. Keeps your quilt from pulling, keeps your stitches from pulling. It's all about that benefit of not having that pull. That's really what you want. And it folds up just as easily. Here's the drawer. Again, soft close. Heavy duty casters down on the bottom. Storage in the drawer. Thread spool. This is the Wallaby cabinet, lifetime warranty from our Kangaroo sewing furniture line. Let me grab you. The size is on the website, which you'll see. So it was a 6 feet by 5 feet when it was open. When it's closed up, we're going to go down to 3.5 by 1.5 feet. The machine opening is 23 3/4 by 12.5. Put that in there. I probably should put the piece back on, but I won't. I'll do that. I'll let Ethan put it away later. Right, Ethan? Mm-hmm. And we close this up. This door goes first. This door goes second. Ta-da! And we can lock it. We're good. This is the Wallaby cabinet. So a little bit more of a space saver. Convenience for all types of projects, for all types of sewers. I mean, it's kind of an everyday cabinet for everyday sewers. It's a great cabinet with the free quilt blocks. The next cabinet we're going to show is really big, really big. So great work surface.
It looks like we have a bit of an audio issue there, Harley. It's muted. Well, you guys take a peek at that. I'm just going to go over the overlays. Oh, okay.
Yep. Chrome keeps muting it for some reason. We don't know why. Trisha, do you want to talk about these cabinets, the two that I showed? And I'll wheel in the Aussie to show next.
That sounds good. And I'm looking forward to seeing that
I'm
awesome.
going to mute myself on purpose this time.
It was in the plan. All right. Well, let's take a look at the Wallaby first. He had said that one is a little bit more of the space saver. So with the Wallaby, it normally is $2,199. There is an awesome sale price of $1,599. But we have special event pricing. So surprise on that. We have even better pricing than what we're displaying. And with the purchase of the Wallaby, you're going to get the free quilt blocks. Those quilt blocks are so convenient. They definitely prevent your blanket or project from falling off the edge of your table. That is so nice. We also are going to show you the Kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet. That is normally $2,499, on sale for $1,799. Again, you can call in to our customer service and get special event pricing. Remember, we have financing available. You're also going to get those amazing free quilt blocks. It's like the perfect time to do this for Christmas. The other thing that I want to touch on while we're waiting for Harley is the giveaways. So with the giveaways, to claim your prize, just go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewingpartsonline. Click claim your prize, and you can fill out and submit that form. Since we are doing giveaways every segment, we'll periodically pop that up and just remind you how you can claim your prize and get that ready. But again, if you weren't here before, here's a little picture of my living room. You know, try and envision which cabinet is the best option for me, because I am having a very, very hard time figuring out which one I want to go with. There's so many options. When we had our Cyber Monday event, it was, we had the Cyber Monday event, it was, my goodness, I lost my train of thought. I was looking at the Krista cabinet. That's what I was talking about.
That's what you were looking at.
Yeah. And now I'm looking at the Aussie, and I don't know.
That machine's
There's too
really
many
big
options.
in that cabinet. It will fit though, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, looks like you're just about ready over there, Harley.
I could be ready. I could be ready, of course.
You're
Trisha,
always
for you,
ready, right?
I'll be ready. Thank you. That was
you.
a good overview of the first two cabinets.
Well, you're welcome. Do you want to do a giveaway while we're in between, or do you want to wait to do two giveaways at the end? It's up to you.
Well, why don't we wait to the end? Let's wait to the end.
Sounds good.
Let's
Keep
wait to the end,
on
because I've got 20 minutes to talk about 3 more very exciting things. And
All
this one I
right.
don't want to sell short. Thank you, Trisha.
You're welcome.
This is the Aussie cabinet. Okay, you look at it and you're like, it kind of looks like the other ones, maybe a little bit bigger. Well, I'm not done opening it up yet. So the nice thing about the Aussie cabinet is it is really designed when you need a work surface. I'm gonna call it a paradise. It's a paradise. And it is a full size cabinet. So this opening, again, 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. We have a little bit larger machine in here. Still, no issue going down. No issue coming up. So got to be careful of your knob. So this is about as big of a machine that fits in this cabinet. This is where we want to be all the time. This cabinet, what's unique about it, there are a couple things unique. The giant work surface. Ethan, I don't know. There you go. Do we have an aerial shot of this bad boy? Will it all fit? I'm not even sure it'll fit. Okay. So lots and lots and lots and lots of room on this cabinet. I'm going to sit down for a minute. What we have is storage in the door. These clasp in. There's a little locking clasp that holds these so they stay in place really, really well. This cabinet, of course, is heavy-duty casters because it's ginormous, right? And then we have this. So we have this nice work surface, right? We can sew here. We can go over here. We can put a pressing mat over here. I've got something to show you in a minute about pressing. So if someone loves their Aussie, I like to hear that. Who was that? Julie. The nice part, as Julie can attest, is you've got this little cubby. It can attach here. You can also take it and put it way out here to the side. Now it's over there. I've got a lot of room. Now I can really center needle sew very well right here. I've got room here. That's why it's out there. So I can center needle sew very easily and still have a nice work surface. This little caddy has a couple drawers. Ooh, there's chocolate in this one. Someone was talking about a rotary cutter earlier. I think it was Brian, right? I have to slam the drawer. There you go. Soft close. We actually have a serger down here in the bottom. So there's storage space for the serger. I could bring that up and put that there. So you can set that up as a serging station. We've got the ergonomic part here of the kangaroo cabinet. Nice flat surface. Great place to sew. Really, really flat. Ethan, I should get out of the way so you can zoom in, right? Let me do that. I know he's going to tell me pretty soon to get out of the way. All right. So we've got a flat sewing surface. This is the Aussie cabinet, A-U-S-S-I-E. Comes with the same well cover when this is down in the storage position. Has the hydraulic lift, which is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. Again, the machine fitting, 23 3/4 from side to side, 12 1/2 from front to back. Opened up 8 1/2 feet by 4 feet, not including the little caddy. 4 feet deep, 8 1/2 feet wide. When it's closed, it's about 4 feet by 2 feet. It's incredible. It like doubles in size. Lifetime warranty on this. Great customer service. Awesome manual. Shows up in your house in 5 boxes. FedEx will bring it to your door. If you order now, you'll have it in time for Christmas. Also comes with free quilt blocks. On this one, I might put 4 quilt blocks on this one because it's got such a big work surface. And what you do, you don't want the quilt falling off, so it keeps it from pulling. So it's kind of like a backstop if you put a backstop here, which is kind of neat. Those are included, $129 value free during the holiday. We have, it's an ingenious solution. And award-winning quilter Krista Watson helped us develop that. And the Krista cabinet, as you keep hearing. So we're not showing the Krista cabinet today, but it is on the website. Rebecca, I'm trying to wonder if there's more that I can answer directly for you. We've got the heavy-duty casters, manuals, machine fit. We talked about why you want a cabinet for those. If anyone's joined us in the last few minutes, this is Arrow Sewing Furniture. This is the Kangaroo Sewing Furniture line. This is the Aussie cabinet, available in white and teak, ash white and teak. So this has a wood grain surface. This is the biggest work surface that we're going to talk about today. If you go to Sewing Parts Online, they've got all the cabinets online. Beautiful imagery. When you're done at the end of the day and you want to be done, you can push that down. It's got a well cover that goes on top. Put your well cover in. Go over here. We unlatch. Fold this over. Now remember, when it's open, it's 8.5 feet by 4 feet. It's really big. Put that there. We're going to unhook this. Slide this back over. Get it in the grooves. I'm going to try to do it upside down. See how it goes. Look at it roll right in there. Turn that in and down. The Aussie sewing cabinet. If you've got big projects and you do a lot of big project sewing, this cabinet is for you. It's the way to go. Great price point on it for the holiday season, on sale. Comes with the free quilt blocks, ash, white, and teak. Ethan, I don't know if there's something I missed. You sprawl out. The cabinet was designed for the ultimate sewing experience, this one. And with that extra space on the left-hand side, it delivers. The next cabinet we're going to talk about, so this is the Aussie, for those that want lots of space. The next one's really more of a bundle that we're going to talk about. So we talked about a little bit of space. We're going to talk about a smaller space yet in your home. Let me get it out. And then I'll move some things around. So this is a mid-size sewing cabinet. Not this. This is called the Kiwi. People love the Kiwi. There, we'll turn the front toward it. How's that sound, Ethan? Yeah. Ooh. Let me get the Bandicoot. See how nicely these roll with these heavy-duty casters? They make a low rumble on the luxury vinyl floor. There we go. All right, Ethan. Do I have everything else off camera? Is that good? Nah, you want me to move it? Okay. Ethan says I can leave it. That's good. So the Bandicoot cabinet, this cabinet, when it's closed, 2.5 feet by 1.5 feet. 2.5 feet by 1.5 feet. That's great, right? It's awesome. Not a lot of space. This is great also because it has the doors. I didn't mention it with the Aussie. Because they have doors you can put in a multi-use room. It could be in a family room, living room, a spare bedroom, if you've got folks that come over and visit. You take that tiny little footprint, open this guy up, ta-da, and then we flip open. There you go. Easy. Again, filler plate on top, so you can do all sorts of extra pressing and cutting. About ready to sew. Push the lift, up it comes. Ta-da, I'm ready to sew. But I don't want to sew like this, Ethan. I don't want my wrists getting tired. I want to sew in comfort and sew longer. And to do that, I really need it in flatbed position. Dining room table can't do that. Sewing cabinet can. So this cabinet, it's a little bit smaller. The cabinet itself is small. So I said 2.5 by 1.5 feet closed. Open is 5 feet by 1.5 feet. It does not have a quilt leaf on the back. But if you don't need it, it's fine, right? So 1.5 feet by 5 feet. Nice premier mid-size cabinet with an ultra compact footprint. Comes in this beautiful gray color. Comes in the ash white and teak. So that's the nice part about this cabinet. Now, have a special price on the Bandicoot cabinet. We also have a special price on the Bandicoot Studio set, which includes a Kiwi. So the Kiwi here has 4 drawers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big drawer on the bottom. The top 2 drawers come with these thread spools. So you can actually remove them, put more thread on your workstation, put them in there, reach in and get them. Soft closed drawers. Has an ironing pad here on top. But also, if we go out here, lift that, I can lift this off Do it without moving it. Fold that over. I now have a pressing station. What chair do I want? I think I want this chair. Dun, dun, dun. You know, because the bundle, Ethan, comes with a chair. I'm going to roll around. Look at that. #1 sewing chair in America. I could put this right here. I could sew right here. Sorry to have my back to the camera. Hi, everybody. I can sew right here. I could press and sew. Everything my heart wants. Right there. I've got items here in my drawer that I need, and I can just get right to work and have some fun. The bundle that we're talking about, so the Kiwi's tiny, right? That's the whole part of it. So we got this little guy, the Kiwi itself, 17 inches. Well, that's a pressing mat. Yeah, 17 by 11, about. So folds out, folds up. And this is really like the sewing assistant. It's a jack of all trades. And it's a signature storage cabinet. It's great. Pair it with a Kiwi. Pair it with a kangaroo. Pair it with an Aussie. Pair it with a wallaby. Any of those can be paired together. And what you can do with this is you can press here, and I could actually cut here, right? I could just use it and cut. And oh my, there's my cutting mat that comes with it, included with it.
Yeah.
Harley, unfortunately, it looks like you're muted again.
There we go.
Ethan, we're muted again.
We're good.
We're good again?
We're good.
Okay. Did you hear the part where it comes with a cutting mat?
Love it.
Thank you. All right. I wish I knew where I cut off because I was on a roll. But small space cutting mat, I can cut it, I can press it, I can sew it. And then when I'm all done, I'm good? Just keep going. All right. And when I'm done with this cabinet, I can fold it up. Now, the nice part about the bundle that's being offered at Sewing Parts Online is the Kiwi, the Bandicoot, and a chair. So you get the whole package. Now, I'm going to close up the Bandicoot. There it is. There's the bundle, $13.99. So great bundle. Thanks for doing that, Brian. So we've got the machine. Again, 3-position lift. We can put it down into storage if we want. We talked about the opening size of the Bandicoot. So it's 20 3/4 by 11. Doesn't fit quite as big machines, but fits a lot of machines. Oh my. So, I mean, at 20 3/4, it fits lots and lots of machines. Lifetime warranty on the Bandicoot. Comes in 3 colors. This beautiful gray, white, and teak. Look at this thing. Bam. Open. Closed. 2.5 feet. I suppose it gets twice as big, right? 5 feet. So this is the Bandicoot cabinet, which is amazing. Lifetime warranty, part of the Kangaroo Sewing Furniture line. Heavy duty casters, rolls great. The Kiwi, we're going to put the Kiwi on over here because the hardest decision to make now is what chair do I get with it? What do you think, Ethan? The button chair? The Sew Now, Sew Wow chair? I'm going to try to do all patterns. How many chairs do I have in here? I have a Black Notions chair. Oh, I can't keep doing patterns. I have a navy chair. We'll get a closer look in a sec of chairs. I have Princess Hazel, part of the Royals collection. Princess Hazel. Then there is a beautiful gray color. Someone low was sitting in that one. Oh, back to some patterns, Ethan. I've got this guy. If you look closely, it's got skulls. It's really cool. If you're into animals and you like cats, I have a cat chair, kind of abstract, artsy cats. Great seller. If you like cats, that's the chair for you. We have purple. Now, if you notice the colors of the chairs, and there's one machine manufacturer we're missing. You notice the colors are kind of like the machine manufacturers, so you can get one that matches your machine. It's the best part about it. Ruby red. So we have the Royals collection. So Ethan, should I go over them real fast? We've got a beautiful ruby red. We've got Princess Purple. No, Princess Hazel over here. Purple, gray, navy blue. And the navy blue is kind of like a tweed color to it. The hazel has kind of some greens and blues images to it. And then on the back side here, we've got, let's see, Ethan, what should I do? Should I move these guys out of the way? I'll move them up front and center. How's that? So we've got that. Oh, I haven't shown a great thing about the chair yet, Ethan. Which chair has a prize in it? Okay, here. Can we do an overhead shot? Is that too much to ask? I know it's a lot to ask this time of the day. Yeah, I'm getting over there. Okay, so this chair, 360 swivel, 5-star base. It has great lumbar support. I'll sit in a second, show you. Has storage underneath. In here, somebody ate my Reese's peanut butter cup, but that's okay. It's no harm, no foul. We've got some Hershey's chocolate, and we've got some sewing and quilting booklets, but very nice. So this is the button chair. Great seller, the buttons chair. When I sit in it, the lumbar support hits you just right. That's what you want. It's height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches, 1-year warranty, heavy duty rolling casters. If you're rolling and you drop something, you're not going to fall over. It's great. You're not going to, the chair's not going to go whoop. What else can I tell you? It's the #1 selling sewing chair in America, 360 swivel casters, the storage. I showed you briefly the 10 fabrics. I'm going to go over that one more time. Has a 300-pound weight capacity. Super easy to put together. Comes in 2 boxes. You just basically put the bottom together, put the casters on, screw the bottom piece together, and then you've got an awesome sewing chair. It's super comfortable. I saw some comments earlier about the comfort. Weight limit, I just answered that, 300 pounds. So the Hershey's chocolate bar still in there? Yes, it is, Beth. And I don't know who's going to eat it, but whoever decides to eat it, it's not going to be very good. So what we've got here is we've got gray. I already went through some solid colors. Let me do some patterns. #1 selling pattern is this beautiful chair. Ethan, can you push in on that? Or maybe go above, whatever you would like to do. There we go. So now, so wow. Super popular chair. Followed very closely by what we call black sewing notions. So it's a bunch of notions. It's really vibrant, very beautiful. We've got buttons. So we've got our buttons chair. And then the next top selling chair is actually one of the solid chairs. Let me see if I can show you these guys again. Here's the skull chair, images on sewing parts online, and the cat chair. I feel like I have chairs all over, Ethan. What do you think? I think I want them all. I sit in one at my desk. Actually, I saw Brian had one next to him in the studio. I believe he had the black sewing notions right next to him in the studio when we went to the camera with Brian. Trisha, I don't know what else to tell you guys. Now is the time of the year to buy these. Oh, thank you for putting that on there. Now is the time to buy. We talked about the Kangaroo and Joey, great storage. We talked about the Aussie with massive work surface. Had the Wall, more space saver. We had the Bandicoot, which is really a tiny footprint, but packs a punch. And then the Bandicoot bundle with a Kiwi. You can also buy the Kiwi separately for $4.99. And we talked about beautiful chairs, only $3.29. And they are flying off the shelves. FedEx keeps coming and picking up product for you guys. guys are
That's
tearing it up.
wonderful. You did a great job showing us all the wonderful studio options. You're making my job really, really hard trying to figure out which one I'm getting though, Harley. Seriously. I don't know. I'm going back and forth, back and forth.
You know what? I'll come to Nashville, or better yet, we have you come here and you can try them all.
Oh, we would love that. That would be so much fun.
Yeah. I could be your guide.
Yes, and then I'll be able to touch them, feel them, see which one I love the most. But I'm leaning towards Aussie now.
You're leaning toward Aussie now. Okay.
I am.
All good choices, mind you.
You've convinced me. You just have to convince my husband. When you were off, I had shown a little picture of my dining room
I
during
saw that.
SewCreative Live. Yeah. I was like, which one fits the best? I need your opinion, Harley.
Trisha, we need to work on your dining room. It's no longer your dining room. It's going to be your
that's
sewing.
A whole nother story.
It's not a dining room. That is your sewing space. And it's all yours.
All right. Well, why don't we do a couple of giveaways?
Let's do it.
All right. Can you pull up the giveaway tool, Brian?
Great.
You're already there. Let's do it.
Who's the lucky winner?
Who is it? Gonna be Judy Riddle. Congratulations.
Judy.
You win a couple of those quilt blocks.
Yay!
That's $129 value. Congratulations. We got one more of those. Let's do another winner.
Oh boy, the pressure.
Here we go. While we're waiting for that. Here we go. Pamika, congratulations, Tamika.
Yay.
Congratulations, everybody. Well, we hope you had a wonderful time with us, Harley. We enjoyed you. I know you're coming back tomorrow to show us that kookaburra table for Brian.
Back tomorrow just for Brian. No one else.
Just for him.
Just for him.
I'll go over all this
place your
amazing
orders and
pricing
sewing
and everything.
parts. Yeah, place the orders with you guys today. Cabinets will go out tomorrow, or if not yet today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Harley. I'll
welcome.
go over these amazing prices.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Trisha. Have a great day.
Bye. He is coming back tomorrow to show us that kookaburra table and some other awesome furniture. But why don't we do a quick recap here? And I've shown my dining room a couple of times, but shoot me a comment. Help me. Give me a suggestion. Do you think I should do the kangaroo and Joey or the Aussie or the wallaby? If it's the wallaby, give me a 1 in the comments, right? If you think that would work in my little situation there, it's a good option. That normally is $2,199 with a sale price of $1,599. If you were on a little earlier, we had mentioned surprise. We have special event pricing for these options, so you can give us a call and we'll have even better pricing than what's displayed on the screen. And with the purchase of the wallaby, you're going to get those free quilt blocks. If you vote for number 2, the kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet, you think that would work well in my dining room, give me a 2. That MSRP is $2,499 with the sale price of $1,799, but not special event pricing. So give us a call and we'll get you even better pricing on that. And of course, you would get the free quilt blocks. And then number 3, if you think number 3 would work for my situation, let me see those 3s in the comment. That's the one I want to see. Tell me that's the one you think I need, right? How about you? Does that fit with your sewing studio area? It is such an awesome option. It's normally $2,499 on sale for $1,799, but you can get even better pricing right now. Remember, financing is available. And of course, you will get the free quilt blocks. Well, let's go over a couple of things that are coming up. We want to just tell you that we have Kate from Aurifil Thread. We've got Juki and Baby Lock educators demoing more machines, Sam Fung from Janome, and of course, we're going to continue doing these giveaways and having the surprise Christmas word. I don't know about you, but I am really enjoying seeing the surprise Christmas word popping up on the screen. So much fun. All right, next we have a pattern bundle that values over $160. So keep an eye out for that Christmas word, and we'll give that prize away at the end of our segment. The next segment, this one is really, really fun. Our next guest has a fun story on how she came to be part of SewCreative Live, and I'm actually going to let her tell you that story.
Hello.
Welcome, Chelsea. Hello.
Happy
How are you
holidays,
doing?
everybody.
We are so happy to have you here. I just mentioned that you have kind of a fun story on how you met us. Do you want to go ahead and share it?
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. I'm Chelsea. I am a TikToker and Instagrammer. My account is She Sews Seams. And I met Trisha, or learned about sewing parts online from their last event back in September. So I joined TikTok in about around August, and I saw the advertisement for this event. And so I literally sat in my sewing room with my computer running while sewing, and just like, I want all the things. So, really excited to watch Trisha on that. And I Googled them, and I realized that they are in Dixon, Tennessee, which is about an hour and a half from where I live, just outside of Nashville. So my birthday was in September, and I told my husband, I was like, I really would love to upgrade my serger. I really want to cover stitch. Have I been good this year? Do I get these treats? He, of course, was like, go for it. So I made this plan. I had called the customer service line, and I was like, do you have a storefront? Can I come see you? And so on my birthday, I got my kids all sorted out, which if you have kids, you know that that can be a little bit of a feat. So I got in the car, I drove to Sewing Parts Online to their actual storefront because I wanted to pick out my machines and take them home that day. So I get there, and there's a sign on the door that says, so sorry, we're closed today due to illness in our staff. We're so sorry. If you need immediate assistance, please call this number. So I had this like moral dilemma where I was like, is this immediate assistance? And I was like, you know what? It's my birthday. Yes, it is immediate assistance. So I called the customer service number, and I was just blown away with how nice everybody was. The woman I spoke to was like, oh, you're in the parking lot? Hold on a second. So she got off the phone and came back on and said, you know what, just come to the door. We'll take care of you. So I walked to the door. Now, granted, y'all, I was like almost in tears at this point. Like, I was like, please help me. Like, I want my machines, you know, when you get so worked up about, you know, getting excited about something. So anyway, I went in, and who comes out from the back room but Trisha, who I had just watched multiple days of, like the week before. I felt like we were already friends. And she came out and was just so helpful. Everyone I met multiple people on the staff there that day. They opened up the store for me so that I could look at the machines and ask the questions that I had, because making a big purchase like that is stressful, and you want all the information from somebody who really knows the machines. And so Trisha was an amazing help, and I ended up going home. I'll turn my camera. I'm going to be sewing on them today. I got to go home with my beautiful Baby Lock Celebrate, which I absolutely love. And I also got the Juki MC14000 cover stitch machine, which has been such a game changer for my sewing. I had not been able to sew with a cover stitch prior to that because we just, you know, you have 3 kids and that's not the top of your priority list, but I made it one. I've been having so much fun enjoying sewing on these machines. And so I cannot say enough good things about Trisha and Brian and the entire team at Sewing Parts Online. I told them in a TikTok post, I said, I'm a customer for life. You guys got me. Like, I will drive my machines an hour and a half to get them serviced because I just really trust you guys, and I trust your products, and I trust that you will guide sewists and creators in the best decisions that they can make with the amount of money they have to spend. And I love this event. I'm so excited to be a part of it. Thank you, Trisha, for including me today.
Well, we are so happy to have you, Chelsea. And as you said, we feel like we're friends already. I watch
Totally.
your TikToks and talking to you and emailing you. I'm like, I just love her.
Well, I love you.
Well, thank you. But I love that story. And I am very excited to see your Celebrate and your Juki in action when you show us how to make the Jalie Raglan tee. So
Absolutely. So do you want me to take it away? Should we go for
I
it?
think we'll let you take it away, and I'll pop in if you need me. Just let me know. And I
Yes.
might just interject once in a while as well.
Please do. I love to chat. If y'all ever watch my TikToks live, I just like it's
Yeah,
not hard
if
for
you
me
don't
to
follow
just
her, you need to follow her. She is awesome, and she does great lives.
All right, guys, let's get into it. So today we're going to be making the Nico Raglan pattern from Jalie Pattern Company. This is available with Sewing Parts Online. It comes in 27 sizes, y'all. It goes from a 2T to a men's XXL. So this is a very versatile pattern. And what I'm going to show you today is I wanted to make Christmas jammies for my 3 children. I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 2-year-old. So, you know, lots of free time to do extra work. But what I found in this pattern is I actually could make these beautiful shirts. They don't take a ton of time. And I actually wanted to show you an example of what we're going to make today. This is going to be my son's Raglan. So this is what we're going to make on the sew along today. If you bought the Nico pattern, I want you to see how easy it is to make this beautiful shirt. And my kids are all going to be matching. I'm not sure how many more years of matching jammies that I'm going to get out of them. So I'm going to soak up those moments as best I can. So the first thing I wanted to show you is the versatility of this pattern, and also tell you just a little hack, because that's what my TikTok is all about, is showing you just sewing hacks and little hints and tips that help you along your sewing journey. Because wherever you are in your sewing journey, my account is meant to make it feel accessible and to make it feel approachable, because somebody told me once that sewing was a dying art, and that made me mad, because sewing is my art and it's something I'm passionate about. And if you're on this live today, you're probably passionate about it too. So let's get into it. My first little hack I wanted to show you is when I cut this pattern out, I wanted to make one for my husband to practice on, because I think he looks really good in Raglans. But I also wanted to be able to save those patterns for future use. So there's many ways that you can do this, but I cut it down and I ended up taking the piece. This is my son's pattern and it's in his size, and you can just cut this outer layer out, and I glued it to wrapping paper, y'all. 'Tis the season, right? We've got wrapping paper coming out of our eyeballs. So this is a quick and easy tip to just keep the pattern with you so that you can keep cutting it down. So I worked down from the top. I made a pattern for my husband. I cut one for my son. I did my daughter, and then my littlest one. So I got 4 versions of this pattern that will fit them for a pretty long time. This is a very forgiving pattern. I do suggest you make it true to the size that you or your wearer wears right now. It's got a little bit of movement to it, but that's what Raglans are for, unless you want it really fitted. And then I would maybe go down 1 size, but I wouldn't go too far down. This guy, I was laughing at the pattern because they said, if you want this type of fit, go down 3 sizes. And I was like, I am not making a 2T for my daughter who's a size 6. Like, it didn't quite compute for me. So you just kind of choose. The measurements are on the back. So that's how, you can kind of know which sizes to make of this pattern. So let's get into it, y'all. Let's do some sewing. This pattern is super easy. Like I said, you're going to cut 4 pieces. You've got your front, you've got your back, you've got, it's going to be 5. You got your sleeves, which you'll cut 2 of, and then you have your neckband. So the first thing we're going to do is I like to take, when I cut my front piece, because I don't keep my paper pattern with my pieces once I start sewing them, obviously. And a raglan can be a little bit confusing if you're first learning to sew, to know which is the front, which is the back. So I always put a little wonder clip. If y'all don't use wonder clips, I highly recommend them. They are so much better than pins when you're using your serger, and I'm like 99.9% sure that Sewing Parts Online sells them. So I like to put a little clip right in the middle. I'm not going to be sewing anywhere around the center of my shirt, but that's just a quick marker for me to remember where the center and the front is, and opposed to the back, because they look a lot alike. So the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to turn you guys so you can see my machines and aim you down a little bit, is we're going to clip the sleeves to the front piece. So we've got the front piece here. I've got 2 sleeves, and when I cut these out, I also mark them with a pin. Some patterns come with notches. You can cut those in, and that's fine. I just don't like to make extra cuts in my fabric if I don't have to. So I just mark it with a clip. And we're simply going to lay this front piece right along this seam line of this part. So I've got my clips here. We're just going to attach it, and we're going to sew serge right down this line. Now I changed to red thread because I felt like this was a little iffy, because when you're sewing, you know, you got red, you got white, but I feel like on the sleeve to see white thread sticking out would make it look a little bit weird. So I went with red for the project, and we're just going to sew a simple serged seam right here. So while I'm doing this, I would love if y'all would put in the comments, you know, where you're at with serging. Do you own a serger? Do you own a cover stitch? What sort of machines do you like to sew on? Let us know in the comments, and then maybe Trisha can kind of give me an idea of, you know, where people are at. I learned on a Brother 1034D. That was my first serger. I used it for 10 years, y'all. I really tried to take good care of it. It was an investment at the time, and that machine was so kind to me. But now, you know, I was ready to kind of step up to a next level machine. And Trisha is the one that actually recommended this Baby Lock Celebrate. And they sell these. And I have never looked back, y'all. This machine is like butter. Like, it just slips your fabric through so beautifully. And the other funny thing is, my brother's serger tended to be a little loud. And that's okay. Like, I don't mind a loud serger, but my son's room is right here. So, and I tend to sew at night, and my husband would laugh because on the baby monitor, you can hear this like da, 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 going through. So we kind of had to think about that too. So I moved a few things around, kind of pulled the table from the wall a little bit, and was able to remedy that for the time being. But this one, listen to it, y'all. I mean, that's so quiet. Like, you can hardly hear it. So my 2-year-old sleeps a little better thanks to Trisha's recommendation. So thank you, Trisha, on that one. Okay. And I'm sewing these on a 1/4-inch seam, which means I'm basically just running that fabric right next to right along the edge of my presser foot, because that gives me about 1/4 of an inch. Okay. So we have attached the front sleeves to the front panel. And now all we're going to do is attach that back panel to the sleeves. So let's flip it around. Now, one thing I wanted to mention about picking your fabric, if you are new to serging, I recommend that you choose maybe a thicker fabric to start out with. You know, it's a little bit of a tricky slope because Walmart has a lot of these like pre-cut bundles. I know a lot of people talk about them. And sometimes you can find quality fabrics, and sometimes they're a little thinner. And if you're new to serging and cover stitching, I do recommend that you find one with a little bit more weight to it, because it helps you when you're clipping. It helps you keep your seams even. And then once you start getting a little more comfortable, you can work in some of those more slippery sort of thin fabrics. But definitely check out the fabric, hold it in your hands, you know, see if it has a good weight to it, because that'll definitely help you in your sewing journey. Trisha, did you get any responses about like where people are with their serging and cover stitching and what people like to sew on?
I haven't yet, but I'm still scrolling through the comments. Everybody can continue to keep on. Oh, there we go. Now
Let us know.
There we go. The serger. Can you say what serger that is again?
This is the Baby Lock Celebrate, and it's
And
amazing.
I have the same one. I love that serger. I love seeing it in action too. And you are right. It does sound really nice. Yeah. The other thing, guess who's on today, Chelsea?
Who?
Heidi Ivy.
Heidi, hi. What's up, Heidi?
We are all TikTok friends. Heidi is awesome. She had joined us back in our SewCreative Live September. So it's kind of fun when you start seeing each other's names popping up here. So she
Hello,
says, hey,
Heidi.
Chelsea.
She's just the best. I love her, like their tutorials. Like she is next level. Like I've learned so much from her. She's great.
I know. She has so much good content out there.
She
Very,
really
very
does.
good. Well, I was totally enjoying your live the other night. So Chelsea was on practicing doing the Nico tea, and I popped on there and I was watching her for a while, and she even ended up having her husband totally show it off when she was all done. So we got to see her husband, Isaac.
My husband is a doppelganger. I actually just posted on my TikTok a video, like a split screen of him next to Ben Affleck, because we have gotten stopped in restaurants before. Now, this was before J-Lo, of course, but we were at the melting pot one time for like our anniversary, and this lady came up and was like, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Are you Ben Affleck? And my husband was like, no.
May I have a picture, please? People will believe it.
He was like,
She's
maybe
not
I should just start doing it. I'm telling them yes. I was like, yeah, you should.
He's famous,
Right,
but he really does look like Ben Affleck. It was pretty funny because she had us guest the other day, and Chelsea's like, "What do you think?" And so yeah, it was awesome. Good
Trisha,
stuff.
you were the first one to get it right. I was waiting on it, and you came right out the gate with Ben Affleck.
Yeah. No, that Baby Lock Celebrate is so awesome. Yeah, I was enjoying watching you do that. And you had mentioned on your TikTok about our prizes and everything. And just a quick little recap, we are going to be giving away that Baby Lock Triumph on day 3 as our grand prize, which is a $7,500 value. So
That looks good on me. Put that back up. That looks really good.
That looks good on you.
He's so cute.
Well, what about your Celebrate, right? No.
I mean, any Baby Lock I'll take, you know?
Oh, they are wonderful. We're going to be seeing quite a few more. I think Melinda Stephensen is going to be showing us the Victory. That one's really cool too. That doesn't, it has the auto tension, so you don't even have to think about the tension. So that's pretty
Watch
cool.
that segment for sure.
Yeah. Lots of good stuff coming up.
Are y'all ready to cover stitch? Let's use this cover stitch, y'all. So we got the circle. We're almost there, y'all. I'm telling you, this raglan takes no time at all. I was laughing because on my TikTok, I was like Trisha said, I was practicing it the other day, and I was like, I wonder how long this will take me to sew. And I told them, I was like, you know, if I'm doing this off the live and not gabbing my face off, I can make this in like 20 minutes. But it took me an hour and a half on the live because I was just, you know, we get to talking. So what I already pre-did on this, because I wanted to save a little time, is I pressed this hem down 1/2 of an inch, and I pressed it to the inside. So when we're cover stitching, we're going to be sewing on the right side of the fabric. So you're not going to be able to see that hem, that seam, or that hem that you've created. So this is where using your seam gauge and making sure that you're doing an even 1/2 inch hem, or whatever the measurement is, all the way across is important, because it's going to be sort of done on the blind. Like you're not going to be able to see it very well. So let's go to the cover stitch and let's sew this hem. And you can sew this hem in at the end, but you'd be sewing the cover stitch in the round, which is not typically hard if you're doing it on like the bottom of a shirt. But because my daughter is tiny and these little sleeves are tiny, sewing in the round can be a little bit overwhelming on a smaller circle. So my hack for this is I sew the seam straight across before I attach the sleeve together. So that's what we're going to be doing right now. So here's the cover stitch. It's very similar to a serger. The difference is a serger is going to be used to create seams usually on the interior of your garment, and a cover stitch, if anyone's wearing like a t-shirt right now, if you look down at the bottom of your t-shirt on the hem, this is where you're going to see your cover stitch, and it's going to be usually 2 or 3 lines on the front of your shirt, and then on the back you'll see kind of a crisscross design. Sergers and cover stitch machines, if you want to think of it in sort of a simple way, is they're knitting your fabric together, or they're knitting the thread together to create a seam with give. So when you're creating something on your sewing machine, it has options for this. So if you don't have these machines, you can always use a twin needle. You can use a zigzag stitch. We just want to make sure we're finishing those seams. I posted on this yesterday. I was laughing because I was doing a pattern. Now this was on a woven fabric, but I was getting irritated because it was a simplicity pattern, and there's nothing against simplicity. I love their patterns, but they never tell you to finish your seams. And y'all, that's important. We don't want our fabric unraveling and making a big old mess. So an option for that is a serger. That's the best option I can think of to finish a seam on the interior of a garment. But there's so many other options. You can use pinking shears. You can use a zigzag stitch. So don't be dismayed if you don't have a serger. There's so many ways to do this. Million ways to skin a cat, if you will, but that sounds yucky. So let's not talk about that anymore. All right, let's cover stitch this hem. So we're gonna do this. Can you guys see this okay? I'll pull it a little closer so you can see better. This is the Juki 1500N. And we're going to raise the presser foot and load this fabric in. And I like to use the side of my presser foot as the gauge for whatever length or seam I'm going to be sewing. The real thing to do here is to just commit. If you're going to run it along the side of your presser foot, commit to it. Don't change it halfway through or your seam will be wiggly.
That is such good advice. I wanted to pop on here really quick and just say that your explanation of a cover stitch machine and a serger was excellent. But I also want to let you know that we have another segment coming up tomorrow with LuAnn Hartley, and she's going to do a whole segment on the difference between a cover stitch and a serger. So if you want a little bit more information on that.
Someone who can definitely explain it probably way better than I can. But
you did a wonderful job.
My kind of understanding of it. So let's look at this cover stitch and see how it turned out. What do you guys think? It's a 3-line cover stitch. You'll see that it's really nice on the front. It creates a beautiful finish. And then on the back, you just have this simple kind of knit look. And we followed, this is, like I said, again, where you're ironing, and precision with ironing comes in handy because look how straight across that went. If I hadn't ironed it down, and let me be honest, I've done that before. We're all human, right? It just doesn't come out as nice. So there's this constant battle, I think not battle, but conversation going on between sewists of where can I take shortcuts? And the more that I sew, the more I find most shortcuts are just not worth taking. It's really good to learn the fundamentals of sewing and really understand the craft so that you can create beautiful, items, garments, bags, whatever you like to sew, quilts. But those fundamentals are really important. So that is my suggestion, is if you are getting into serging and you're getting into cover stitching, I'm actually going to steal from Heidi on this one. She recommends that you read your manual like a romance novel. And I fully support that, y'all. You learn so much from those manuals for sure. Okay, so we've cover stitched the second side. This is our other wrist sleeve hem. And now we're going to attach the sides. So we'll fold the garment down. I still have that front piece marked. I know where my front is. I know where my back is. And the next thing we're going to do is attach with our wonder clip. So where I like to start on this is right at my seams in the armpit. And I'm going to tell you why in just a second. So let's line those up nice and straight and wonder clip it. And then, as you get more comfortable with sewing, you may not use pins and clips as often. But when you're first starting out, I really recommend that you do. I know some sewists, it's just funny to watch what people say. They're like, I don't ever use pins or clips. And it makes me laugh because, sometimes you need them and other times you're comfortable without them. So this one, I do like to clip, clip, clip because I want to make sure that things are even and straight. So we've got this armpit and this sleeve and side seam all clipped together. And what I want to talk about before I throw this through the serger is, let's talk about nesting seams for a second. So have you ever looked at a garment or sewn a garment and you look at the armpit and it's like the seams are all wiggly wackety and they're not quite lined up and it's just a little bit yucky looking. And a lot of sewists get frustrated about this, and I did for sure. When I was learning to serge, I could not get those seams to line up. And the trick that I learned, and the one that I recommend to people learning to serge, is let's nest those seams. So what that means is you have two seams sticking out here. I want to put one facing one direction. Okay, so this one's going to go down, and this one I'm going to face up, and that's going to help them line up as I'm pushing them through the knife and needle of my serger. And the other thing I'll show you as I'm serging through it is I'm going to hold on to that as I'm pushing it through because I want it to stay put. Now, there's a million ways you can do this. Some people suggest using a glue stick to stick those pieces together. Some people like to throw a basting stitch in, but y'all, if I have to switch to my sewing machine from my serger mid-project, I don't know, there's some like mental hiccup there where I'm like, I can't, I have to stay on my serger. So this is my solution. And we will see how it turns out. I'm going to be vulnerable here and see if my nesting of the seams pans out today. I'll show you the seam once we sew it. So let's go back to the Celebrate. I'm going to lift my presser foot on this one because I've got these two pieces that I want to make sure are lined up nicely. I'm even going to raise my knife a little bit to get as far into the machine as I can to start my stitch. And the trick here is you want to start slow. So we're not going to pedal to the metal just yet. Just little tiny stitches to get onto that fabric, and then you can kind of let her rip. Now, for those of you who are new to serging, as you can see, my knife is running right now, and it's cutting my fabric as I go, which is a beautiful thing because it helps keep things even. It really neatens up your seams as you're going. And the whole point of a serger is to knit around your seam so that it protects it from going, you know, all haywire when you wash it. You don't want it to unravel. Now, knits don't unravel, but it does help keep knits, it helps them stretch as you wear it. So you always want to try and serge with knit fabric if you can. So we're approaching that knife and needle. I've got my seams already nested, but I'm going to just stop here and I want to double check it, okay? My dad told me when I was little and I wanted to learn how to cut wood and do cool stuff like he did because he owned a construction company. He said, measure twice, cut once. And that is something I have carried with me for the most part through my life. Now, I'm a little bit of an impulsive person. So sometimes I don't measure at all and then I start cutting and it becomes a hot mess. But when it comes to sewing, I like to measure twice. I like to check it twice. I like to just make sure that what I'm doing is the correct move and that things are lined up properly. Because when you're like 18 steps into a sewing project and you mess something up because you just got lazy, y'all, that's a bad feeling. We don't want that. So, all right, let's finish out this seam. Now the Celebrate, I can show you this, has a cutting feature right here. I don't know if y'all can see that here, but I can take my thread here and I can just run it right over that. For some reason, I got in the habit of not using that, but I need to get back into it because it really is a useful feature. I just like to use my little embroidery scissors. I'm kind of a snob when it comes to my baby scissors. Okay, let's see how these nested up. Look at that. You guys, oh, I can't even get the camera right. There we go. We did it. Look at that. So that's proof that like nesting those seams and taking a second to double check them really does help for sure. So let's sew this other side. We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. I need to probably stop chatting so much and keep working. Trisha, how are the comments? Is anybody talking? Have we talked any more about sergers or types of sergers people like to use? Or
well, so far I've seen a couple of brothers and baby locks as well, but
yeah.
I am loving this so far. Yeah, nesting your seams are so great. That is such a wonderful tip.
For sure. It's just, when you get that wonky armpit seam, it like ruins your day a little bit, right?
Yes. And we do have a comment from Linda. She said she always has trouble with neck bands, so she is looking forward to watching you. And you've got an extra good tip when it comes to neck bands. So I love I love that one. So I'm going to wait so you can show your little tip on that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're actually going to do that step next. So you're right
Nice.
in time, Linda. Hang in there. Grab a quick beverage and come right back and we'll do some neckbands. All right, I'm nesting those seams. I don't feel super great about this one. Let's realign here. Trisha, do you think this one's going to turn out good or bad?
Beautiful. I know it is.
Hey, that's what sewing's all about, you guys, is trial and error, practicing and trying to get better. None of us are perfect at this. It is just something that we enjoy and we work hard to get better at. And so that's why I've really enjoyed these SewCreative live events, because where else are you going to get education on like the Schmetz needles, y'all? When they did that segment last time, are you having the Schmetz representative again, Trisha?
We are. Rhonda's going to be joining us again. Let me just take a look at my schedule. I believe it's tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow at 11:30, she'll be tuning in.
Oh, you guys, don't miss that segment. Like, I learned so much about needles during that segment, and it just was unbelievably helpful. So yeah, okay, let's see how this one turned out. Did we nest them? You guys, I'm buying a lottery ticket. I'm doing it. It's proof, y'all. Nesting works. Okay, let's talk about neckbands. We are 2 steps away from being done with this project, y'all. This is how fast this Raglan comes together. So if you're thinking about sewing Christmas clothes for your kids or for your dog or your husband or anybody in your family, or maybe if you like, are you that brave sewist? Is anyone brave enough that they make them for like their entire family? Like, I'm talking like extended family. I've seen some people do that. They're a lot braver than I am. But I do think, you know, if some people are not into the matchy Christmas, but you know, I recognize like my kids are getting older and I don't know how many more years we're going to have of matchy Christmas. So I'm doing it. Okay. My husband laughs at me, but I love it. So I'm doing a quick little, this is another little hack I can show you guys. When you finish a seam on a shirt and you have this little tail hanging out, there's a million different ways that you can take care of this, but it is good to try and finish it somehow instead of just snipping it. So what I do is I take an embroidery needle and I load that thread through the eye. Embroidery needle is key here because the eye is nice and big. And we're just going to back sew it through those stitches and just trim it down. Okay. Another option is you can turn the work and go opposite of the direction that you just sewed and kind of overlap those seams. Some people tie them. I saw somebody like, I think they burned them. I don't know. I'm not really big on bringing fire into my house, like open flames. You can see those, even when we didn't sew in the round on the cover stitch, you can still make those lines match up. And the reason that those matched up is because I committed to my presser, like the measurement of my seam and where I was putting it on my presser foot as a measurement and eyeballing it. So that's why that worked out well. If you don't make a plan, it may not come out quite as evenly. So, all right, let's talk about the neckband. So here's our neckband. And what we're going to do first is I'm going to find the right side of my fabric and we're going to sew just a little stitch right here on the serger to close the neckband. So let's do that. I'm curious to know what everybody wants for Christmas. This is like kind of my chitty chat that I do on my lives. Someone said the other day they wanted a brand new iron. And I thought, you know what? Now I want an iron. So what do you guys want for Christmas? What's on your list for Santa? I'm sure you'll be able to make a big list from watching the SewCreative live event because mine is certainly growing with every segment.
That is totally true. Mine is totally going to be the Cutie frame. I want the Cutie frame so bad.
That was amazing. That was such a great segment. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I love that they put the quilt on there so you could actually see it being, installed
Right.
on the Cutie. That was cool.
And I'm
Yeah.
not a quilter, I'm a garment person. And so I'd like to get into quilting. And I think that would be because I just don't know. Like, I don't know anything about backing quilts. I know that you do it, but, they were talking about mailing them out. And to be able to do that at home, I mean, amazing, empowering too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And I love that it doesn't take up a lot of space because I just don't have a lot of space at my house. So I was thinking,
me
okay,
neither.
I could put it here, I could put it there, I could store it there. And when they said hanging it up, I was like, that would work really well. Hang it up on the wall when you're done.
Your dining room is going to be amazing by the end of this event. I'm
I
gonna need to
loved
see that.
Harley's comment where he was just like, we need to talk about your dining room.
I wish I could turn my dining room into a sewing space. Girl, that's awesome.
Oh, well, we never use it. So I've been saying it for a long time. I'm like, honey, can we move everything out to the dining room? So usually during the holidays, just because I need more space for sewing, I'll bring everything out and then put it back in our office/sewing room. So
That's
this
fair.
time I'm like, maybe if I leave it out there a little bit longer, I'll be able to convince him that I can get my whole sewing studio set up out there and
Like,
forget
it
about the
just
dining room.
became part of the house. Like, you just stop
Exactly.
talking about it and accept that this is what it is now, right?
We have an island to eat at and a table in the kitchen, so we don't need a dining room
What
anyway.
more do you need, right? All right, let's talk about quarter points, y'all. This is how you do a neckband. And what is a quarter point? So what I'm doing is I'm marking this neckband for every quarter point. And to do that, I just keep hanging it from my finger. Okay, so I'm making sure these match up. My clip is at the bottom. And then I just hold it with my finger and stick this clip in. Okay, what is the point of a quarter point? It's going to evenly distribute your stretch across the entire neckband so that you're not pulling one side really taut and then the other side at the end ends up really loose, or vice versa, and it looks all wonky. So we marked it on our neckband. The next place we're going to mark it is on our actual raglan. So to do this, I fold it down and I'm going to mark it with my Wonder Clips just the way I did with my neckband. So again, Wonder Clips for the win, y'all. Get you some Wonder Clips if you don't have any. So I'm going to match up these two, and you'll see that it's not going to be quite where, it's not going to be on a seam. It's going to be kind of in the middle. So let's mark that one. Linda, are you watching? Are you watching the quarter pointing? This is important. All right. And again, this is where marking your front is going to be helpful and save you time. So one other trick to know about a raglan is the back piece is always the neck part of your main front or back fabric is always going to be a little bit more narrow than the front part, and it's going to come up a little higher. So if you do end up forgetting to mark it, all is not lost. Just find where the neckline is a little wider, and that's going to be the front. Okay, so we're going to find the seam on the back of our neckband right here, and I'm going to put that on the back of my shirt. So what I do here is I just match up my clips, take one out, and clip together everything. So let's do that around the whole edge. Trisha, I think my mom and dad are watching today. Funny
That's
story
awesome.
about that, Trisha. I have to tell you this.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
mom's name is Trisha.
Oh,
Yeah. Here's the other funny part. Isn't your representative that repairs and kind of the guy in the main part of your room, isn't his name Dennis?
it is.
That's my dad's name.
Dennis and Trisha.
I was like, it's meant to be. We're all supposed to be friends.
I love it. Well, I've told you we want to have you back, and then once we have our studio in, we can all get together and we can cause some trouble.
Yeah, we can. Okay, y'all, we're ready to sew this neckband. So we are all attached. The quarter points are marked. All we have to do now is sew a nice serged line around the edge. And again, I want you to remember when you're sewing a neckline, and if you're new to serging, commit, okay? Commit to whatever measurement you start on and stop every couple inches and renegotiate. Make sure things are lined up properly and just take your time, okay? We can do this. We can sew neckbands. Okay, so what I'm committing to is I'm going to run this on my 1/4 inch, which is right against where my strike plate is. So that's my commitment. I'm saying it out loud. And I want to make sure that I am going slow and catching all 3 layers in that seam. And again, this is not zippity doo-dah right through your serger. This takes time. It's something you're going to just do a little bit slower. And this is where using a little bit of a more girthy fabric, like a thicker fabric, is going to help you, because if you're trying to stretch a very thin fabric, it can roll. Like you can kind of see this one is rolling just a smidge. So to take care of that, using like a more thick fabric, a nicer knit would be helpful. I got this, if you're looking for this fabric, I hope it's okay to say this. I got this at Joann. It's good to follow those sales, but Trisha, do you guys sell fabric on your website? I'm sorry, I haven't looked. I should have looked at that beforehand.
It's okay. We don't sell knit fabric on our website, but we do have a lot of quilting fabric where you could do fat quarters and charms, things like that. We also have a store called ineedfabric.com, and you can get a ton of high quality quilting fabric.
I have seen some of those giveaways that you've done from them, and it is gorgeous what you guys get from them. I need to look at that.
They're awesome, yes.
Awesome. I need to ask you too, where is it SPO? Is that what you call your elf?
SPO is having fun. I did take pictures this morning, but with preparation for SewCreative Live, I wasn't able to post it yet, but he's out there causing trouble.
Ooh, I can't wait to see what kind of mischief that little dude's getting into today.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun thing to do.
I also was going to talk to you, Trisha. So one thing Trisha recommended was with this, I was actually looking at a less expensive serger when we were together for that meeting on my birthday. And she said that the Baby Lock Celebrate, one of the nice points about it is it has that air threading option. And you guys, that's really worth it. That's an awesome, awesome thing to have at your disposal. It just really takes a lot of time out of rethreading that machine, because we all know, like, our least favorite thing is to have to rethread the serger, right? Like, it's like,
oh yeah. There's a lot of fear when it comes to threading a serger, and that air threading just takes all the fear away from it and makes it so easy. And, just grab your manual like you were talking about before and walk through it a couple of times. And from then on, they're super easy to thread.
Absolutely. And just a quick note, you guys, Trisha has a ton of videos, tutorials on different types of things that the machines that you buy from them. I actually used it the other day because there was a part I needed to do something on my cover stitch, and she had this amazing video of how to thread your cover stitch. So if you buy from Sewing Parts Online, you guys, you're going to have that support there, because Trisha has taken the time to create the support, and that's amazing. So thank you for that.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's really sweet. And we plan to do more videos like that, unboxing, more threading videos, and more YouTube tutorials in general. So it's going to be exciting. Now, Brian's joined the team too. So he's going to be helping me with videos as well. So there's even going to be more education to share.
That's so great. Much appreciated. I mean, for sure. Because when you get that new machine home, you're like, oh, this makes me feel stressed out. But you make it so much easier.
We don't want anybody stressed out, right?
No, not at all. All right, let's look how the neckline turned out. I think it turned out pretty good, you guys. What do you think? Nice and even. We committed to a measurement. That's the main thing. And you just take that, those quarter points matter, y'all. That keeps that stretch going across the entire neckline. Okay, so let's do the last step. We're gonna sew the hem of the bottom of the shirt, and then we'll be ready for Christmas jammies, y'all. I might just put my kids in these tonight because I'm so excited about it. So, okay, we're going to go over to the sewing or to the ironing board, Brian, if you don't mind switching the camera. And I might have to reheat my iron here because I've been.
Chelsea, it looks like we're muted.
On her phone.
Is it muted on your phone, Chelsea?
I wonder if she can hear us.
We could put both of them on.
Better?
There, I think that was good. There we go.
Ask her wait.
Trisha, I can't hear you, but I'm just going to keep ironing, okay?
Perfect. We can hear you now.
I'm going to read your lips and just assume that that's okay. So, if you can hear me, then we're good. Can you nod if you can hear me? Okay, great. All right, so what we're going to do is just iron this out a 1/2 inch. And this is where your seam gauge comes in handy, y'all. Everybody needs a seam gauge. These are metal. They get a little hot when you iron them, so don't touch them too close, but this is how I like to mark my seams. And we're just going to go the whole way around with this, you guys. And blast it with a little steam. See that? Woo, nice and steamy. We're getting steamy up in the sewing room today. And Isaac's not even up here, y'all. What are we going to do? Ben's not here. Ben Affleck. For those of you who just joined late, you're probably missing that joke. My husband's doppelganger is Ben Affleck, so we've been making jokes, Trisha and I, about my celebrity husband, which he's a celebrity to me regardless. So, all right, let's keep doing this. We're going to work around, and then that'll be our last step, you guys. And then this shirt will be 100% sewn. And my daughter knew that I was making her a shirt today on this live. And she was like, well, can I try it on for everybody? And I was like, well, they're not going to be there anymore. Oh, she's a trip. Okay, Trisha, we can go back where I can hopefully hear you again.
Okay, we can't hear her.
Oh, we can't hear you again. What happened? I can lip read.
Can she hear us?
Can you hear us? I can't hear you. They're working on it. Quick fix, right? I can't hear you, Chelsea. Let's see. Let's do this. Brian's looking at it really quick. While he's checking that out, I'm just going to show the Nico pattern here so everybody knows where they can find it, and then we'll get you back on. So we do have this pattern available on our website. It's the Jalie Raglan T pattern. Chelsea's doing such an awesome job showing us how to make this, giving us those pointers. Great sale price too of the $14.99. So it works great for your Christmas jammies, but you can always make a good Raglan, right? Everybody loves a good Raglan. Chelsea popped off for just a second, but she's going to come back on so she can show you the results. Maybe she can get her husband Isaac to show us what it looks like. That's what she did last time. All right. Rebecca commented, what do you mean by air threading? Okay, so with the Baby Lock Celebrate, there's some tubular like little shafts where you put your thread in, and there's a push of a button, and it'll take a burst of air and push your thread through those tubes and bring your thread out the other end. And it just makes it super easy to thread your loopers. And then you've got your other thread that you'll bring down to your needles. So super easy to thread the Celebrate. And then there's other sergers as well that have an even more advanced air threading option, like the Extraordinaire and the other Jet Air. Oh, I think Chelsea's just about back. Let's see if she can come on. There she is.
Technology,
We got to see the
guys.
finished result.
Okay, we're on the last step. Let's just pick it right back up. We're going to sew this last hem, okay? And we're going to cover stitch it. So like I talked about earlier on, your ironing matters, okay? We want to make sure that 1/2 inch is pressed well across the entire hem of the bottom of your garment, because you're going to be sewing on the right side of your fabric. So you won't be able to see it, but you can feel it with your fingers. So that's a good tip, is to keep those hands right on that seam line so you can feel it as it's going through. Now we're going to be sewing this one in the round. And when I sew in the round on my cover stitch, that means in a circle around your hem, I like to start on a seam because it's on the side. So if it ends up a little bit off, my hands are going to be down at the side and nobody will see it. So let's get right into it. I'm going to close up on this cover stitch here, grab my scissors so we're ready to roll. And we're going to raise the presser foot, raise your needles, line it up. And again, what's the word of the day? Does anyone remember what I've been saying all along when it comes to seams and getting them nice and even? What's the C word? Commit. Commit to your measurement. We're committing. So I'm running this right along the edge of my presser foot, and that's going to give me a nice even finish all the way around my garment. So let's get into it. And y'all, cover stitches are not scary, okay? Sergers are not scary. How many of you have gotten a serger and you just kind of stared at it for a week? I promise you I did when I first got my serger, because it's a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive? Is that the right word? And it can just feel a little scary, but you guys, don't be afraid of them, because they are such amazing tools to have in your sewing space. And they will amp up your garment making game so much. They're worth the money. They are just the best. Oh, one last note. Knits can easily get in a snit, okay? Let's remember that. They don't like to be pulled. They don't like to be yanked. So when you're running things through a cover stitch or a serger, I mean, be as hands-off as you possibly can where you're not pulling on that fabric. Like you can see I'm barely touching this. I'm letting the machine do all of the work for me, because if I start yanking on that fabric, it's going to start bubbling up in places, and I certainly don't want my hem to be all bubbly. And that's something that you kind of have to learn with your serger and your cover stitch is, read your manual, look at the online blogs and the information that Trisha posts about it to kind of help you get your tensions sorted out, because that can be one of the main reasons that you don't feel successful when you're serging or cover stitching. Is a lot of times it comes down to a tension issue. So pay attention to that. Pay attention to your tension. All right. We're coming around. Okay, so to clean up this stitch and to finish it up, I'm going to lift my presser foot. I'm going to lift my needles. I'm going to stick my hand right here on this presser foot here, and I'm going to reach back with my scissors and pull this thread out. Okay, I'm going to trim it, and then I'm going to push that fabric through, and those loopers are going to lock everything in. Trim my stitch. Got some mess back here we just want to get rid of. And that happens when you're cover stitching or serging, is you're going to have some extra threads that you just need to clip and clean up. We're almost there, you guys. We're so close. The last thing I'm going to do, and you know what? This was such a disaster last time. Let me just turn my camera just to keep it easy. And you're going to see my ugly sewing space, but I just don't want to lose everybody on this one. I just want to blast this hem with a little bit of steam. And what that's going to do is get rid of any sort of bubbling up that may be happening. We're just going to give it a nice little hit with some steam. Keeps things really straight and pretty. And I also need to take off this little clip that was marking my front. And now I have a little seam on the back of my neckline, so I know where my front and my back are.
Chelsea, we do have a comment on here.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do we find your channel?
Oh, so I'm on Instagram and TikTok under She Sews Seams, all one word. I would love for y'all to follow me. We have a lot of fun. I like to talk about sewing. I like to talk about my life a little bit. I'm a pretty honest and upfront person. I don't mince words on a lot, but I do like to help people and encourage them in their sewing journeys. And that's what my TikTok is really all about, is just giving people skills and tools to take on a sewing project if you've never done it before.
Well, Julie Nessa says she loves your enthusiasm with your presentation. So as do we all.
That's very sweet. All right, guys, are you ready for the grand reveal? Here we go. What do you think? That's the Nico pattern, y'all. We did it. And we did it in under an hour while I was gabbing the whole time. So I'm going to call that a win. You guys can order this pattern on Sewing Parts Online. It's a wonderful, versatile pattern. If you're joining late to the segment, you can make this in 27 different sizes, from a 2T to a men's XXL. And it also fits women. So it's super versatile. I highly recommend it. I hope you guys enjoyed making this raglan today. I've really enjoyed hanging out with y'all.
Thank you so much for joining us, Chelsea. We enjoyed it just as much as you did, probably more.
Oh, well, thank you for including me, Trisha.
You're so welcome. And hopefully we can do it again in the future.
I would love that. Happy holidays to you guys, and good luck with everybody who's going to be doing sewing projects. I hope they turn out beautifully.
Thanks, Chelsea. Have an awesome day. Oh, that was so wonderful. And she already told you I was going to fill you in on where you can get that pattern, and just come on over to our website and we can help you out. If you are looking for a fabulous straight stitch machine, stay tuned for our next segment. We are going to show you the TL series, specifically for quilting, but it is also wonderful for purses and for bag making. I just made a diaper bag, actually, just a couple of days ago. Also, just a reminder, our surprise Christmas word, we're going to be popping that up at the beginning of the segment, and then we'll be doing the giveaway we'll actually be doing a few giveaways. We're going to do an Oliso mini iron, and we're going to do 3 sets of the quilting gripper hoops. And I am pretty sure LuAnn's going to show us that in her segment. So we are excited to have her. This is our first time here. Brian, would you mind bringing LuAnn up?
Well, we got to do the giveaway for Chelsea's segment.
We've got to do the giveaway. All right, let's go ahead and do the giveaway.
And this one is a Soda Grow and Notions bundle.
Yep,
for
and
$160.
Yep, that contains the seam gauge and the Schmetz needle pack. And like Chelsea said, Schmetz needles are awesome. So you can check out Rhonda's segment tomorrow, but you'll get some Schmetz needles. Let's go ahead and pick our winner. Let's see who it is today. And again, this is the bundle for the patterns. Denise Capazzi, congratulations. Thank you so much for commenting, and everybody just keep on commenting. Make sure to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word. All right, well, now I think we're ready for LuAnn. What do you think, Brian?
I think so. Let's bring her on.
All right. Hello, LuAnn.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is your first time with SewCreative Live, so we're pumped for you to be here.
I'm glad to be here. And thank you to Chelsea for choosing the Juki cover stitch machine. We're going to talk about that tomorrow in my presentation.
Wonderful. Well, I know you've got a lot to show us today, so we'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you. So my name is LuAnn Hartley, and I am the National Education Manager for Juki America. And you know, Juki's the #1 manufacturer of industrial machines. So we brought that technology into our home sewing department. Our TL sewing machines are straight stitch only, and they are semi-industrial machines. And we're going to talk about 2 of those models today. We're also going to show you how you can do some quilting with our TL series machines too. So first, let's look at the accessories that come with each machine. We're going to talk about a little bit about the differences in the machine. So we'll talk about the accessories first. So I'll be switching cameras here. So let's talk about the accessories that come with the TL-2010 first. So first of all, you're going to get a free motion quilting foot. So there's your free motion foot. It comes with the walking foot. It comes with the adjustable zipper foot, and it comes with the standard foot. You get a little mini dust brush. You get some extra needles for the machine, the little T-pin screwdriver. There's extra bobbins that come with the machine. I believe there's 5 total. And then there's your oil bottle for the machine. So now we're going to look at the accessories that come with the TL-18. There's quite a few more accessories that you can see that comes with this machine. So this one's going to give you 3 free motion quilting feet. So here is a closed toe foot. And if you'll notice the thickness of the roundness of the foot, that's a very small thickness there. We also give you one we call a 1/4 inch. And if you'll notice this thickness is a 1/4 inch. So if you're wanting to do echo quilting or things like that, this would be a good foot to choose. And you also get the open toe free motion quilting foot. We give you the adjustable zipper foot. And this machine comes with the 1/4 inch foot. So this one, do your 1/4 inch seams, and it does have the guide over here for you. It comes with the roll hem foot. And it comes with a compensating foot. This is my most favorite foot and one of the reasons that I love the Juki machines. And we're going to talk about this foot later on in the presentation. You get a large screwdriver for changing out those feet. You get a hem gauge or a seam gauge. That this does not come with the 2010, but it comes with the TL-18. And then you also get the walking foot, and we're going to use that later on too. It also comes with your bobbins, the T screwdriver, the dust brush, needles, and a bottle of oil. The TL-18 QVP model comes with what's called a rubber stopper for your foot control. So our foot control has a special feature at the bottom that's going to allow you to cut your threads. So you're going to be feeding from the top of the foot control. And then when you're finished, you just put your heel on the bottom of the foot control and press down, and it's going to cut your top thread and your bobbin thread. This is a great time saver, great way to just keep going with those projects and not having to stop and cut your threads. But I know some of you are like, oh no, I'm going to cut my threads. I know it. Well, the TL-18 comes with the rubber stopper. And what you're going to do is turn the foot control over, and this rubber stopper just sits right here. You just smash it on there and it sits. So now when we go to press or accidentally hit the bottom of the foot control, you can see it can't go down. So you can't accidentally cut your threads if you're going to put this on there. And this does come with our TL-18 model. All right, so let's look at the two machines. Let me switch my cameras back. All right, and I'm going to bring this up a little closer so you can see the machines. So our machines have a built-in needle threader, and that is located right here in the front of the machine. It's very convenient. You are going to, of course, thread your machine, pull the needle threader down, and there's a little hook that comes through the eye of the needle, and that is going to thread your needle for you. We also have a tension knob on here. Because this is a semi-industrial machine, people are going to want to sew heavier things. It sews 2 pieces of cotton or 2 pieces of silk beautifully. But if you're going to do the heavier bags, you might want to use a heavier thread. So you do have the tension knob conveniently located here for you to adjust that. We also have our presser foot pressure, and that is what this knob is up here. When you turn this knob, there is a window here that lets you know where your pressure is set. There's a little green knob in here that moves up or down. So as we turn this, we can release that foot pressure. Or if we turn it the other way, we can add more foot pressure. So why would I want to release the pressure on my foot? Well, when you're sewing bias seams and you're going around those curves, if you release the pressure, there's less chance that those fabrics are going to stretch. A lot of quilting teachers will teach now that if your machine has that feature, release the foot pressure to stop that bias fabric from stretching. If you're sewing garments, you know, this is not just a quilting machine. This is a beautiful machine for sewing garments as well. You can release that foot pressure to stop your fabrics from pushing. Maybe you've got too much pressure on a wool or a minky or a fleece, and it's wanting to push the fabric. Releasing this foot pressure is, releasing the foot pressure is going to help stop that. So that's a nice feature, and you actually have a window here that you can see where you are setting your pressure. Now this is the TL-18 QVP model. And this one back here is the TL-2010 model. The TL-18 has a feature that will let you dim your light. And isn't it nice? Look how nice it is to be able to open this. You can open this on both these machines. You want to get in here to clean the lint, to clean out any thread, just to get in here to see if there's anything that needs to be cleaned out in there. This is wonderful. But the TL-18 has a dimming light. So there is a little button right here under the light that will allow me to set different lighting. You know, we all see lighting differently. You can even turn this off. So I'm going to set it just for dim today because it's easier for the camera to pick that up and not give you a big glare. So let's go over to this part of the machine and talk about some of the features here. There are differences between the TL-2010 and the TL-18. Right now we've talked about the extra accessories that come with the TL-18 and the dimmable light switch. So over here on the side, this is your stitch length knob. This goes all the way up to 6. So if you're going to baste, this is a great, just quick basting. Just turn this up and you'll get a nice 6 millimeter long stitch for that. We have our needle up, needle down. The machine defaults in the down position. So if you want to bring that needle up, all you have to do is touch that button and that needle will come right up. These are our thread trimmers. If you haven't used a machine with thread trimmers, you're really missing out. They're wonderful. They're convenient. They save on your thread. So when you press this, it's going to automatically cut that top thread and that bottom thread. So if I just put a piece of fabric under here, just so, and then when I stop, it's going to automatically cut that top thread and that bottom thread for me. So that has been cut. And you do not have to bring your bobbin thread up. The machine will pick it up and go with the next stitch. Then we have our reverse lever, and look how large this is. This also has an indentation here. So if you're over here sewing, you don't want to take your eyes off of what you're sewing, you can reach over here and by the feel of this, know that this is your reverse. You don't have to look for a button that's sitting up here. And then you press down and you'll go into reverse. This is our feed dog drop. We want to do free motion quilting or drop our feed dog. All we do is push that over and then push it back, and we're ready to bring those back up. This machine, they have a speed regulator, a speed control. You can set it at the highest speed, and this machine will go up to 1,500 stitches a minute, or you can set it anywhere in between where you're comfortable sewing. And we'll talk about a nice way to set that with free motion quilting in just a little bit. Both of the machines come with this nice extension table, and they both come with the knee lifter. And this is the knee lifter. A lot of you have seen this. It attaches to a hole in the front of the machine, and this can become your third hand. You're going to use your knee to raise and lower that presser foot. This is really nice when you've got your hands on your fabric and now you need to lower that foot. You don't have to take your hands off. If you've got your hands on it and you need to raise the foot, you can also do that with it as well. So the TL-18 has a feature on it that the 2010 does not, and it's called a micro lift. And I absolutely love this feature on the machine. It's up here at the top. It is a button that we're going to turn. And what's going to happen is this is going to give me more height under my presser foot. So this is a foot height micro lift knob up here. So as I turn this knob, and I'm going to switch in a minute and show you the actual foot lifting up. But as I turn this knob, you'll start to see black lines. I know it's hard to see on camera, and that means that the foot is starting to lift. If I continue to turn this, the foot's going to lift more, and you're actually going to see a red line come up, which lets you know you've lifted it as high as it can go. This was a wonderful feature when I did a bag. You do those boxed bottoms on the bag, and there were 13 layers of fabric, including vinyl, batting and cotton fabric that I had to go through. I needed just a little bit more clearance under here, and this was a game changer when I could get that extra clearance. And again, this is on our model TL-2010Q VP. So I'm going to switch the camera again and show you with the foot what is actually happening so you can see this come up. So I'm going to set this down and give you a view. And the presser foot is in the down position. And this way you can see as it goes to lift up. And I'm going to turn that light completely off because I think you can see better that way. So I'm now turning the knob over on the top right, and you'll start to see, if I turn it the right way, you'll start to see the presser foot lift. It's a very subtle to begin with. See it lifting up there in the front? And now you're going to see it has lifted up to give me more room under my foot. See how I have room now? The presser foot's down, but it's not holding the fabric because it's given me more room there for thicker fabrics. It's also great when you're doing free motion quilting. You have different thicknesses of batting that you're going to use. So you need to be able to raise that free motion quilting foot to accommodate those thicknesses, and that micro lift is going to help you do that. All right, so I'm going to put this back down to our normal position. And we're going to do some quilting with this. So we're going to leave this camera on. I'm going to get a little bit better angle. And let's do some quilting with our TL series machines, our straight stitch machines here. I'm going to give you the biggest angle you can see. So what we're going to do, this is just a little quilt sandwich that I have put together. It's a little 4-patch. And this is what we're actually going to do. So we're going to talk about some free motion quilting, some stitch in the ditch, some other quilting techniques, some custom quilting that you can do. And then we're going to use the walking foot, and then we're going to attach binding, and that's going to use that compensating foot. And remember, I said that's my most favorite foot. So the first thing we're going to do is just some regular straight quilting. I want to do stitch in the ditch. I want to be able to get a thread right there in the seam. Right there in the seam. We actually have a foot. It's called a stitch in the ditch foot. Now this is an accessory that you have to purchase. It doesn't come with our machines. We have a lot of accessories with our TL machines. Of course, the TL-18 comes with a really nice selection of accessories, but you always want more. And our TL series machines have a lot of different feet that you can purchase. And Sewing Parts Online can get you any of those feet. So this one is our stitch in the ditch. It actually has a guide right here. You can see that. And that guide is going to go right in the seam of where you're going to stitch in the ditch. So let me take this foot off. So I'm going to take the regular foot off. And notice that our feet are metal feet. They're not the shank with the snap-on plastic feet that a lot of machines use. That's a great way to quickly change feet. But metal feet are more sturdy. There's no play in these feet because there's no way they can wobble. They're all one piece. They're more sturdy. And there's less movement on that foot. And you're going to see that when I put this one on. So I'm putting these stitch in the ditch foot on. I'm just going to snug that down. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to stitch directly in the seam. So we're just going to put that guide right in that seam, and I am going to stitch. Now just keep that guide. Let's see if I can get you here in front of the machine. You can see it a little better. I'm just going to keep that guide right in that ditch. I love this machine and with this guide, because this is a straight stitch only machine, there's only one place for the needle to go here, and it's right behind this guide. So I am going to, as long as I keep that guide in that seam, I am going to get a perfect stitch in the ditch. And you know, this is not just for quilting. If you are going to do a waistband and you're going to stitch in the ditch with your waistband, this is a great way for that. Have you ever done this technique and then you went back and looked and you could see your stitches everywhere? Well, that's because those other feet can wobble a little bit, and this guide right here can move as you're stitching. All right, so that's one thing that you can do. And then a lot of times people want to stitch 1/4 of an inch away from the edge, and that's what you see here. Now there's two ways that we can do this. We can do it with our 1/4 inch foot that comes with the TL-18. Trying to get this to focus a little better. And with that one, this is the 1/4 inch foot. It has the guide. You can put that guide right in the ditch area, and that will give you a perfect 1/4 inch seam. The other foot you can use is just your regular foot that came with the machine. So let me switch these out again. It's easy to switch these feet. This is a nice big screw over here for you to easily remove. The screwdriver comes with the TL-18, and you get the smaller little T screwdriver with the 2010. And then you can just remove these feet. So I'm going to put the regular foot back on, because sometimes you might want to do this technique and say you've partly sewn and you don't want to change feet. So you can just do this technique with your regular foot. And always just snug this back up a little bit. Now, if I put the edge of the presser foot, and you could work from either side, but if I put the edge of the presser foot up against the seam, I'm going to get 1/4 of an inch. Drop the screwdriver. I'm going to get 1/4 of an inch on the outside of that seam. This is a nice, quick way to get something stitched. It's also a nice way to attach your quilt to your batting. You know, a lot of people will do this stitch in the ditch so the quilt top is attached. So now when you go to do your free motion work, you're not going to get any of the puckering or pulling that you might get. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about free motion quilting now. So this machine, the TL-18, comes with the 3 different feet. So these are our 3 different feet. If you wanted to use the open toe, because you've used a template and you have marked your lines on here, you want to be able to see where you're quilting, then I would suggest using the open toe. I'm going to use one of the closed toe ones, and I don't need the larger area. I'm just going to use the smaller area because I'm just going to do some free motion quilting on here. So we're just going to attach this just like the other feet. And that's all I had to do. There's nothing else special I have to do with this. Just attach it. And now we're going to go up here, and let's go up here and first of all do some stippling on here. So when you are moving your fabric, you need a way to grip that fabric so that you can move it smoothly so it's not moving around on you. We actually have something called quilter's rings, and I'll show you the whole big set when I switch back to the cameras. Let me go ahead and, as you can see these better this way. These are fairly new that we came out with, and they're called quilter's rings. We have an 8-inch and we have an 11-inch, and Sewing Parts Online you can order these through them as well. What's nice about these, and I'm going to use the 8-inch today. You would want to use the 11-inch if you're working on a larger project. I'm going to use the 8-inch today with the smaller project. These rings have the knobs here, so as you're quilting, you can actually guide your fabric by holding on to these rings. The other thing about this is the back part has like a gripper fabric on it. So when you put this down on your fabric, it's actually going to help move your fabric. It's gripped your fabric a little bit. You know, you use the gloves, they're fine, but you don't have anything that's gripping your fabric other than the little dots on the gloves. This is actually going to help you hold your fabric and move it. This has a little bit of a weight to it. It's not too heavy, but I like the weight because now it's going to hold it down for me. I don't have to push down, so I don't get that fatigue on my hands. The other beautiful part is this has an opening. I do not have to jump that foot over that hoop. I can just slide this through the opening and I'm ready to quilt. So we're going to go do some free motion quilting, and I'm going to use these rings for that. Okay, so when I start free motion, I always like to start off the quilt a little bit. Oh, I wanted to show you something else too. We talked about the micro lift. Do you see now where my fabric is really stuck under that foot? I can't hardly move it. I'm going to go up to that micro lift knob and turn it all the way up. And you can see a little bit that foot starting to raise for me. So I'm going to turn it all the way up. And now I have clearance. See now where I can move this? So it's going to help me with my free motion quilting because that foot's not catching the fabric. So I like to, with free motion, go up to a corner and start. And I like to come off the edge of the quilt a little bit. I use my needle up, needle down, bring that thread up to the top, and I do like to pull that thread up. And if that thread tail is just a little bit small because we have used the thread trimmers, I'm just going to grab that and pull it up. That gives me a nice, neat start. Now I am going to take a few stitches kind of in place before I start to quilt. And now I'm going to free motion. When people are free motioning, the hardest thing to learn is how fast do I move the fabric and how fast do I move the machine. So what happens is as you're stippling, you're kind of speeding up and slowing down. Let me cut these threads. And that gives you the inconsistent stitches. You find yourself doing this and then doing this. So on the machine with the speed control, find a medium speed that when you're sewing works for you. And then you can actually put your foot all the way down on the foot control. So now I'm not lifting my foot up. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit more. My foot is all the way down on the pedal. That's a little too slow for me. And now all I have to do is move my fabric. And I'm just making little swirls. My foot is all the way down on the foot pedal. There's no lifting up. And I can get a nice, consistent speed. And now all I have to worry about is how fast to move my fabric. That's why speed control on a machine is really nice to have. And notice how these rings are helping me to grab the fabric. If I need to reposition them, I can just stop and reposition. And stippling is all about how you want to move. There's really no right or wrong. Stippling traditionally means you don't cross lines. But if you do cross lines, you've just created another pattern. So I need to stop and reposition these. And then I also like to try to finish off the edge of the fabric. I can just pull this up. Now when I'm off the edge of the fabric, I might take a few stitches. That's probably going to be in my binding, so I don't have to worry about it coming unraveled. But I just took a few stitches in place, used my thread trimmers, and we have done our stippling. And I can show you on this one a little easier because the thread shows up better. You can see the stippling. And a lot of people, you may or may not, depending on the thread, need to balance your tension. You can see the back, how nice those stitches are on the back. And when I was doing this sample, I really didn't even have to mess with the tension. I'm using just a 50 weight thread and it worked great. So that is some stippling with free motion work. Now I'm just going to scoot down here to the other side and just show you just a little custom quilting that you can do. We'll do this pretty quick. I'll pull that thread out. Again, I like to start on the side. Needle up, needle down. Pull that thread up. And I do use these quilting rings. There's a lot of products on the market. I think I probably have every single one of them. I really like the quilting rings, and I'm glad that Juki has come out with our branded version of these. So we're just going to, and I'm going to move them in a minute so that you can actually see the design that I'm doing. I thought maybe using a lighter thread would show up, but I probably should have used a darker thread. So I'm going to remove these. And I'm just doing just some swirls. A lot of times when you're wanting to do patterns, just kind of start with movements. So these are just little swirls that I'm doing. Again, I have my foot all the way down. And these, to me, these kind of look like Christmas lights this time of the year. So I just move it around, make little circles. And you can do any pattern. You could draw stencils and follow the stencils. There's a lot of those on the market. So if you're not someone who's good at free motioning and creating patterns, use those stencils. Use your chalk and mark those patterns. So I'm just going around and creating these little circles. And that's just a little custom quilting you could do. And your circles could be large or small. If you wanted to do some micro quilting, you could make little tiny circles. It's very easy to control with this machine. Okay, so we're going to stop there because I want to show you how to put binding on and some of the feet that come with the machine and some feet that you can use for that. So before we do binding, let's talk about the walking foot. And we're going to put that on and use it. So remember I said Juki is the #1 industrial machine manufacturer. Well, our walking foot is kind of made over those specifications. If you look at the bottom of this foot, look how large this is. This foot is going to come and grab the fabric way before it gets to the feed dogs. Hold that fabric down for you, and as you get to the feed dogs, it's going to help you perfectly stitch that fabric. So I am going to put my micro lift back down all the way, and we're going to attach this walking foot. Now I want to also notice that this is metal. So this is going to really grab that fabric and pull it through. You've got your metal part here, your larger part. And for this one, we do have to take out the screw completely. Now, this part of the walking foot is the little arm, and it's going to go over this screw knob here on this side. So taking that screw all the way out, and I'm going to put that arm over the needle bar, and then we're just going to attach this back on. And I'm working with the camera between my arms, so give me a minute to get this screwed back on. And remember that we were talking about the presser foot pressure. Well, that presser foot pressure is up here at the top. And for the walking foot, we are actually going to loosen that presser foot pressure. So now that I've got this attached, I am going to take, let me just snug this down. I am going to release this knob until this little notch gets just about one notch above that. So this is going to release the foot pressure of the walking foot, and it's going to allow that walking foot to do what it's intended to do, to pull those fabrics through. All right. So you can use this to piece if you want to. I don't typically use a walking foot when I'm piecing, but I do use a walking foot when I'm doing straight line quilting. It's also great if you're a garment sewer and you're doing stripes and you want those to match, or you want any type of fabric. So like I said, it's not just a quilting machine. You can do this and sew garments with this machine as well. So for the first line, I actually drew it, and we're just going to stitch. And you can see how that walking foot is grabbing that fabric. And you could change your stitch length and get a longer stitch length if you chose to. And it's going to pull all those layers through without any shifting of your fabric or your batting. Okay. Now the TL-18 also comes with the seam guide or the hem guide, and you could attach this to the walking foot, and this screw will move and allow you to move this seam guide, the align anywhere you want. So if I wanted to do another line beside of here, I could use that, or I could draw lines, or I could use the edge of the presser foot. So for the sample I was making, I just did linear lines, and you could come back and do them across here if you wanted to as well. All right, so that is our walking foot. So let's take that off, and we're going to talk about our compensating feet and put binding on. So, Tricia, are there any questions or comments while I'm changing this foot out?
One question that I see, is it a high shank or a low shank?
Oh, low shank?
I can answer that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, please do. Yeah,
it is a
have-
high shake machine. And we
high
do.
shake.
Yep. And as LuAnn had said, we do offer a lot of accessories for these Juki. So if you're looking for a specific specific foot, we can help you with that.
Yeah.
The other
Yeah.
thing that we had somebody asking is, did I miss hearing the throat space, the size of the throat space?
The throat space is just about 9 inches.
Okay. Yeah, and this is a great machine to also pair with the Cutie. So if you watch that segment with Mark and Melinda, they showed us that amazing frame, and you can pair it up with that. Let's see if we have any other questions for you, LuAnn. This is not a question, but a statement on those hoops, the quilting rings. Those are really cool. They're just saying that they're really cool to see somebody demonstrate how the hoops are used. And these are relatively new to me as well. So when you guys had donated them for prizes, we were really excited to look into them, and I was using them. It's really, really a cool product.
I like them too. They really help you to grab that fabric and maneuver it through your machine, because it's easy to work with a small piece of fabric in demonstrations. But when you have the big quilt there and you're working with it, that's where those quilting rings really come into play.
Yeah, and it was also mentioned in the comments that it looks good for arthritic hands, and I could definitely see that.
Right, with the knobs that are on there, it's easy to grip that instead of having to grab something and force it. You can it's very easy to grip those knobs.
Well,
right,
you guys were to donate 3 sets, so we'll be giving those away at the end.
Good, great. All right, so let's talk about putting binding on and the compensating foot. When I saw this and used it, I was like, oh, I'm in love. I see so many people on social media go, I'm in love with this machine. Well, I'm in love with this foot. So if you look at the foot, one side is thicker than the other. This side is going to sit on your feed dogs all the time and pull your fabric through. This side has room for thick fabrics. So if you're going to sew something, and this machine is known for a powerhouse of being able to sew through heavy fabrics. People who make bags love it. It'll sew through your vinyls and all of those. This foot is great for that because it will sit right on the edge of those thick fabrics, and perfect for your handles when you're top stitching your handles, or anything else that you just need top stitching with. So let me put this on the machine. And this comes with the TL-18 model, and I actually use this to attach my binding with. A lot of people use this, as I said, for top stitching, and let me just show you that first. We have a lot, as I said, this is the one that comes with the TL-18, and this is the 1/4 inch, which means that from the needle to the inside of this edge here is 1/4 inch. We have other compensating feet that will give you different thicknesses from the needle to the edge. So if you're going to want to do a top stitch that's 1/8 inch away, we have one for that. You know, we have a lot of accessories for our TL series machines. So before I go to do the quilting,
I'm afraid I can't do that for you.
Oh, Siri's talking to me over here on my phone. If you put your edge, now this is a very thick fabric here, so I'm going to put the edge of that toe right against the edge of my fabric. Now I am going to set my foot pressure back to normal, and we're just going to sew. You keep the edge of that fabric against the edge of that toe, and you are going to get a perfect 1/4 inch top stitch. And there is your perfect 1/4 inch top stitch, the top one up there. So I also like to use this to attach binding because it's 1/4 inch, and that's what I'm going to use. So here is my binding. I have cut this 2.5 inches wide, and typically when I sew binding down for most of my everyday quilts, I don't sew it and hand stitch it. I leave those projects to the bigger quilts, the ones that need a little more care and a little more, you're going to be using them a little bit, maybe as an heirloom or something. So my everyday quilts, I quilt like this. So the binding is on the back of my quilt. I'm using the compensating foot. I am going to put the edge of that binding up against that toe. And when I sew, that's going to be sewing my binding down. So we're going to stop. I'm going to sew this down. And this does come with the TL-18 model. And you're going to stop about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And you can mark that, or you can just eyeball that. I tilt this and then I just sew off the edge. Use those quick thread trimmers. And now we're going to turn our corner. So you're going to fold this so that the edge, this is where I sewed off the edge where I stopped my 1/4 of an inch in is right against the edge there. The trick is that this is straight. If you have this and it's sitting crooked, that's not going to give you a nice corner. Even if you have to rip a couple of stitches here so that you can have that perfect diagonal with the edge of the binding and the edge of the fabric. And then we're going to flip this back over. Make sure that that edge is even. And I do use those wonderful clips that I heard Chelsea talking about earlier. That's how I hold it down. Now we're going to turn this. It goes right on the edge, and I come in just a little bit. You could start right on the edge, or you could come in a few stitches and start. And then we're going to sew the other side down. And this compensating foot is wonderful for binding. All right, we're going to stop there. And I am going to show you now how I turn this, now that we've got this stitched. And we're going to turn our corners. I turn this. I do go to the iron and I press this. And we turn it to the back. And you turn it over and use the clips to hold it down. We'll just turn this over. And I'll show you a little trick on the corners that I've learned. So when you go to do that corner and you want that perfect corner, let me do it up here on this one because that one's already turned down there. I take something like an awl or a stiletto, something like that. And you want to make sure that that corner is just pushed down. And take this and run it up like this, because you want this to lay perfectly at that angle. Can you see there what I'm doing? Then when you go to turn this, your corners are going to meet the way they should. So the trick is, a lot of people just have it sitting there and then they'll turn it. The trick is to push all the way in and go all the way up, and you will make that, it will, your fingers will automatically make that angle. Okay, so let me just stitch this down, and now we're ready to stitch this down to the top. The hardest thing has always been to get this exactly straight. You wobble, it doesn't look nice. On the back, it's not straight because it's really hard to stay on the edge. We actually have a foot. Now, this is an accessory foot that you can purchase, and it's called a left compensating foot. And this one has that toe on the left right here. So I can actually stitch right up against that edge and get that perfect straight stitch. We only have one left compensating, so if you're looking to purchase it, you don't have to know what size it is or anything like that. Whereas the compensating foot, the 1/4 inch one here does come with the TL-18 model. And then we do have some other sizes that you can get as well. But this is only one size. It's made to do a tiny top stitch. And this is going to give you about 1/8 of an inch from the edge, I believe. Never measured it, but it's a tiny, tiny stitch. All right, so we've turned our binding to the top, and now we're going to stitch this down. Put that toe against the edge of your fabric, and sew. As long as you keep that fabric against the edge of that toe, you're going to get a perfect top stitch right on the edge of that fabric. This is great for clothing if you're going to top stitch on the edge of something and get a really small top stitch. So we're going to stop there. And there is, look how perfectly straight that is. And the foot helped me to keep it that way. I love having extra accessories that go with machines and having the opportunity to purchase those. You know, you may not need some of them. You may not do those types of sewing, but these compensating feet are wonderful. And there's different ones that will give you different measurements from the edge of your fabric. And look how nice, right on the edge of that fabric for the compensating foot. So if someone were to ask, what's your favorite? Being from the fact that this machine will handle everything I want to put under it, those compensating feet are wonderful. So that's pretty much a little bit about the quilting that you can do. Let me switch my cameras back. And if you have any questions, or I'll move these over here. So that's a little bit, again, the quilting rings. I think you can purchase them as a set, or you can purchase them individually. We sell the 8-inch or the 11-inch individually on that.
Yeah, we do offer these. Now, we were just discussing it. We have the ones in the black Martelli option, and then we've got the 11-inch Juki one. I didn't see the 8, but we will look into that, make sure we can get it on the website.
Okay. Are there any other questions about these machines? I think
I do have a question. I am a relatively new owner of the TL-2010Q. And when you attached the walking foot and released the pressure, I guess I have to admit, I did not read my manual all the way and didn't do that. And I was just wondering what the purpose is for releasing that tension all the way.
Well, when you have it's not the tension. We're not releasing the tension. We're releasing the presser foot pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we're releasing the pressure of the foot, and it just releases that off of, I hope I didn't say tension by accidentally, but it's the pressure foot.
It was me.
Okay. Well, it does release the tension off the foot because it's not got as much push on the foot. So we release that, and it just allows all of this stuff to do what it's supposed to do and to pull those fabrics through like that.
Yeah, you were showing that, and I'm like, well, I did not do that. However, my walking foot did work, but it'll probably work better when I do it the other way.
A lot of people don't know that, and that's why I wanted to bring that up. That's the one thing that you should do when you're using the walking foot. And the walking foot's wonderful with that big sole plate on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know something I didn't talk about? Let me show you right quick. This extension table, like I said, comes with the machine, but being this is a semi-industrial machine, the bobbin goes in underneath here. But there is a place on the extension table that comes open, and then the bobbin area comes up. You have a lot of room here that you can put your hand in here. to take that bobbin out. You see it's a metal bobbin. Again, going with the industrial stuff, we have metal feet, we have metal bobbins, and then you can just put that back into the bobbin area and snap it into place. So you've got a nice large area, and that table gives you, you don't have to take that table off if you're wanting to change that bobbin. Any other questions or anything I can clarify? Close my window down. Oh, I can't hear you.
There we go. Is there a video for the new Juki 2010 owners?
There are a lot of videos on YouTube. The TL-2010 has been on the market for a few years. There are a lot of videos on YouTube for that machine, as well as the TL-18 and any of our other TL machines too.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll have to check out some of those. But you definitely added to my Christmas list with those compensating feet. Those are great. I need to add that to my feet collection.
Yeah, we have a lot of accessory feet, and I know you guys sell a lot of those feet online, and it's just nice to be able to go and say, oh, I need a foot for this. Oh, look, Juki already has that foot. So it's not something you have to go searching to see if it will work on your machine, even though it's not a Juki branded foot. We do have all of those feet, so you can use those products.
Yeah, well, if anybody needs help finding those feet, we can definitely help you out. But we do appreciate you coming, LuAnn, and I know you're coming a couple more times. Tomorrow it'll be cover stitch versus a serger. I'm excited to hear that segment.
Yeah, we're going to talk about one of our newer sergers, our MO2800, and then the cover stitch that Chelsea used in her presentation. We're going to talk about that and show you some things. But yeah, we have a pretty new MO2800 serger. And it is an air threader, so you'll get the beauty of seeing how it threads tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, we look forward to that. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, why don't we move into some giveaways? This was a lot of fun to see how these rings work. Do you want to do the rings first, or are we doing the iron first?
Let's do the iron first.
Let's do the iron. So we are going to be doing an Oliso mini iron, which we're going to do it in blue, but I wanted to I can't speak today. I'm so sorry. The blue mini iron. So let's go ahead and pick the winner for that.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here. Who's it going to be? I see all these familiar names. Pam Marfice,
Yay.
Congratulations. You are the winner of the blue mini Oliso iron. And now we've got 3 sets of these quilting rings to give away. So just to clarify, the sets include the 11 and the 8-inch. So let's go ahead and pick a few winners. Do number 1. Yeah, and I don't currently have a video on this particular product, but there are some great YouTube videos showing how to use these as well. And then LuAnn did a wonderful job demonstrating, but they really are a cool tool.
Yay,
Jeff Becker, congratulations. All right, we have 2 more. Let's pick another winner. Who's it gonna be? It's Lynn W. Congratulations. And our last winner of the ring set.
You know, they kind of remind me of pool rings.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Toss. Oh. 6PSG. Congratulations.
That user, whoever that is.
They've been with us before.
won something in September.
They sure did. All right, well, let's go over the pricing really quick before we get into our next guest. We've got the TL-2010Q. Normal pricing is the $16.99, and we have some fabulous sale pricing of $8.99. But we were just informed there is a special event pricing for that as well. So you can give us a call, and we can beat that price. And then you've got the TL-18Q VP. That normally is $1,899, normally sale price of the $1,299, and you can get it for even a better price. Give us a call, we can help you out. And while you're looking at that, you can also ask them about those wonderful compensating feet. And just remember that financing is available. So we have a returning guest, one of our favorites.
So she had to step away from us for a sec because guess what? We have a surprise.
We have a surprise.
So we're giving away something at the end of her segment, which is another Aliso mini iron.
We are, yes. We're doing
But
the pink
I
one.
believe there's a surprise giveaway. So we're going to find out about what that is probably towards the end of the segment.
Cool. Make sure to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word. All righty.
Okay. I think we're ready to bring our guest up. You ready,
I
Trisha?
think we are.
All right, let's do it.
Hello.
Here we go.
Hello. How are you doing today?
I just ran down
Are you
to
moving on?
because I remembered that I had a couple of giveaways and we didn't get them sent in to you on time. So I'm happy to, if you could, once we do the drawing at the end of this, if you could shoot me addresses, I'll get those out this afternoon.
That sounds wonderful. Yeah, Brian's like, we're going to do some surprise giveaways. I'm like, all right, we're doing some surprises. All right. Well, we are glad to have you back. I know Brian wants to pop on and say hi.
Hi. Hey, sweetie. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Whew.
well, it is wonderful to see you back, and we are excited to see more about thread and some great stocking stuffers. So we'll just let you go and do what you do.
Okay, well, I am going to talk a little bit. When I was here, last week? Yes, last week. I talked about some of the great sets that we have, the best selections in these pretty boxes, and the full selection, which has all 270 colors in it. And the color builders, of course. But I wanted to bring on some more samples for people to look at so that they could see what you can do with all of these beautiful, beautiful threads. I have here all of our color builders in 50 weight. I have the Colors of Italy up on the top, and I have the new ones, the Flora, which was a subscription that ran this year. And so now that we're we have shipped those the final month, we now get to start talking about them a little bit more. And they come in the 50 weight, and they include some variegated colors in there. These color builders are available in the 50 weight, and they include 2 variegated colors plus a solid coordinating color. So that's a really nice way to bring in some variegated threads to your thread collection. 50 weight, we have talked about a little bit, in that it is probably considered our most like all-purpose thread. And I don't like to say that, because then it gets a label as all-purpose. But it really kind of does work for a lot of different things. It is definitely my favorite for piecing. It is one of our thinner threads. It's not the thinnest one that we make, but it is one of the thinner threads that we make, and it's beautiful for piecing, for English paper piecing. Your stitches will just hide needle turn applique. It's good for quilting. And I have some samples here. I have a sample of the 50 weight, some beautiful feathers that Karen Miller did for us. And I think she's on with you guys on Friday morning. So if you have a chance to see Karen talk about thread on Friday morning, she is amazing. She's my hero. Someday I hope to be as good as she is. But this is the 50 weight stitched out in a quilting design. She just used a very nice simple beige, a free motion quilted feather. I'm telling you, she's amazing. And I really like using the 50 weight for quilting because your stitches kind of hide after you wash it. And so if you are just beginning your free motion quilting journey, or you don't want the quilting in your project to be, you want the texture of the quilting, but you don't necessarily want everybody to see every single stitch, the 50 weight is beautiful for that. It also, when you're piecing with it, your seams lay so flat, and it's just a little bit easier to get those triangles to line up perfectly, and to get those seams to line up perfectly if you're something that's piecing intensive. 50 weight also comes on a cone. A cone is a great way, especially for these neutral colors. A cone holds just a little bit over 4.5 of our large spool. The large spool is this size. This is the most popular size that people buy. There's an awful lot of thread on here. The cone has just over 4.5 of these. So the cone is also a nice option for your piecing threads. Really nice. This one, I think I grabbed 2600, which is a really great color. The color builders, like we've talked about, come a set of 3 spools. I remembered to bring my unwrapped spools this time. Come a set of 3 large spools, a light, a medium, and a dark, all in one particular hue. The Flora color builders, also 3 large spools. You get 2 variegateds and a solid. This is the Frangipani box, which is a beautiful, it's like grays. They're sort of tone-on-tone grays. Although this color, this middle color, the solid coordinate that goes with it is 2800, which is almost green. It's a gray, I don't know. It's a really nice, very cool, neutral color. But like I said, the Flora color builders come 2 variegateds and a solid coordinate. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Another sample that I have of the 50 weight stitched out. We've got a couple different techniques here. We use the 50 weight here for the quilting. We use it here for the raw edge applique, where I stitched over the very edge of the cityscape here. And then I also used it to do a little bit of thread painting down here in the corner to write out the name of the city, Verona. The pattern for this block is actually available on the Aurifil.com website. It was part of a block of the month that we did in 2020, along with the colors of Italy, collections. So there is a block for each one of these collections to go with it. There's various different techniques. There's some traditional piecing, there's some foundation piecing, there's some applique. Like this particular block has 2 different techniques. There's traditional piecing up at the top, foundation piece, or excuse me, applique, raw edge applique on the bottom, and then the thread painting down here at the bottom, all done with the 50 weight. And this is the collection, the Verona collection. And I know I have mentioned this, I think every time I've been on. This is my favorite. It's my current favorite. It's been my favorite for a while. This neutral color in the middle, this sort of mauve color, I know you've heard me talk about before. It's such a good color. This, the gray, the light in this particular collection has is one of the, and I know you've heard me talk about it before, is sort of like one of those mushroomy colors where it sort of reads gray, sort of reads beige, sort of reads whatever you have it sitting next to. Very versatile, really nice color for piecing and for quilting. Because like I said before, it sort of fades into whatever it is that you're stitching. Here is that, I think it's called Antique Blush is the name of it, 2375. And then this is the dark color that goes along with that particular collection. It's a little bit darker mauve. It kind of reads brown. It kind of reads pink. It kind of reads sort of in between. I don't know. It's just these three, totally my favorite. The Verona is the name of that collection. Our next thread that's a little bit thicker than the 50 weight, and 50 weight again always has that orange spool. It's always on that orange spool base. So even without my glasses, I know that this is 50 weight, which, you know, sometimes they get buried, you know how glasses get lost all the time. But even without reading the label, I know that this is a 50 weight spool because it has this orange spool base. The next thickest thread, excuse me, that we make is the 40 weight. 40 weight comes on the green spool. This is the Aurifil Best Selection in 40 weight. You get 45 small spools. It's just enough to get a small quilt top done. It's perfect for machine embroidery when you need a little bit of a lot of different colors. The Best Selection is a nice way to do it. We also have a color builder set of collections in the 40 weight. Those are our endangered species collections. They come in the same colors as the colors of Italy. It's just a little bit thicker thread. I talked about machine embroidery with the 40 weight because 40 weight is actually our Aurifil's original weight. It is how this whole thing got started, was supplying threads to go with the machine embroidery used in Milan, used for fashion, used for clothes. They needed a high quality cotton color fast thread to for all of the designs that they were putting together. And that is why Aurifil came to be. I have one example of a machine embroidery design here stitched out with Aurifil. It's one of our designers sent this in, and I'm so sorry I don't have the name of the designer who sent it in. And normally I do. Normally it's written on the back, but it's not on this one. And so we're trying to go back and through the blogs and find out who the designer is of this particular embroidery file. But yeah, Brian has good taste. Brian is spot on his favorites. The 40 weight, beautiful for machine embroidery, beautiful for machine quilting, great for bag making, great for apparel, anything you need a little bit thicker thread. When you quilt with it, the quilting is going to show up a little bit more. It's a little bit thicker. Here's an example of it stitched out. So the 40 weight is going to be a little bit thicker. It's going to show up a little bit more. You know that it's 40 weight because it comes on the green spool. That's why we bound this sample with the green binding. So again, just at a glance, I know what this sample is, and comes on the green spool. Aurifil's original weight, 40 weight. Great, great, great. From there, the next thickest thread that we make is the 28 weight. And 28 weight is actually my personal favorite for quilting and for machine applique because it shows up so nicely, but it's still not too thick that you have to fuss with your machine too much. The 12 weight, which is our thickest thread, and I actually don't have a sample of the 12 weight here today. Oh, I do. The 12 weight is thick and beautiful, but because it's so thick, sometimes you need to tinker with the tension on your machine. With the 28 weight, you don't. You still get that beautiful, thick, stitched out design, very noticeable, very much the quilting, when you quilt with the 28 weight, very much becomes a design element of your project. And I have here a sample. It's that same feather motif stitched out in the 28 weight. It's just so pretty. I just love it. And it behaves so nicely in your machine. And you can see here, I'll try and hold up two samples here. You can see how the 40 weight thinner thread, it's just, the stitches are just not quite as noticeable. They're still there, you still see them, but with the 28 weight, they just stand out so nicely, and it really becomes a design element of your quilt. Beautiful for thread painting, bag making, anywhere you want, anywhere you really want your stitches to show. 28 weight comes on the gray spool. This is our best selection in the 28 weight, and like again, just it's because it's on that gray spool, that gray spool base. That it's 28 weight. Like most of our threads, it is all cotton. Still comes in all 270 colors. It comes in all the same colors as the 50 weight, all the same colors as the 40 weight. We don't do a color builder in it, so you need to get those colors individually. But when I was on the website this morning, I noticed that Sewing Parts Online has a really, really nice selection of the 28 weight. Really, really recommend using this for anywhere you want your stitches really to show. I have a couple of examples of the 28 weight. This particular piece, again, was done by Karen Miller, and she used the 28 weight all through here, all through the Christmas tree. All these fronds, all these branches are stitched out with the 28 weight, and she used a couple different colors over top of each other. She stitched out the tree separately off to the side and then appliqued it on. So it gives it sort of a little trapunto effect, sort of going on, a little faux trapunto. Her background here, I think she used the 40 weight on the background. Does not say. And I'm pretty sure, nope, that's 28 weight. She used 28 weight in the background too. And then also 28 weight for the French knots. So you can see that is just, it's such a versatile, decorative stitching thread. Anywhere you want your stitches to show, 28 weight. I'm a little partial. It's my favorite. I love working with it. Annie Smith is another designer that uses the 28 weight, except she uses it in a machine applique for her machine applique. And you can see here how she uses it a little zigzag and a little blanket stitch, where the thread very much becomes part of the design element of her project. This is from one of her books, I believe, called Love is Spoken Here. This is only half. It's a nice long table runner. But all of this applique is done with the 28 weight. So she's not trying to hide her stitches here. She is very much wants your stitches to show. She very much wants the stitches to be part of the design element of the project. The background is quilted with a 50 weight because that is, she wants the background really to fade into the background. And then the flowers to become really very, very noticeable. And then again, she used the 28 weight for the stitched leaves here also. So really nicely. She's amazing. Annie Smith. Annie Smith Designs is the name of her company. One of our Aurifil designers, and I don't think she has an active collection right now. I think she has one coming next year, 2023, toward the end of 2023, I think. So watch for that. The 12 weight is the thickest thread that we make. It comes on the red spool. I have a sample here of it stitched out. Again, those beautiful feathers. When you use the 12 weight, you want to go slower. It is thicker. You may have to adjust the tension on your machine. Don't be afraid of adjusting tension on your machine. And I know Karen, when she comes on Friday morning, she'll talk a little bit more about that. If you are having any sort of trouble with it, please reach out. info@aurifil.com is a great email address. They eventually get to me. And if I can't help you with whatever problem you might be having, I will refer you over to Karen or to somebody who is an expert in what it is that you are having trouble with. So info@aurifil.com. It hits our Italian server and then it gets sent over here. So the lag time might be 12 to 24 hours on that email. Or you can go to our website. We are here in the office Monday through Friday. Give us a call. Happy to talk to you, happy to work through any problems that you might be having with some of these more specialty threads that might be new for you. It's a really neat way to bring new, to sort of stretch your stitching skills and to bring new design elements into your projects. I'm now going to talk about the thinnest thread that we make. The thinnest thread that we make is an 80 weight, and it is used mostly for handwork. It is beautiful for needle turn applique. I have here, poorly shown. I have here our Calm collection, which is a set of 5 neutrals. The 80 weight only comes on the small spool. There is so much thread on here, though. This is really what you're going to need. It has a couple of darker neutrals, a warm and a cool, a gray and a beige. It has some of the middle or lighter middle tone neutrals, again, a warm and a cool, a gray and a beige. And then it has our natural white, which is it's a fabulous go-to. So this Calm collection should get you through most of your needle turn applique projects. It also is lovely for English paper piecing. Again, because the thread is so thin, it sort of melts into your fabric. And so the stitches don't stand out quite as much. I had mentioned that it is beautiful for handwork. It also can be used on the machine. And I know Karen is going to show you some great examples of micro quilting with it. So I thought I would bring an example of the machine embroidery with the 80 weight. The 80 weight gives you, because it's so thin, it gives you a great opportunity to get a lot of detail in your machine embroidery. It just, I don't know if that lion is showing up as well as as well as it can. I hope it is, because the detail in this guy is just amazing. 80 weight can be used on the machine. We have a lovely example right here. It is beautiful though for handwork, for handwork. I also have here an example of, again, that same feather motif that I've been showing you, stitched out in the 80 weight. So again, this is a free motion quilted feather. Karen did these. I know that it's 80 weight because I bound it in brown. It comes on a wooden spool, comes in the small spool only. We don't have all 270 colors in the 80 weight. We found that most people didn't need all 270. So we do 88 colors in the 80 weight. So that's kind of a little bit easier to remember. Chances are you're going to have the color that you need though in that 80 weight. And again, that Calm collection that I had talked about a little bit earlier is really a really good place to start with the 80 weight. From the thinnest thread that we make, I had talked a little bit out on Monday about our embroidery floss, our 6-strand divisible embroidery floss. And I showed the little Quaker Christmas collection. It has a QR code here for the pattern that's pictured on the front. And I went digging to find the sample that Susan Aki, who is the designer of this collection, she stitched out a couple of these, and I know Elena had taken one of them back to Italy with her. But when I asked Susan about it, she's like, I sent you two. And I'm like, oh. And so went to go find it. It was with all the Christmas things that are now out. And so this pattern, the chart for this, they're called charts in cross stitch, which is something I am learning. The chart for this particular design is available on the Aurifil.com site, or by this QR code that is on the package. So, and this is actually one of the giveaways that I have for everybody today. I have one of the little Quaker collections available to give away. And then I have, I should have known, because Brian has good taste. I also have 2 of the Holiday Homies, which is a Tula Pink collection, available to send out. So if we could pick 3 winners, that would be amazing. The Holiday Homies, I don't have an open one here, but it has it will have 2 reds, 2 greens, and a white in it. So it's a really nice, cute little collection that went with the flannel line that she did last year. Cute. Yeah, I know. I love her cover art. It's so amazing. So I have 2 of these, and then I have a Susan Aki little Quaker Christmas set to give away. So, awesome. And I think I actually came in on time.
I think so. Well, let's go ahead and choose the one for the little Quaker set first. Go ahead. There we go. See who the winner is. Do we have a little feedback on there?
Oh, we won.
We won. Let's spin again. We can use it in our studio, right? I love that. Well, pick a new winner. We could have given it to Brian.
No, he wants the Tula one.
Yeah, there you go. Happy Haws. Congratulations.
Yay, congratulations.
Tula Pink.
Tula Pink, the first one.
So I have 2 of these.
Awesome. See who we have. Eddie Gilstrap, congratulations. You win one of those.
Yeah. One more step.
And last but not least,
Brian.
here we go. It's Brian. All right. Don, congratulations. Well, thank you for those donations. We appreciate that.
Yeah. I'll have more on when do I get to come back? I get to come back.
You're on Friday. You and Karen both are on Friday.
Oh, cool. Awesome. I'll have to watch hers to make sure that we don't like say all the same things.
Yeah, and she's setting up your sewing machine for free motion sewing too. So
okay. Oh, good. Make sure to ask her about the 28 weight because she likes it as much as I do.
Make a note. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kate. We appreciate you.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for having us.
We definitely will. We'll see you on Friday.
Yay.
All right. Well, that was wonderful. As always, Kate does a great job. I also have some overlays from last week. We still have a sale going on 50, the 50 weight cotton thread collection. It normally is $318, but it's on a great sale for $272. So that is going to give you the best selection. That's 45 spools, and that's a 2-ply. And then you've also got the full collection, which normally is $1769, and that is on a sale price of $1512. So great Christmas gifts. Speaking of sales, I just want to remind you, if you go to our website, we've got a coupon right now for Sew Season 22. It's 15% off items that are eligible. So you're looking at over 34,000 SKUs that are eligible to use that particular coupon code, which is wonderful for Christmas. And up next, we've got Fancy Schmancy Embroidery and Quilting Machine.
We've got one more giveaway.
Oh, we do have one more giveaway. She did her giveaways and we forgot about ours. We're doing another one. We are actually going to be doing the pink Oliso mini iron. So we can do that one as well. Let's go ahead and pick that winner.
And after we pick the winner, do you want to explain to everybody who might have joined late how the giveaways are working?
Yep. And also, Nancy. Congratulations. Yep. For all the giveaways, if you have been playing, we are doing a giveaway every segment. We're doing a surprise Christmas word that is popping up at the beginning of the segment and throughout. So it could pop up at any time. And then you just comment that particular surprise Christmas word, and then we will gather all those comments and pick the winner at the end of the segment. And for anybody that has won something already, to claim your prize, just go to our link tree /sewing parts online, click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we'll get that prize out to
What's
you.
the grand prize today?
The grand prize today is that's the luminous bar, correct?
Yeah, we're giving away a $700.
$700 light station. It is going to be amazing. Yeah, we're very excited to give that away at the end of the day. Speaking of what's coming later on in the day, Eileen Roche from Dime is going to be joining us at 3 to show us how to quilt with an embroidery machine. You heard that right. If you free motion sewing is not for you, you can stitch your quilt out using embroidery hoops. It's a really cool technique, and that will be at 3. But up next, we have a Fancy Schmancy sewing and embroidery machine shown to us by Sam Fung. Let's pull him up. Hello, Sam.
Trish, how are you?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. Well, it's nice to have you back. We enjoyed having you last week. We are excited to see what you have for us this time.
Okay, great. Today we're going to talk about the Janome MC14000, 14,000, the sewing and embroidery combination. Okay, to start off with, this is our Memory Craft 14,000. As you can see, this is a sewing and embroidery combination. We have a nice 11-inch throat on this machine. Not only that, this machine has 400 decorative stitches. It's all laid out here on the panel. Another cool thing about this machine I love is up here on the top of the machine, if I take my hands and slide it out, we have an extra light. What I love about this light is I can adjust the light to shine directly on the sewing area, which there never seems to be enough light, is there? And the other thing about this machine is it comes with a magnifier. That's right, it comes with a magnifier. I have attached it to the machine. If I don't want to use it, I can simply swing it out of position, or I can take it off altogether. So that's another accessory that this machine comes with it. Talking about accessories, this machine also comes with 21 different feet. And let's just talk about some of these feet that comes with the machine. We have our overcast foot. We have our decorative stitch foot. We have a blind hem foot for all those of you who do garment sewing. We have our zipper foot. We have a nice narrow zipper foot. Another thing nice about the zipper foot is the zipper foot itself has a center hole in it. And there's not many feet. I think we're the only company that makes a zipper foot with the hole in the center. That way, if something happens, you don't break your needle. You can just zoom right in and let them see it. They don't really need to see me to show them the accessories. The next one is, this is our concealed zipper foot, which is a invisible zipper foot. For those of you, like I said, who do garment construction, not only that, if you notice, a lot of home deck nowadays have an invisible zipper built in, so you don't see the zipper. You get a 1/4 inch foot, comes with the machine. You have the open toe foot. A lot of people like to use this foot for doing applique work. There's a rolled hem foot. You also get a foot for mending. This is a hopping foot. Some people still like to use this for free motion quilting. You also get 3 different non-hopping quilting foot that's attached to the ankle. You'll have a open toe here, a closed toe, and also an echo quilting foot. Next to that, we have a button sewing foot. And what's I love about this button foot is this blue part is rubberized. So when I put this on my foot, I put the foot down, the button don't pop out or move. It holds it in place. And of course, we have our standard embroidery foot. Not only that, these 2 foot right here, they are actually yarn couching foot. This machine comes with 2 different yarn couching foot that allows you to do yarn couching in the embroidery mode. That's a yarn couching bar guide. It also have, it fell off, just in case you guys didn't see that, what we call an upgraded automatic buttonhole maker. And why we call this, it's automatic, it's upgraded, because this buttonhole maker here, we have a stabilizer plate that goes with it. And how you would use that is you put your fabric here, put the foot on top, and you would sandwich the fabric when you're doing a buttonhole. So this way, there's no missed bar tacking because your sandwich is sandwiched in between the quilting, the buttonhole foot, and the stabilizer plate. And so this is an upgraded buttonhole foot. Not only that, this machine also have what we call an AccuFeed Flex system. The AccuFeed Flex system is basically this foot right here. It's our dual feed foot. What the dual feed foot does is, as you can see back here, there's a little hook right here, and it hooks up to the back of the machine. So that way, when we're sewing, this hook moves up and down in real time with the shaft, on the shaft of the machine, and it works in conjunction with the feed dogs. So these 2 stitch fingers right here will go up and down. They ride directly on top of the feed dogs, and you have your fabric sandwiched together and pulled evenly. So that way you don't ever end up having the top fabric being longer than your bottom fabric. So that, and most people call it the walking foot, but then we call it a dual feed foot because that's what it's doing. It is actually feeding top and bottom. Now this next one is a 1/4 inch foot that attaches to our dual feed foot right here. The shoe, the plate itself just comes off, and you just take it on and off. The other one foot is another one you get. It's a narrower one. This is a narrow one, so if you need something with not such a big foot, you can get this one to use a narrow foot. Some people like to use this for putting binding on their quilts. Another thing good to use for is if you're making purses, handbags, anything that's really thick and you can't use this big foot because it sits half on, half off the project, use a narrower one. I use this one a lot and I love it. Not only that, it comes with the zipper foot. As you notice, this particular zipper foot back here is made for this dual feet foot because the back is a cutout. The other one on top, if you notice, it's solid. So this is your regular zipper foot and this is your dual feed one. So you actually get 2 zipper foot for this machine. I love using this when I make bags and stuff. I don't have to readjust my stitch length when I'm putting a zipper into a bag because I don't have to worry about the stitches being too short. Because if you've ever done bags before and you've never adjusted your stitch length when you're sewing, when you're going through something thick, your stitch length almost are on top of each other. It doesn't look natural, so more than likely you would need to lengthen your stitch length. It also comes with a button shank. Most people use this, they call this a jump humper, but what is actually used is elevate the button to give you a shank button. Now that we're going to the winter time, some of you may be making coats and stuff, and that's where that comes in. You also get a quilting bar guide that goes into these dual feed foot or into the standard ankle of a machine, and you also get some sorted needles and stuff like that, and of course you get a screwdriver, some bobbins and things like that. I didn't put that on there because we all know what those look like. And with this machine, you also get this wonderful large extension table. Now, I didn't put the legs on this extension table where you're looking at the holes are. And how this extension table works is this. I would take out my extension table or your storage compartment on the front of the machine. The storage compartment in front of the machine, just let you know, there's a compartment in front that opens up that you can put all your accessories on here. So to put the extension table on, I will simply pull this out, and my extension table would actually go on here like this. Would actually sit on the machine with the legs on here like this. Now, you notice the table looks kind of funny. It looks like it's cut off back here. That's because our embroidery unit is attached to the back of the machine. Now, the embroidery unit does come separately. You do attach it when you put it on the machine, but once you put it on, you don't ever have to take it off. And I'll tell you why. You will want to leave it on the machine when you're doing sewing. But that's how our machine is done, where the embroidery unit attaches to the machine. And again, the machine, this table attaches here. So that way it allows our embroidery unit to travel left and right when we're doing machine embroidery. Okay. Another accessory that comes with the machine is that you get a single hole plate with this machine also. In the single hole plate, we have a needle position in the center needle position, the left or the right needle position. Currently I have the zigzag needle plate on the machine. Just take the foot off, the feet snaps on and off, as you can see. This is my plate. Now, then another nice thing about this machine is this is a 9mm machine, which means I have 9 needle position on here. So we just go over to the screen. Right here, we have a nice big screen to look at. The screen itself is 7.7 by 4.7 touchscreen. Okay, as you can see right now, 4.5 is my center needle position. If I need to change my stitch, the needle position on a straight stitch, I can just hit the plus sign and you can see the needle moving on the screen and also see it moving on the machine itself. If I need to go the opposite direction, I can just touch it and it's moving 1 millimeter at a time. 1 centimeter at a time. Okay, this is a 9mm machine. If I need to change my stitch length, I can come in here and hit the plus sign and go up to a 5.0 stitch length. What you're seeing on the screen is actually how long that stitch would be if I was to go to stitch it out. So this is a nice big visual screen, easy, very user friendly. Now, while I have the foot off, I just want to show you something. Right here in the front, we have a lever. And this machine, if you look at the throat plate, I have no screws on here. What this means is I have a one-hand change throat plate. I take the lever, simply push it down, the throat plate pops up, lift it out, and I can simply remove it. Take my other plate, this is a single hole plate, put it in the machine, and push it in, and it's changed. Nice, fast, simple, and easy. Now, if you look at the screen again, you will notice all my other stitches have disappeared. All I have is the straight stitch in my screen. If I scroll down my screen, you can see only thing I'm getting is straight stitches. That's because these plates have sensors and it won't let me pick a decorative stitch or anything that will break my needle. So in order to get the other stitches back, I'm gonna go here and change the plate out. Again, I simply touch it, pop the plate out, put the zigzag plate back in. Okay, and I always get a message on the screen, so make sure your proper pressure foot is attached. Touch the X. And you can see all my other stitches are back on the screen itself. Isn't that nice? It's nice, easy to use. Okay. Okay. And let me get back to the utility stitch. Now, if you notice on here, it has the A foot listed. Anytime I change a stitch on the machine, let's say any of the 400 stitches on the machine, if I pick like number 17, this is an overcast stitch. It will tell me to put the M foot on. It's not going to give you a foot that doesn't come with the machine. So that's what I love about this machine. I love the Janome machine. Anytime I change my stitch, it tells me what foot to use. Just like if I use this blind hem, well, kind of like a blind hem stitch, it'll tell me to use the F foot. It's just that simple. Now, the other thing I want to show you real quick right here. You probably didn't see it earlier. The tray that goes on the machine itself, when you open it up, there is a storage compartment right here that you can line up all your feet and put them on here. The single hole plate right here, they even make a compartment for it. So what you would do is you turn it upside down. It can just slide right here and store it into this compartment. Slide it back in place. And it's nice and neat and organized. Isn't that wonderful? Another one of the the accessory that comes with it, this is what we call the cloth guide. The cloth guide, if you look on the machine up here on the top ribbon, I have a button that looks like this cloth guide. What I love about the Janome machines are visually it's very easy to use. I have that cloth guide. What the cloth guide do is I actually attach it to my embroidery unit like I would if I was put an embroidery hoop on, put it in, turn it to lock it, go up here to my screen, touch the cloth guide, I'll get a message, the carriage arm will now move. I just want to make sure I don't have anything to the left of the machine, hit OK and watch. It automatically moved to the 5/8 needle position, which means, make it out here, X out of here, and on the utility stitch, from the center needle position to the edge of the guide, it's exactly 5/8 of an inch. So if I was going to sew something, like a piece of fabric, from there, from where the needle is, and put this back on. Okay, so if I want to sew something, simply touch that. See? perfectly quarter inch. 5/8 of an inch for doing garments and stuff. We have a scissor key right here, so I can just simply cut it. It cuts both of my thread for me, and the foot will come up automatically. Okay. So this is just to show you. To drop my foot, I have a button right here. I can drop it and raise my foot. I have a needle up, needle down function, a tie off key. So what that does is make a little knot at the end of my stitch, so I don't need to do a back stitch. I also have a reverse button. If I want to sew in reverse, I simply hold this button down to sew in reverse. Start, stop button. It does come with the needle, does come with the foot control, but you don't always need to have a foot control. You can piece or sew with the start, stop button, just like I did earlier. We have a sliding speed sliding bar right here, so you can adjust the speed of your sewing. And this machine also has 2 motors. We have a bobbin winding button right here. That means when I'm sewing or embroidering, I can go up here, push this over, touch the button, and see the little wheel spinning? I would actually be winding a bobbin. When I'm done, this would actually click over and it would stop. And I will get a message on the screen showing you that it's completed. So there is 2 motors in here, so I can be sewing and embroidering at the same time. Now, just want to let you know, it does come with this extra large foot control, which is really nice to have on this machine. You got nice big foot control. Not only that, it does come with a knee lift for those of you who like using a knee lift. This is what we call an adjustable knee lift. There's a screw up here, so you can adjust it if you need to. By adjusting it, meaning how close you want to come to your knee. Okay, so we have adjustable knee lift. You also have a CD called AccuTools CD. What this is used for is in the embroidery mode. It is actually the, we'll get to when we go into embroidery, your whole embroidery function, your whole editing function that you have on the screen. You load this onto your PC, you have that function to use on your PC also. This will also let you transfer design. If you don't have any embroidery software, this will open up the GIF format or the DST format so that you can see your embroidery design, the ones that you purchase online. And I want to show you this. This machine still comes with a very intuitive spiral bound manual, because a lot of companies now have done away with their manuals, instruction manuals for the machine. So ours, you can see, it's nice, fully illustrated in colored pictures and showing you how to use this machine. So that's what's so wonderful about Janome. They still give you a manual for this machine. Okay, we're going to talk about this cloth guide. Okay, as you notice, on the cloth guide, the default position is set at 5/8. So let's say I'm quilting. I want to move this to 1/4 inch like it's up here. So what I would do is simply touch the arrow to move the cloth guide to the left. Now I have it at 1/2 inch, 3/8, and now that's 1/4 inch. So that means it's 1/4 inch from the center needle position to the guide right here. Okay, so this way you guys can kind of see this. And I'm going to stitch it out just a little bit. And there we have 1/4 inch. So what's so nice about this? You have a lot of flexibility with this machine, because some people don't like to use the 1/4 inch foot that comes with the machine. They want to stitch at the center needle position, because this being a 9mm machine, the 1/4 inch you would have to move the needle over to the right. Most people don't like that, and they want to stitch with the regular foot. You can just put the cloth guide on and do the same thing. Or the other option is You could put the 1/4 inch foot on if you're doing something like a Bargello, where you have long strips of fabric. You want to get your strips lined up before it gets to the foot. That's a good way of doing it. What I love about the cloth guy is not only for these narrow positions, what I normally use it for is when I have to hem something like a skirt or hem to a curtain. That's when you really need to move the cloth guide. The cloth guide being able to move, as you can see, I'm moving it by 1/8 of an inch at a time. See, now it's at 1 1/8 and a quarter. After it goes to 1 1/4, we get to move it in 1/2 inch increments. So now I'm at 2 1/2. There's a 3 inch. So if I need something to do a 3 inch hem, I no longer have to put painter's tape, any kind of tape on my machine, because I have the cloth guide that is fully movable. It's all the way back to 8 inches. So I have that much space to move. When I'm done with this, what I simply have to do is, I have an icon on the machine that looks like the cloth guide with the arrow going to the right. When I touch this, it says keep sand clear. The carriage will now move. It's a safety function. I'm going to hit OK. And as you can see, it takes me back to the home position. And then it's simply to take it off, turn it, and pick it up. And this is the cloth guide for this machine. Now, some of the other features we have on this machine is this. This is what we call the auto pivot function, or some people call it the hovering function. This button right here that looks like the foot is up, the piece of fabric and the needle. When I activate this, the icon turns black. And what happens is when I'm sewing and I stop, you see how the foot automatically comes up? My needle stays down. This allows me to pivot my fabric easily. Or if I just need to sew something straight, and sometimes I need to move it a little bit, I can just do that. And again, I'll show you how it works. Again, I hit the start stop button. See that? That's a nice feature to have. This way I don't have to use my knee lift or anything like that. Another thing you might notice on here on the machine is I have a fully automatic needle threader on here. Now it's going to show you how that works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the auto pivot function. I'm taking the thread out the needle. As you can see, it's out of needle now. I'm just going to come up here, put it in the needle threader. And then what I'm going to do is going to come to the machine. I'm going to lock out the machine. Once the machine is locked out, there's a light that comes on to tell me I'm ready to thread the needle threader. So I simply push this button. And as you can see, it automatically threaded my needle for me. I come here, pull the thread back. And as you can see, my needle is threaded. And once I have done that, I simply come back, unlock the screen, and the light disappears. So it's just that simple to thread the needle threader on this machine. Okay. Next to it, this is what we call a twin needle guard. What the twin needle guard does is, let's say I'm going to use a 2-thread. So I'm going to let the machine know I'm going to do twin needle sewing. I touch that, and only those stitches, as you can see on the screen, I have 2 rows of stitching right here, and only the stitches that will work with the twin needle that comes with the machine is shown on the screen. So if I page to another screen, you can see that certain stitches won't show up. And what's so nice about it is this. It shows it in 2 different colors, so I can see what my design will look like. And just think about it, some of your decorative stitches, how cool will it be to put 2 different color threads in here and put it through the machine and stitch them out? You get a whole new different look with this machine. Okay, to disengage that, I simply touch that, and I'll get a message and said, okay. And now I have taken that off. Now, with all these stitches on our machine, 400 stitches, we can go and combine our stitches. To do that, we have a function on the machine with two rows of a roll of hearts, and then with a row of hearts and a spade and a diamond. That tells you this is our combine key. I simply touch that, and now I can start combining design. I just happen to be on heirloom designs. So if I don't want to go to heirloom, I want to see all the different stitches that's up here on the machine. As you can see, I have all different categories up on top. What I would do is this. I would come up here on my machine, go to my home key. It brings up a quarter moon. This is a menu. In the menu, this is my utility stitches, my buttonhole stitches. And then this is my beginning of my decorative stitch. When I select that, it goes into my different categories, just like it's up here on the screen. You'll see on the screen we have applique, heirloom, quilt, bridge stitches, decorative, long, pictograph, and play stitches. And you do have some fonts available to you on this machine. And these fonts are in the regular sewing mode, not in the embroidery. You have more choices when we go into the embroidery mode. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So let's look at some decorative stitches, shall we? So on the decorative stitches on the machine it tells me there are 7 pages on the screen to go through to look at all these decorative stitches that I have up here on the top of my screen. Not only that, on the screen itself, it's telling me, if you notice, some of these stitches are in a gray shaded box. That means these stitches can be mirror image upside down. All the stitches on our machine can be mirror image left to right. The ones that are in the gray box means they can be mirror image upside down. And right here, there's an icon showing you that, this little thing like a hamburger. And that's what it means. It means all those stitches can be mirror image upside down. We have a question asking me what my favorite stitches are. Well, it depends on what I'm doing. I love some of the words up here that says handmade, stitch, fashion, and stuff like that. The ones I use the most, okay, is these stitches like right here, the spool of thread, the needle, and the scissors. So I know those on the last page. So what I'm going to go to my machine and scroll down. Well, it's in pictographs. So let me go to the correct category first. I'm going to go home, choose my decorative stitch, go to pictographs, and it's on right here on the second page. I have the needle with the thread right here. Next to that, it's a spool of thread. Next to that is a pair of scissors. I like to do this when I'm doing handbags and stuff. What I like to do with this particular stitches, now that I have it combined, I can go and stitch it on a piece of webbing and then attach it to my handbags to customize my handbag and stuff. But I'm not stuck to this category. If I want to choose something from a different category, let's say if I want to go to play and I want to add a dress form to it. Up here you can see in the play section, there's a dress form. So let's say I want to add that dress form to it. I simply come back to the home key, select decorative stitches, go my play category. There's my dress form. I can select the dress form and I just added that to my roll of stitching. And here's some of the words I was telling you about. We have some words like handmade. Also, there's words like fashion, stitch, love, sweet, and so forth. And you might be wondering what this little square is. That little square is if I want to put a space between the word sweet and love, I have a little gap right there. Now, for example, if you see this little red cursor right here, if I want to edit one of these letters, I just move my arrows up. The letter is highlighted. And down here, you have that little thing that looks like a hamburger. There's my mirror imaging key. I can mirror image the letter and turn it upside down if I want to. I can do it again, turn it right side back up. Yeah, I can move the cursor up if I want to insert. For example, the word is fashion here. Let's say I want to insert something in front of the word fashion. I want to insert the umbrella. See how simple that is? Just to insert a design. I just simply touch the umbrella. It just inserted it. Now up here, I've got a lot of tools up here to work with too. So if I want to see, as you can see, my stitches, I can't see it all on the screen. I can't remember everything I touched. I touched the magnifier. It automatically shows me all the stitches that I have combined so far, and the stitches is how they're going to stitch out. So they will stitch out continuously like this in a row. And this is my preview window. On the top, it tells me I'm on page 1 of 1, meaning if I had filled this whole page up and I have more than one page, up here it will say 1/2, meaning it filled up my first page, is going into my second page. This machine allows you to combine up to 400 different characters or spaces. We don't say how many inches because some of these are longer, some of them are shorter, so it just says 400. Okay, I'm going to close this out. Now, let's say if you want to add some words to it, it's very simple. I simply go to the home screen, go to the ABC. This is the lettering function. Select ABC, and I can spell my name, Sam. S-A-M. And there's my name, just add it right to here. It's just that simple. So if I want to add a space, you notice on the lettering function, I have 3 different squares. So that means I have 3 different space option on this machine. There's a medium space. And when I stitch this out, it's just a running stitch. It's just a jump stitch, not running stitch, just a jump stitch. Okay, so it's just that simple. Okay, so let's talk about the other portion to this machine, which is our embroidery portion. Okay, so to do that, I want to show you how easy it is to go from sewing into embroidery. To do that, I simply come down to the home, right here, the home screen. Oop, I need X out of here. There. Okay, let me get out of here first. Down here, well, you have 2 machines. You see I have some machine here for regular sewing. The other machine means the embroidery mode. So I'm going to touch this button. It says the carrot arm will not open. Do we want to? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we open up the carriage arm, although I can go into the embroidery mode and do everything I need to do without the carriage arm being open. So I just tell the machine, okay. Now it's asked me, do I resume the last pattern? No, I don't want to. And it's okay, so I just touch X to get out. There's the beginning of my embroidery screen. Okay. In the embroidery screen, I have a flower, ABCs, and the edit icon. The flower icon is where you would look to find all the 350 built-in decorative stitches. Decorative embroidery designs right here. The ABC is all the letterings that is built into the machine is found here. And this is my edit screen. It's right here. So if I want to look at the built-in design, touch the flower. Right now, if I touch the top flower again, I can look at designs by category. Okay, I can scroll through and look at all the different designs. I can go back up and look at them. Or, if I X out of here, go back to the screen I was, Right now, I can just page through them this way, and it just shows me all the different stitches. Okay? Or I can look at that decorative stitch by hoop sizes. Okay, there are 4 hoops that comes with the machine. You have the square 14 hoop, which is a 5.5 by 5.5, a square 23, which is 9.1 by 9.1, the GR hoop, which is 9.1 by 11.8. This is how big the embroidery field on this machine. And you have what we call a free arm hoop. Okay, so we have all those choices on this machine. So let's say I want to see the designs for the GR hoop. Well, when I select that, it automatically bring up all the GR hoop designs. Okay, and it shows me I have 3 pages of them. I can scroll through and look at them and just let you see how pretty these designs are. For example, this girl right here. It doesn't look like much, but this is actually cross stitching. Okay, the machine on the ready to sew screen will show me the hoop that I have selected, the foot that I need to use, and it tells me what the current speed is. I have it on 900. Remember the sliding speed bar right here? On embroidery, I can move it while I'm sewing. I can go as slow as 400 stitches a minute, all the way up to 1,000 stitches a minute while the machine is embroidering. And why you would want to do that is sometimes if you're doing something like metallic threads, you may want to slow down your machine without having to go into the setting mode. So if you want to come over here, I just want to show you real quickly. These are the machine. This is your 5x5 hoop, the 9 by 1 by 11. This is how the biggest hoop that's available. This is 9.1 by 9.1. This is your square hoop. And this is your free arm hoop, which is 3.9 by 7.6. And we'll talk about this in a minute, more in a minute. Okay. Over here. There's a question about resizing designs. Okay. Over here, I want to show you. These are all the different fonts that's built into the machine. Let me take this down so you don't have to come over. Can you get it here? Okay. As you look at the very top, this is called Micro Gothic. These letters up here, the largest letter under micro, it's a 1/4 inch. That's how big it is. It's only a 1/4 inch tall. So this is called Micro Gothic. Okay. These are the other strips that's available to you is stitch out as is on the machine. These are actually the medium-sized fonts. You have a larger one and a smaller one. So these are the medium-sized fonts that's available to you. You have 2-letter and 3-letter monogramming available that's built into the machine. You have some brackets. I stitched them out. You can use the brackets that's available for either 2-letter or 3 lettering. I stitched them out as is in the machine, and you can see what they look like here. Also in the machine, you have what we call normal sew design. I'll show you those in a minute. These are what they look like stitched out. They're actually, each design is actually individual. So when you look at them on the machine, they're actually one little design like that up here. So what I did is I went and combined them. I just keep touching that design to fill out the entire width of the hoop. And then I just stitched them out so you can see what they look like. And that's what's up here. Over here, I just did this real quick to show you guys. This is faux leather stitched out. This design is not in the machine. It is from OESDs. It was one of their Sashiko design. And what I did was, this is stitched on pleather. I have 2 layers of batting back here. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is black batting. There's 2 layers of batting back here, plus the pleather, stitched with metallic thread, 600 stitches a minute, using a regular size 14 needle. And this is metallic thread. I did not have a single thread breakage in the entire time I was stitching this out. And this is close to a 2-hour stitch out. On some
we had just a little bit of a problem. That was pretty incredible, though, that he didn't break any thread on that stitch out. But while Sam is going to be coming back up here, I can go over some pricing on that Memory Craft 14,000. That incredible machine. Brian and I were just talking about this. It is $3,500 off MSRP. Like, you are not going to see a sale like this. I don't know if you will again. Let's go ahead and take a look at that overlay really quick. It normally is an MSRP of $9,999, and it's a sale price of $6,499, but that's not our special event pricing. So you can give us a call and we can give you even better pricing than that. And also, financing is available. I've been seeing in the comments, oh, this is a dream machine one day, you know, maybe. Now's the time, guys. We do have financing available, so you could get this for Christmas.
I think Sam's ready.
Is Sam ready? Okay, well, let's bring Sam back up and he can finish his demonstration.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened, but we're in the studio, so sometimes the Wi-Fi goes in and out. So anyway, I was talking about the quilted pleather. I don't know if you guys heard me, but that was all done with the metallic threads. You're stitching it at 600 stitches a minute. I did not use a metallic needle or anything like that. I just used a regular needle, put it in there, slowed the speed down for 600 stitches a minute. I didn't have any thread breakage. And that is, you know, very rare, because I know a lot of people complain about embroidering with metallic thread, having thread breakage and stuff like that. And I didn't have any issues at all. Okay. The other thing I want to talk about is somebody had asked about going into the edit screen, how to resize a design. Okay, let me choose a different design. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go back to the home, go to designs. I'm going to change my hoop size. I'm going to look for a medium-sized design, because if I use too big, it's too hard to see. I'm just going to pick the first thing that comes into mind. It goes in the Ready to Sew screen. In the Ready to Sew screen, what I need to do is go back to the home screen. So I'm bring up my edit screen. In the edit screen, I have all these different icons available to me. The first one, it lets me change my hoop size right here. If the hoop is too small to fit the design, it will not show up. It's showing me my current hoop is a size 14 hoop. I can change it to any hoop. So if I want to move it to the square 23 hoop, as you can see, my screen got bigger. It is a touch screen. It allows me to take my fingers and just move it around on the screen, or I can use the directional arrows in the back to make minor adjustment to the design if I want to. To resize the design, right here, you have 2 square blocks. Touch that. Right now, the design is 100%. To make it larger, I simply touch the plus. 120 is the largest you can go. When you resize the design in the machine, it does not recalculate the stitches. All you are doing is stretching the design out. You can, after you resize it, hit OK to save it. If you don't hit OK, it doesn't save it. Okay. I can also shrink the design down. I can copy and paste it right here. Once I touch that button, the design copies directly on top of itself. I can just move it out of position simply by touching the design. Let's say I decided I don't want both of these. I only want one of them. The trash can, I don't know if you, I know it's very faint, hard to see. There's a green box around this top design. If I hit the trash can, whoops, I accidentally hit it twice and just deleted it. So no big deal. Go back to the home key, select the design again, and there it is. I just brought it back in. The hoop remained the same. So I have one on the screen. I can rotate it. To rotate it, I simply can rotate by 1 degree. I just did 45. Okay. There was a question, somebody asked, does it recalculate the stitches? No, it does not. You will need some kind of digitizing software. The software we sell is the artistic digitizing software. Okay, you can rotate it 45 degrees either direction. You can have fun with it, rotate it all the way around. Hit OK to save it. These mirror imaging icon is the same, whether you're in sewing or embroidery, to mirror image from left to right, upside down. Okay. I have more icons available to me down here. If I were, for example, if I was doing something and I had a quilt design, let's say I wanted to have, this is one quart, I'm putting in one, the quadrant right here. And I want to have the same design on all four quadrant. Up here in the top, I simply touch this. And as you see, it just copied 3 more and rotated to the same position as the original one. So that makes it easy peasy when you're doing quilting. I have a rainbow bar right here. This allows me to change the different colors on the design for visual purpose. So right now it's showing me this design have 5 color changes. The first color is red. So if I want to change it, say blue, come here and touch blue, changes it. There's my second color. It's white on a white screen. I can't see what that is, but there's a solution for that. Up on here on the top, you notice it looks like a little grid. I simply touch that. Okay. This is the background color of the grid. I know there's nothing green, so I'm going to turn it green. Hit OK. Now everything's turned to green. So I'm going to go back to here. There's the blue again. I'm going to change that to purple. Come down. This is white. Oh, I know what I did. You see what I did? If I don't hit OK to save it, it won't save it. So I hit OK to save it. Now my screen is green. Go back again. This is the one where I changed it to purple. Why is it not saving? It should be saving it. I had to exit out of here. Anyway, go on. Wrong thing. I'm looking at this sideways. That pencil does is let me change the name so I can give it a custom name if I want to. See, this part is in blue. If I want to change it, I simply touch it to change a different color. Go down to the next one, change it to a different color. When I'm done, or I don't want to make any more changes, hit OK. It just changed this one little design. The other ones remain the same. The background color stays the same. Now, what's so nice about changing your background color, if I was going to stitch this design on a green piece of fabric, the background color would kind of show me what this design would look like if I had stitched it on the green piece of fabric. The other nice thing about it is if you have done any type of embroidery before, especially lace designs, you notice when you bring most of the lace design comes into your edit screen or it's white. It's very hard to see that design. By changing the background color, now you're able to see your lace design. And the question we always get asked is, how do I change it back to white? Easy. Right here, touch the rainbow bar again, touch your edit screen. It shows me the screen up here is green. DFT means default. Anytime you see that on the screen, touch the default, it will set it back to the factory setting. So after you do that, make sure you hit OK, and it changed the screen back to what it originally is. Now back here, I have a monochromatic key, which is this right here. But before I do that, I wanted to show you something. If I hit OK right now, I take it to my Ready to Sew screen. It shows me I have 20 color changes. We know there's only 5 color changes on this one particular design. The reason I have 20 color changes is because the machine is reading each design as a separate color change. Well, we don't want to do all that because we know 3 of these are the same color because I didn't change anything. So to do that, I simply come back to the home screen, touch the edit screen. Right here, where you have the red and the blue spools of thread, this allows me to color group. So this design will be independent of itself. Right here, it says 1 of 2. When I go to 2, goes to the second page. Now they're grouping these 5 color changes together. Okay, so I hit OK. So when it goes back to the Ready to Sew screen, you will see I only have 10 color changes because these 3 has 5 and this has 5. So that's how easy it is to do color changes. And there's one more thing I want to show you real quick. Here we have a monochromatic key. Monochromatic key allows you to change any design. Let's say if you want to turn this to red work or something like that, you would touch that one simple button. It says sew all layers without stopping or changing color, hit OK. And what that does, it will take the screen, you will get a monochromatic. It will be like just black and white because the machine doesn't know what color you actually is going to stitch this design out. So it's kind of grayscale. It'll still show 20 colors because it doesn't know what color you're going to stitch it out. Okay. Some of the other things on here, this machine has 2 USB port on the side to let you bring in designs on the side right here. You have 2 USB port for importing the design. In the front, you have a file folder right here. If I touch the file folder will let me look for design that's built into the machine. I can look for it, and then I just have to tell it which USB stick I have on there. Since I don't have a USB in the machine knows. So as you can see right here. So if I was going to do that, if I had put a USB stick in, I would simply just touch the file folder to open it up to bring out the design. Now, I know we got a few minutes left. I want to show you something. This right here was done using the yarn couching foot. This is a design from Anita Good. It's from the Quilter's Holiday Design Packet. And the original design was, I think the largest was a 5x7. I took it into our digitizing program, the artistic digitizer. I enlarged it to fit the 9x9 hoop. So that's how big this design was stitched out. But what I want to show you is this. This Christmas quilt that I did right here. As you notice, I have 2 different size yarn on this quilt. This, because remember I said there's 2 different couching foot, yarn couching foot that comes with the machine. The 2 sizes. So the small one will use your sport yarn. The larger one is the opening size. So I'm talking about on the foot. One has a smaller opening. The other one has a larger opening. The larger opening, you can couch down what they call chenille yarn. This is just that chunky yarn that I got at Joann's. And so that's how these were. All these design is from the Anita Good Collection CD. And this CD, I've had it for a good at least 15 years. So that tells you how old this design is. And I think they still sell it. You just have to go to the website and look for it. It's called Quilter's Holiday from Anita Good. Okay. And this is the design just to show you some of them. Another thing I want to show you real quick is this. On this machine, your thread loads horizontal. Okay. For doing machine embroidery, it's a pain for me to keep putting this thread, I pull this out, change the thread. So what I did is on my machine at home, we sell a 5-thread spool stand that bolts to the back of your machine right here. And what you would do is you would take this, it installs to the machine in the back. You want to come over here and show them this? Right here, the 2 screws back here on the machine. You would simply loosen these screws and they come out pretty far. This 2 holes right here, you will simply just go right there. You would take your screwdriver through the 2 holes on the side of the holder to tighten the screws back up. And then this telescopes up. Okay, what I like about this spool stand is this. I'm going to put it up here so you guys have a reference point. So if I'm using normal embroidery thread right here, they can sit on my thread stand like so. If I am using the larger king size comb, this spool stand still allows me to use these big combs. So I can have 5 threads lined up on my thread stand. And actually, if in case you don't know it, these type cone of thread is made to dispense straight up. They're not made to dispense sideways like this. The type of thread that this holder is actually made to use is for your like regular sewing thread that you have like this. In most part, sewing thread is like this, is not in the big cones like your quilting thread. Okay, it does come with a thread guide. The thread guide, how it would work is this would be bolted on the back of your machine. Your thread comes up to here, it comes down to here as a clip, and you would just pull it through the machine just like you would threading a normal machine. So now my time's about up, so I want to show you one more thing right here. You come around the side to open up my carriage arm, like I was telling you. This is my embroidery unit. There's a lever on the side. I pushed it down. The unit's open. I am ready to embroider. Now, we talked about the free arm. This is the free arm. On our machine, embroidery units attached, I can take this part off. I have a free arm right here. This would actually attach to right here. So when I'm embroidering, this hoop would be right here, and I can pull stuff through underneath the arm of the machine. Okay, I don't know if you can see it there. I'll come around. Thank you. So I can pull what I'm sewing around the free arm. This hoop is small enough that I can do a baby onesie, pull it through the neckline, and embroider on it. So, I mean, on a onesie or anything like that, you wouldn't embroider anything big anyways. Not only that, with the other hoops, the oval hoop, this one right here, you can hoop something like a pocketbook sideways, pull it underneath the free arm if you can get this through the opening of the pocketbook. If you need to, you can rotate the design and stitch it out on the machine. You can also hoop a t-shirt, like a knit t-shirt, and be able to embroider on it. Okay, so what do you guys think? Pretty cool, right? I think my time's about up. Let me get Trisha back on here.
Sam, that was a wonderful demonstration. I was like, oh, I wanted to keep listening to you. As always, we enjoy it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, we've seen you demo several machines, and I know you're coming back with the Elna tomorrow. So we hope to see you back tomorrow to see that 780 plus.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, I wanted to touch on a couple of things before we go into our next segment. It was asked on what the touch screen measures, and that is 7.7 inches by 4.7. The dimensions of the machine was 25.6 by 12.6 by 10.2. And if you go to our website, we have all of those details on there as well. We also had a question regarding a cabinet. It does need a larger space or a larger opening for the bigger machines like the Janome M7. Please give our customer service a call. They've got documentation to double check that and see if there are any sales on the cabinets that are going on, especially since we are running some fabulous prices on the Aero furniture. And then quickly, Fern was asking whether or not that machine had Wi-Fi. I know Sam did touch on that, but he said it does not. It has 2 USB ports for importing all the designs. All right. Well, we want to go into our giveaway. We are doing 50 spools of the Floriani embroidery thread. 50 spools, you guys. This is going to be awesome. We're going to have $300 worth of thread. We ready to pull that up?
Do it.
All right. Let's go ahead and see who our winner is. All right. Almost there. JB, congratulations. You are the winner of 50 spools of Floriani thread. All right. Next up, we have a first timer. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me go back. I want to go over the pricing on that Janome super quick. Melinda's being so patient. All right, we've got the Janome machine. We've got the Memory Craft 14,000. I'd mentioned it earlier where people are saying dream machine. It doesn't have to be a dream, guys. It is a reality. You can get this machine now for Christmas. It's over $3,500 off MSRP. Give our customer service a call and they can help you get a fabulous deal on this model. Even better than what it's showing on there. It's crazy. So give us a call. We will definitely help you out. All right, and now we can go ahead and bring up Melinda Stephensen. She is a baby lock educator, first time here. But Brian, you want to go ahead and get her pulled up?
Sure.
Hello, Melinda.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'm Melinda at Baby Lock Tech, so I'm excited to see. She's a great teacher, and she's going to show us how to use the serger.
All right. Thank you so much. I love this serger. Today, I'm going to show you the Baby Lock Victory. And I'm going to show you 4 different things, probably 4 of my very favorite things that this Baby Lock Victory does. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move my camera and change it over to my machine. Whoops, that didn't work so well. Let me try that again. Okay. Sorry. Give me a second, y'all. Let's see if we can get that machine up. There we go. Okay. All righty. So that's our Baby Lock Victory. And the first thing I'm going to show you is how easy it is to make a ruffle on this machine. So this machine has our automatic thread delivery system. And you can see there are no controls here. So you don't have to do anything in order to change any of the tension settings. All you have to do is change your stitch selector. The machine reads what size thread that you have, and it also gives you a sense of how thick the fabric is. So you don't really have to do any sort of changes, okay? All right, so in order to create a ruffle, real quick and easy, all you have to do is take this differential feed, and you're gonna move it all the way up to 2, okay? And then after you've moved that differential feed up to 2, you're going to come over here and you're going to increase your stitch length to 4, and you're going to increase your stitch width to 7.5. So it's very easy to remember. You're just going to go as wide as you can possibly go with the stitch width and as wide as you can possibly go with the stitch length, all right? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're just going to raise our knife and raise our needles up because that's kind of a nice way to start. I'm going to raise my presser foot, and then I'm going to get my fabric right up to the edge of that knife. And then I'm going to begin stitching, okay? And I'm going to just hold my fabric over here, and I'm going to give it a little push up here, okay? All righty, here we go. Okay, and just that quickly, you have a lovely ruffle, okay? Now, if you want that ruffle to be even more ruffled, all you have to do is give it a little bit of a clip, get your tweezers out. You're going to find your needle threads, which are right here, these little 2 straight threads, and you're going to pull those needle threads out, and then you're just going to give them a tug. And that's going to tighten that ruffle as tight as you need it to be, okay? All right, so it's very simple, as you can see, to make ruffles on the machine. My second favorite thing to do on this machine, this is something that I love to do, and that is I really love to make piping, okay? Now, this pillow right here, I made on the Victory Serger, and I put this lovely piping in and also was able to put this zipper in. It happens really quickly. I made this zipper and this pillow in about 30 minutes, okay? So let me show you how easy it is to make piping on the Victory Serger. Here we go. All right. So to make piping, we're going to do a couple of things, okay? Now, we're going to use this is our cording foot, okay? And I'm actually using our 5mm cording foot. There are actually 13 different feet that you can get for your Victory machine. These are elastic insertion foots, cording foots, cording feet, hemming foot. There are just any number of feet that you can use on the machine and really be super creative in your project. This cording foot I love to use for both piping, and also you're going to see me use it later on whenever I put a zipper in, okay? So all you have to do in order to create piping is you're going to get about 1.5 inches width of fabric, and you're going to fold it over. You're going to make sort of like a hot dog bun, and you're going to put your cording inside your hot dog bun, okay? And then you're going to change your settings just a bit, all right? And let me show you how you're going to change your settings to make piping. The settings are just a little bit different for making piping than they are for creating piping, and than they are for inserting. So what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that our stitch selector is on A. We're going to pop that differential feed all the way down to N. And then we're going to move our stitch width, as you can see, keep that at 7.5, but we're going to move our stitch length to about a 2.5, okay? All right, and then all we're going to do is we're just going to insert our piping in, and we're going to give it a stitch, and you can see how easy it is. You see that cording fits right inside of that channel, and in no time at all, you've created a lovely piping. Okay? Super easy, super fast. Now, in order to insert your piping, you're going to change your stitch width to a 5.5, okay? And we're going to go right here to a 5.5. And then we're going to simply lay it atop whatever it is that we want to put it on, okay? I'm just going to put it on top of this ruffle so that you can see how easy it is to insert. And then I'm just going to put a little piece of, I'm going to lay another piece of fabric right on top of it, just so that we can see what it looks like once it's inside this fabric, okay? And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to slip it under here, give it a little stitch, and you can see that I'm going to hold that all together. I'm going to stitch it up. And this is where your automatic thread delivery system is your best friend, because in spite of all these thicknesses, it's going over very easily. And another thing that's really lovely about this Victory serger is you have actually 6 millimeters of lift on your presser foot. So that enables you to get quilts underneath your presser foot. Okay, so there we go. We have that nice little piping inside just above our ruffle, okay? Super easy, super fast. And I don't know if you guys have ever tried to do piping on your sewing machine. It is, I mean, it is doable, but this is just so much faster. And look how nice and neat the inside is, okay? All right, so that's number 2. Let's go to our third, and that is we're going to create a rolled hem, okay? Now, creating a rolled hem on this serger is super easy. And one of the things that I really love doing is using decorative thread, okay? And I'm just going to show you how quick and easy it is to change from a 2-thread, from a 2-needle stitch to a 1-needle stitch. So you can see that I just clipped my thread, okay? And I'm going to stitch out that thread. And then I'm going to get my screwdriver. Let me see, I didn't quite get all that thread out. So let me raise my presser foot and get, there it goes. There's the rest of the thread. Okie dokie. Got a little tangle up there. Only when you're demoing do you have tangles like this, okay? All right. All right, let me stitch it out now. There we go. Got rid of that tangle immediately. Okay, so I'm going to use my screwdriver, and very easily, very quickly, I'm going to unscrew that needle. I'm going to pop the needle out. Oops, drop it down the bottom of my machine. That was an accident. Let me get my tweezers and pull that out. The cool thing is if you actually drop it into the bottom of your machine, we have this cool little needle catcher down there, so that if it drops in the bottom, you can very easily pull it out in that little needle catcher. Okay, so now I'm going to change my stitch selector to B, okay? And then in order to do a rolled hem, I'm going to also change my upper looper thread, because I want to put this lovely Madeira Decora thread in it, because I just want you to see the difference it makes whenever you're using these Decora threads. And what happens, you know, this is just kind of a fun thing. This is a purse strap that I made, and it's using the technique that I'm getting ready to show you. So there's a rolled hem, but also I'm going to show you a 3-thread wide. And you can do a 3-thread wide on some chiffon, and then you just braid it together and you have this lovely little purse strap. So this machine will enable you to do all sorts of fun things. Okay, so let me clip that upper looper thread, and I'll show you how easy with jet air threading it is to thread your upper looper. All right, so I'm going to stitch out the thread. Okay, now I'm going to take my Decora and I'm going to replace my upper looper regular serger thread for a Decora. And then I'm going to, I'll show you how this works. And you can see that even with this sort of thick thread, I can use my jet air threading. So I'm going to make sure that I have everything set properly. I'm going to pop a little thread down there, push it, and you saw it shoot right out of the side. Okay, that's all there is to it. Now my machine is threaded with a lovely Decora thread. I'm going to set my machine at an M5, and then I'm going to go over down here, and you can see right here it's marked very clearly for me. It says rolled hem. So I'm going to put that on a number 1 rolled hem. Okay, and then I'm going to show you how lovely the rolled hem is on this machine. All right, I've just got a little scrap of fabric here. I'm going to raise my presser foot. I'm going to move all the way to the edge of my knife, which is a really nice way to start your stitching. Lower my presser foot, and then I'm going to release my, there we go, my tube. Then I'm going to give this a little clip so that it doesn't get in the way. And there you go. There's that lovely rolled hem with a little bit of and you can see how it rolls over. It actually turns the hem right over. Okay. All right. Now you can make it even more narrow if you want. If you want it to be a little bit more narrow than I've made it, you can make it more narrow than that. You can make it even thicker. Okay. All right. So there's our rolled hem. Now, this may be what I'm getting ready to show you right now might be my favorite thing. But before I show you that, I do want to mention this, and that is quilters always ask me if you can quilt on one of these machines. And the answer is absolutely you can quilt on a machine, and you can achieve, this is what quilters have a hard time believing, can you achieve a perfect 1/4 inch seam on the Victory Serger? And absolutely you can. So let me just show you how you set that up for a perfect 1/4 inch seam. All right. So what we're going to do, okay, here's our measurement. You may or may not be able to see that. Let me get it close enough so that you can see it. So we can see that we have a perfect 1/4 inch right here. Okay. In order to achieve that perfect 1/4 inch seam, what we're going to do then is we're going to put our stitch length at, our stitch width at M. Okay. And you can kind of see that, although it's a little dark over there in that corner. Okay. Stitch width at M. And so it doesn't really matter what your stitch length is. I have it at 2 just because I like that stitch length. But what we're going to pay really close attention to is this line right here, because we want to stay right inside of our knife. Okay. All right. So here we go. If you gave yourself a 1/4 inch hem, a 1/4 inch seam for your stitching, then all you're going to have to do is you're going to keep it right inside. You're not going to cut any off. Oops. All right, here, let's get back to. Okay. All right, now let's just get our little measurement. Let's get our little measuring out. And let's see if we can make sure that we actually have our 1/4 inch hem. Okay. All right. So I have put down my measuring, and I don't know where I put it. So We're going to wait on that for just a few minutes until I find my perfect measuring. Okay. All right. So while I'm looking for that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our how to make the quickest 10-minute bag ever. This is a makeup bag that you can make for Christmas for your best friends. And so let me show you how to set your machine up for that. Super easy. Again, this machine is really great for making quick and easy Christmas presents. So we're going to set our stitch length at 3. We're going to set our stitch width at 5. Okay. So there's our stitch width, stitch width at 5. All right. And we have our only one needle in. We don't have both of our needles in. And I have this piece of fabric that I've already quilted on my Solaris, and you can see it's already, it's got kind of a nice outside. And then I have a zipper. My zipper is always going to be 4 inches longer than my actual what I'm attaching it to. Okay, so I'm going to zip that zipper up, and then again I have my cording foot on. Okay, and I'm going to stitch. I'm going to lift and I'm going to start my needle, my zipper in just a little bit early. This is also easy, you guys. Anybody can do this. When you first get your machine in, this is all so doable. Okay, and I'm just going to stitch the zipper on, keeping the edges even right here. Okay, so there's one side. And the lovely thing about this is that now you don't have that ugly unfinished side to your zipper. You have a beautiful finished zipper side, okay? And look, because I'm using that Decora thread, it's really kind of pretty on the inside. All right, so now let me show you how to do the other side. All right, so we're going to roll all this over. All right, and I'm going to show you what this looks like. Okay, so that's kind of a lovely stitched zipper, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to unzip it, and we're going to do the same thing on this side, okay? So we're going to put our zipper right sides together, and we're just going to stitch right down that side, okay? A little bit easier to stitch whenever it's unzipped. So I'm going to make a little clip right here so I can remember where I started the edge. And again, you can do this in about 10 minutes at your house. Purchase that machine and you'll have all of your Christmas presents done. All right, so let's get that right back over to the machine and keep my little side right there. Make sure that clip is even with the edge. Raise my zipper, raise my presser foot, stitch. I just want you guys to see how easy it is to do this project. And I just wanted you to know that the minute you get this machine, these things are available. Baby Lock has a free 30-day instructions for all of your machines, and you get Baby Lock Solo for 30 days, and you can go on, and there are over 800 videos that will show you how to do everything that I'm showing you today. Okay, so there's the second side of my zipper. Now all I have to do is zip it halfway up. And I'm going to show you how you can go over this really super thick fabric, okay? And that's that 6 millimeters of rise on this presser foot. All right, we're going to and you can see I'm getting ready to go over this zipper, okay? I'm going to go kind of slowly, and you can see that my knife is going to cut that zipper right off. And then I'm going to go slowly over the zipper so I don't break a needle. Okay, there it went, right over that zipper. And then on this side, I just want to make sure that my zippers are even. Okay. Got my Christmas bag almost made here. Again, it goes really high, and so this is 4 thicknesses of fabric plus an inner lining, and it has no trouble going over that. This is a small but mighty machine. So now I'm going to turn it right side out. Okay. And let me pop it out right here. zip it up. You can see we have a completed bag, and it took me, what, 5 minutes to create that bag? Okay. All right. So these are just a few of the many things that you can do with this machine. And I'm just wondering if anybody has any questions right now about the machines or how the machine operates, anything like that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that, Melinda. We do have a question. We've got, what is the difference between jet air and extraordinaire?
Okay, so the extraordinaire is what we have on our Euphoria and also on our Triumph. And it's a little bit different of a process. So you can see right here on this machine, I pressed, oh wait, let me put it back on there so that you can actually see this machine. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So on this machine, in order to thread it, I'm going to press that down, and you can kind of hear the, I don't know if you can hear that or not, but it makes like a little sound, okay? On this machine, on the Extraordinaire, and my camera is not going to quite go over there, but on the Extraordinaire, when you put your thread in the threading port, you push a button, and that button automatically, you're not manually pushing the air through. That button automatically pushes that air through, okay? So it's just a little bit, it ultimately achieves the same, thing, but the Extraordinaire is on our top of the line machines, and on our Triumph Serger, it also, you do air threading on the needle threads as well. So that's a really great question.
Well, thank you for that. And also, we are going to be giving away a Triumph for the grand prize on the day 3. We're super excited about that. We all love baby lock machines here.
You're going to absolutely love that. Oh my gosh, it's such a great machine, and there's so much you can do on that machine. In fact, on the Triumph, this is a bag that I made stitches with the Triumph and with the it has serger stitches, and it also has some of the lovely stitches that you can do on the Triumph. So the wave stitch and all that. So whoever is getting that Triumph, you are getting a wonderful machine. So thank you. And I thank you so much for having me today. It was really, really fun. And again, if anybody has any more questions about any of these techniques or anything this machine does, it is a fantastic machine. I mean, just magnificent.
Well, I'm not going to lie. Like, I generally use my basic presser foot on my serger. Looking at all of the things that you just did, that gets me motivated and excited to try new feet on my serger. They're not scary.
Yes, it absolutely is. And I'm going to tell you again, and I'm sorry that I lost while I was trying to demo, I lost my measuring tool, but it's very easy on the Triumph and on all these sergers to get that perfect 1/4 inch seam. And that is just using that M setting, having your left needle in, and the distance between that left needle and your the cutting knife is exactly a 1/4 inch. And so I've done some really beautiful quilts on the serger as well. So
wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Melinda, and we hope to have you back again in the future. And we wish you a Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you too.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, well, let's check out some pricing on that amazing Victory. We have that. Normal MSRP is $2,999. There's a great sale price of $1,999. And as mentioned before, we do have financing available. It is also, with the purchase of the Victory, you can get $100 SPO or Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. So you can use that to buy some of those accessories that you just saw her use. So it's a wonderful machine, and you can do a whole lot with it. I'm so glad that she showed us how to make that little Christmas bag in 5 minutes. That's amazing. All right. Well, earlier we told you that Eileen from Dine was going to come on and show us how to quilt with an embroidery machine. Stick around. She is going to be doing that very, very soon. But we have our giveaway before we do that. So Brian, are we good to go ahead and get that pulled up?
We are. So that's what we're giving away.
We are doing a bundle. This is going to be a lot of fun notions, and put those in your sewing room and have a really good time with them. All right, well, let's go ahead and get that giveaway tool pulled up.
You ready?
I am. see who that winner is. Loving the Christmas word. Speaking of the Christmas word, just make sure that at the beginning of the next segment to keep an eye out for it and make sure you're putting it in the comments. Sally Chan won one. I just said one. Chan won. Awesome, Sally.
SewCreative Live member too.
She's lucky. That's so cool. Well, congratulations, Sally, and thank you for commenting. And we will continue on with Eileen.
What's our next prize?
Our next prize. Oh, actually, I have that. Would you mind handing it to me? I've got it right over here. He's going to get it for me. I didn't put it up on my table. We have a couple of things, actually. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Here we go. We've got the laser crosshair lamp, and we also have the patch maker kit. These were graciously donated to us from Eileen at Dime, and we will make sure that we pick a winner at the end of her segment. All
You ready to bring her on?
We are ready to bring her up.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Hi, Trisha.
Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. How about you?
We're doing pretty well. I think we're getting through the day, giving a lot of prizes away. There we go.
Yes, very exciting. Boy, you've been at it now over 6 hours, right?
We have. Well, we are very excited to see quilting on an embroidery machine. This is such a fun technique, and you're great at explaining it.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, you know, I thought I'd start with explaining the difference between a standard hoop and a monster hoop, because kind of quilting with your embroidery machine is so much easier on a monster hoop. So why don't we just go to the overhead cam and we'll get started.
Sounds good.
Okay. I'm going to, I got to turn off a speaker somewhere. I got some, there we go. Okay. So, you know, as you can see here, I have twill hooped in a standard hoop and also a monster hoop. So, you know, I used a soft tearaway stabilizer. This is a cotton twill. And as you can see, you know, in a standard hoop, your stabilizer and fabric has to go over the outer ring, under the inner ring, across the sewing field, up and over again. In a flat magnetic hoop, it's just two pieces of two frames. They're flat, and there is no ridge separating the inner or the top from the bottom. So when we release the fabric from a standard hoop, you kind of have that big nasty ring. And when you lift the top frame of monster hoop, you can see there's absolutely no mark whatsoever. It's just unmarked, which is awesome. So that means that a snap hoop monster is usable on all different types of fabrics. So I'm going to go ahead and just get this standard hoop out of the way so we can just concentrate on the snap hoop monster and talk about, you know, its basic features. So as I mentioned, it's two frames, a flat top and a flat bottom. The bottom is metal, the top is magnetic. It has an attachment that is recognized by your machine. If your embroidery machine recognizes a standard hoop, you know, of that particular size, then so will our hoop. If you have a machine that you have to tell what size hoop you have on, then you would do the same with our hoops. Our hoops don't change your embroidery machine at all. They're just a same size, same sewing field as a standard hoop. So if your machine takes a 4x4, then you can use our 4x4 for your brand of machine. So what are some of the things you can do in a snap hoop monster? Well, knit fabrics are, you know, ideal, right? So I already have a cutaway stabilizer fused to the wrong side of this t-shirt, and I'm just going to insert that metal bottom frame inside, and you'll notice I have a template in place, and that template I printed on a product that we call print and stick target template paper, and it's adhesive. You know, it has a temporary adhesive on it so you can reuse it over and over again, but it stays in place, which is key, you know, during the embroidery process. So I have my metal frame inside. I'm going to take the top frame and place it perpendicular to the metal frame underneath and then just drop it. what's one of the beautiful features of this hoop is that you can make minute adjustments right in the hoop. You know how we're always told, don't pull on that fabric once it's hooped. It's important to make sure that in a standard hoop, you don't do that because you're going to cause more fiber distortion. But on a flat magnetic hoop, no problem whatsoever. Now, I'm not exactly square in this fashion, so I have lots of options on how to fix that. But basically, I'm just going to rearrange my fabric just a little bit. I'll just square up that metal frame to the template inside on top, and now I'm square, pretty square. Okay, so that's a 4x4. Then as we move up in size, we can get over to a 5x7, or maybe let's jump to an 8x8 and talk about center front t-shirt embroidery, where you would do, a large design. And, an 8x8 hoop is perfect for that. So the hoops come with the flat top and also this plastic shield. We call that a magnetic shield. And we use it to to separate the two pieces, the flat top and the flat bottom, to make separating them when they're stored easier. We also use that magnet shield to transport a quilt, like across the room to the embroidery machine. So in this instance, I'm going to insert that metal frame into the garment. And of course, I do have my stabilizer already in place. And, get this nice and flat so that you can feel the shirt underneath. The back always kind of wants to bunch up even though the metal is in the middle. And because it's a magnetic hoop, it's okay if you have a portion of the ribbing caught, in the frame. You're not going to have any problem stitching that, even if it's not all the way secured into the frame. So that works just beautifully. Okay. Same would be true on a heavy sweatshirt. So here we have, this is the back of a sweatshirt, and it just has this top stitch line here, the seam in the back at the yoke. And, it's a great alignment mark to put a template on. Like, I probably wouldn't hoop it up now, but, if I was going to a sewing event, I might. So again, I would do the same step where I insert that metal frame into the garment. And this time I'll feed the attachment through the neck. You have lots of options when you are hooping. The most important thing is that you are getting the template secured center in the hoop. That's your design area. And once you're pleased with that position, then it's time to nest that garment totally wrong side out, because you want to get the whole body up on top of that sewing area. You would even take the time to pull these sleeves wrong side out so that when you get to the machine, you just have a nice open design area. Okay. So let's kind of move on to quilting, because I know that's what you all want to talk about. So here's an embroidery design is what we call custom quilting. This has been digitized specifically for this block. And in order to get perfect placement on this block, I have printed out that embroidery design on the print and stick Target template paper. This comes in sheets, packages of 25 different sheets. It's good for inkjet and laser printers. So regardless of what kind of printer you have, you can use this on your computer. How do you get a template? Well, there's lots of software programs out there that allow you to print your embroidery design on a piece of paper. And when you do, it gives an actual size of the embroidery design, and it often has a crosshair printed in the center. And in fact, Dime has free software that you are welcome to download from our website that does just that. It allows you to print a template and also size, copy, and paste and merge embroidery designs. So here's an example of an edge-to-edge design. So on this design, we're going to place this, kind of scatter it all over the quilt, repeat it each row of quilting and in columns also. It doesn't necessarily have to connect. In fact, this design does not have an open stitch that's waiting to connect to the next row. But when this is stitched in this fashion, it will look like it has been, seamless, because all of the spacing is even. So how about if I bring in an embroidery design, a quilt that we would stitch that on. So here we have, I'll turn this sideways so it fills the frame a little bit better. And, really this block would call for a custom quilting design also. But if, it's a big quilt, right? If this is a queen size quilt and you don't want to have to place those custom quilting designs in every single block, then edge to edge quilting would be a fast solution for you. So here's that template. It is practically translucent. And, I would just start in the center of the quilt and position that in place. And then we're going to transport it to the machine. And in order to do that, I'm going to take my plastic shield and slide that underneath the hoop and carry it over to the machine. And when I place it on the machine, I'm then going to incorporate another product, which is the weightless quilter. So before we go over there, well, maybe we'll just see the weightless quilter in action. Why don't we do that first, then we'll come back here and take a closer look at the weightless quilter. So I'm going to remove this template and put it over on the machine, on the quilt that's on that machine. So my friends who are handling the camera work, if you could just make sure that we now are on the machine cam, you can see that I've just placed my template in position. Now, you're going to take the time to do it exactly how you want. And then you can lower the presser field. You could even trace. And here, let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll go to the trace feature, and this will travel along the length of the template, and then also back down the other way. And I just want to make sure that my foot is staying aligned with the template's crosshair. So I'm going to peel this off because I'm satisfied with that placement. But that's what I was looking for, that the foot was traveling along that line. Okay, and now that I'm pleased with that, we're going to lower that presser foot and allow it to stitch the design. And when it does that, I want you to keep an eye on the quilt. And you'll notice that it begins to move, right? That's exactly what we want our weightless quilter to do. We want it to hold the bulk of the quilt above the machine bed. And so I have two poles on the weightless quilter in back of the machine, and they are being held in place by a floor frame. And I'll show you that in a moment on the overhead cam. But in the meantime, I noticed I forgot to clamp the pole in the front. And so that will lift that top corner or that lower left corner. And then we just watch the quilt move and sway with the embroidery pantograph. These beautiful machines, as fabulous as they were all designed to handle the sewing field. And this sewing field is 10 by 16. But my quilt is 65 inches wide by 80 inches in length. It's really not what the machine manufacturer had in mind, right? So that's why we have to lift that quilt above the machine bed. It's like having a friend in your sewing room that's standing there and holding the quilt while the machine is stitching. And the beauty of it is it becomes very intuitive on how to, advance the quilt, how to rearrange the poles. You may have to do that. They come in two different diameters. One is narrower than the other, and the narrow pole is more flexible for lightweight quilts, while the thicker diameter is more rigid, and that holds heavy quilts like denim and flannel, that type of thing. we've tested the weightless quilter up to 40 pounds. Believe me, you don't want to quilt a quilt that's 40 pounds. You probably don't want to lay underneath one that's 40 pounds. So we've never had a problem with a quilt that's been too heavy for the weightless quilter. You can quilt a king size quilt with the weightless quilter. Your limit will be how much of a roll can you get in this area of the machine. So the more space you have in this dimension, the more quilt you can roll up and, allow this to be flat and quilting. Now, on an embroidery machine, we are always going to quilt the vertical half of the quilt. So from the center to the right edge, we'll quilt first, top to bottom, the whole way. And then after that is completely quilted, we flip the quilt, rotate the embroidery design 180 degrees, and then complete the quilt. So at that time, the other half of the quilt that's already been quilted is over, on the left side of the quilt, and the unquilted portion is here in the hoop area. Now, it's best to have the weightless quilter framing the pantograph, the hoop itself. We don't need it way over there. So if this is a king size quilt, I don't necessarily have to have the corner, the edge of the quilt secured in the clamp. I could very easily have, maybe the middle of the quilt. If it's a king size quilt, you're just going to know. You'll just look at it and you'll just know. It's like hanging clothes on a line, right? You know how they will be most secure by the clothespins. Okay, so why don't we go to the overhead cam and take a closer look at the parts of the weightless quilter? And so I just kind of have a mini, little mini demo to show you here. So these are the corner brackets, and you get 4 of these. You get 4. I actually only use 3. I use one in the front left of the machine, one in the back left of the machine, and one in the right back of the machine. And you get floor bars that are this dimension, and they slide into this opening. And the other one will slide in this fashion. Then your poles, and this is where I'll show you the difference in diameter. As you can see, one is much thicker than the other. And this one, you really don't bend it. They are fiberglass, but they don't really bend much. This, I have a little bit more slack in, so it's going to move a little bit, and that's a good thing. That's what we want on a lightweight quilt. As you remember, when you were watching the machine, it really does flex. It really does move as the quilt moves. So these poles, I'll do the smaller one. I just have a cut portion here. They are inserted into the floor corner bracket, and they come out at an angle. And it's the design of that angle that allows the corner bracket, the floor bars, to stay on the floor while the quilt is being quilted. And so you get 4 of the wider diameter and 4 of the narrow. Of those 4, you're going to have shorter poles that are 48 inches and 2 poles that are 60 inches. Now, and the reason why you get the different heights is everybody's sewing machine table is different. Some people actually have a sewing machine counter height, so they'll need a taller weightless quilter, hence the taller poles. You may find once you get this home in your sewing room that you want all short poles. You can cut this with a steak knife. Honest to goodness, you can literally cut it with a steak knife. It's just fiberglass and it's cuttable. And so it also comes with these adhesive felt pads that you'll put on the end of all the poles once you are happy with that length. And that's how they stay in position. They go in with a nice snug fit and they don't really wiggle around. There are 2 different size diameter holes for the large and then also for the narrow. And so you can see it, it doesn't fall out It's held in place really nice by that felt pad. Oh, and then there's a fabric clamp, which is pretty important, right? So let me get one of them. I'll pull it off of here. Let's see. So the fabric clamp is quite handy. Again, it has 2 holes, one for the larger dimension pole and one for the skinny. Now you'll probably only use 1 pole in each clamp. Rarely, in fact, I never use both poles, but the option is there for you if you're going up to that 40-pound quilt, you may want to. But so that stays on there really nicely. It doesn't flop around. It has a large opening for your fingers, and then you just open the clamp with, I do it with the palm, and these rubber fingers come with, you'll place them over the clamp. And that just gives it a nicer, smoother surface to touch your quilt. So let me see, I think I have a little foam placemat here to show you how nicely, it holds onto there. And, it's just a nice grip. It's not going to harm your fabric because sometimes you're already going to have it stitched, right? So you wouldn't want the little prongs, these little prongs that are on here, they're a little rough. So you don't really want that to touch your stitching. You'll just cover that in place and put that over to protect it. But the weightless quilter is great for large pieces of foam. It's also great for, and so is a monster hoop for sure. I do lots of quilted placemats, handbags, that kind of thing. We're not always making quilts, right? Here I have a really large piece of foam that was done in a monster hoop. Kind of hard to see the stitching. There you go. You can see it now. And it's just to show you. So it's that sew any shape foam, which is about a 1/4 inch thick, and then fabric on the top and the bottom. Beautiful stuff to quilt with. This is what your Vera Bradley bags are made out of, and so forth. And this can be almost impossible to hoop in a standard hoop. That's what you would use a snap hoop monster for. So let's go ahead back over to the machine cam, and I'm going to show you how to advance the quilt, because this is really the best part about a snap hoop monster and a weightless quilter. So I'll just go ahead and stop the machine and make sure the presser foot is lifted. And then we'll lift that top frame, and you can store it here, or you could remove it. I have metal legs on my table, so I just snap it onto the metal leg. And then we're just going to advance to the next area. And we'll just drop that back in place. Now, if I was really stitching this, and truth be told, I'm not really stitching in this demo, I would have my template in place, and I would make sure that the template was aligned where I wanted it to be, and I would be happy with that. And then I would just press go. While it's stitching, I take a look at what's happening behind the weightless quilter. Do I need to maybe reposition my fabric? Do I need to maybe pull up a little bit now that I'm advancing closer to the bottom of the quilt? So you'll need a little space that, you want to be able to access each pole. You don't necessarily have to get, I have it away from the wall, but at home, I have it against a wall, and I just access each pole from the side. And, my poles at home, they just stand up against the wall, and they travel right and left, but not back and forth. So you just take your time, and it's just amazing, just absolutely amazing. I love that weightless quilter. It's like my favorite thing to quilt with. In fact, I don't do any quilting without it. But the ability to be able to re-hoop right at the machine without taking the entire bottom frame, quilt, and top frame off of the machine and over to a table is what makes quilting with your embroidery machine doable. It's the combination of the snap hoop monster and the weightless quilter. Without those two devices, you're turning a 50 hooping task into days. With a weightless quilter and a snap hoop monster, I can do a queen size quilt in about 5 hours. If it's a edge to edge design that's, just, swirly, low stitch count, maybe under 3,000 stitches. If it's custom quilting and every embroidery design has to be positioned precisely within a block, then that may take a little bit more time. But again, because you don't have to remove the entire quilt from the machine, it's doable. It is really doable. Let's see if there's any questions. Hey, Trish.
Hello. We are watching you do this, and it's just such a cool technique. I know it's not a question, but Brian and I were talking about it earlier, and he said he's intimidated to do free motion quilting because he's not getting his stitches consistent, right?
Right.
But as a beginner, you know, this is a really, really cool solution, but not only just as a beginner, somebody that wants to do some really awesome designs.
Absolutely. And it's great for free motion quilting because it allows you to concentrate on the stitches. So if you're doing ruler work or you're just doing free motion, now you don't have to worry about handling the bulk. You're just guiding the fabric. But, you know, I used to have a sit-down long arm. You know, I mean, I've been quilting, right, with my embroidery machine for 20 years. But somewhere in there, I got a sit-down long arm. And I was like, I mean, I liked it. I had fun. But, you know, to do 24 by 24 inches takes like an hour. And I'm done on this machine in like 8 minutes. So time is everything, right?
That is very true.
Yeah.
It looks like Brian had put something up on the screen about the giveaways. Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the snap hoop monsters with the compatibility?
Oh, sure. So we make snap hoop monsters for Baby Lock and Brother machines, Bernina, Viking and Pfaff, and just the select Janome machine. There's the Janome 500 and the 550E that we make hoops for. So there is a compatibility chart that has by the machine manufacturer and the model telling you what size hoops are available for your machine. And, you know, I suggest that users refer to that before they actually purchase. People often want to know what size should they get, right? Because there's so many sizes. Like for the Baby Lock Brother, we make from a 4x4 to a 10x16. And so I always tell people, whatever your favorite go-to hoop is, like if you always reach for the 8x8, then that's the hoop you could get in a snap hoop monster because you'll be able to do most of your projects in it. If you do a lot of children's baby clothes, go for the 4x4 or 5x7. And if you're a quilter, go as big as your machine will allow you.
There you go.
Eileen, I just wanted to pop in really quickly because you had mentioned your guys' compatibility information. I used to be in the product specialist department, so I helped do the descriptions and add the products to the website. And I just want to say on behalf of that department, thank you for making the information so easy to access and understand because it made our jobs easy when adding dime stuff. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. You know, we've been in business for we're going into our 25th year. So we've learned an awful lot. We haven't always been good at it. And as the machines evolve and, you know, our hoops don't really change. Of course, we add new ones as the machines come out with new sizes, but it's important for us to keep that compatibility chart updated. So, and, you know, viewers often tell us that we're missing the machine. So then we dig around, do some research and add it as soon as we possibly can. Yeah, it's important. We all learn from each other, right?
That is totally true. Well, thank you very much for that. And Eileen, it was a pleasure as always. And we hope that you will join us again on our next SewCreative Live.
Oh, thanks for having me, Tricia. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. That is such a cool product. Great technique. We've got a few things that we want to show you about those items here. So Brian, would you mind going to our website and just showing how we find compatibility for those hoops?
So there's two ways. The way that I like to do it is I go to machine parts and I type in Baby Lock, for example. Let's say Ballad is a cool machine. And it brings you to all the parts that we carry for the Ballad. So then I can just do dime. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Well, you just type in hoop. And it'll bring up all the embroidery hoops that are noted. Looks like we don't have one noted for the Ballad, for any dime hoops noted for the Ballad, but If we did, that's where it would show up. You can also put in your compatibility right here. It's pretty simple.
Yep. And if you use the search feature on our website too, and just put the hoop in there and pull up the snap hoop, down below in the description, there is a link that'll bring you to that chart that we were talking about before that Dime offers, and it goes through all the compatibility. So lists a bunch of different machines. Yeah, if you want to just pull up one of those and then scroll down, I think it's like the second or third paragraph. There we go. Yeah, look how nice this is. They've got it all listed in that particular chart. So a lot of great information. And we do offer the print and stick target paper on our website as well. So if you're looking for that product and the wonderful weightless quilter, if you want to take that screen off, I can go ahead and show the overlay, Brian. On that, there we go. We'll go ahead and show the weightless quilter. That has an MSRP of $399.99 and it is on sale for $299.99. You saw how nice that made that. So really, really great Christmas gift, and financing is available for that. Do we want to go ahead and do our giveaway?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. We are giving away this awesome laser crosshair lamp and the patch maker kit. Let's go ahead and see who our winner is. All right, we got one more there. A little bit more. All right, Julie Nessa, congratulations. All right, well, thank you for commenting, Julie. We appreciate it. Once again, we just want to remind you that during the next segment, we're going to have our surprise Christmas word, so keep an eye out for that. I know we had mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to mention it again. Our last prize today is going to be that luminous light bar. That station is really, really cool, and it values about $700. Also, regarding the sale, we have Sew Season 22, which is on our website right now. You can do 15% off 34,000 plus SKUs. So in addition to all the deals that we'll recap at the end of the day, you can also get other Christmas gifts for any of the sewers in your family and anybody that you love. All right, are we ready to do our last segment?
I think so.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring up Melinda and Jarek with Grace. Hello, you guys. Oh, got a little sound?
It's okay.
We have a sound issue. There we go.
There we go.
There we are.
All right. How are you this afternoon, Trisha?
We're doing pretty well. We're glad to have you back, and we're glad to have you, Jarek.
Oh yeah, nice to meet you all. Glad to be on here with you.
Yeah, so today, Trisha, I thought, I always have like Jana or Laurel with me, so I thought it would be fun to bring Mark and Jarek, so bring some new faces and introduce them to our Sewing Parts Online friends. So.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure everybody is excited to see Jarek as well. Let's see what you guys are doing today.
All right. So, Jarek, today we have 3 awesome machines to talk about. We have our brand new 16 series or 16X Elite Series machines. And Jarek, kind of what has been your takeaway within the last, month, maybe month and a half we've had the machines?
So it is quite a story for me. I heard about them for a while, and I've been here for a little while, and so I'm just used to the 15. So when I heard we were coming out with a new machine, I was like, I wonder, what's that really going to be like? And I didn't really know too much. And then once we started to see them, I was still kind of like, I'm still not sure about this. And so, but then once I got my hands on it and started to use it, I was like, okay, I'm really comfortable with this. I think this is awesome. And I think that's, what other people are going to find too, not just with I was comfortable with the old machines, but even not being comfortable with long arms at all. Like if you're not comfortable with them, this is an easy one to pick up. So I think that people have that same experience, and that's why I really like it, because it makes it accessible, and I love making things. Like a lot of the barrier to people being creative is feeling like they're not empowered or being kind of like afraid, right? The hardest part is taking that first step, and this really helped you do that.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And I'm kind of in that same boat as you, Jarek. I've been with the company about a year and a half now, and I started, when we had all of our older machines. And we have launched several machines within the last year, the 16X series being our latest series that we've launched. And thus far, this has been the most exciting launch of all of our machines put together. So with our 16X series, we have the 3 different models. We have the 16X manual.
Which is it's right there.
So
we're going to show them off as we're talking about
So we have
them.
the 16X manual. Again, with our 16 series, all of the machines have a 16-inch throat. They all have this awesome lighting that's underneath, so you can see the light reflecting on my hand. Again, it just helps to bring a little bit more light where you're actually stitching. So again, all of our 16X series have that awesome, in the throat lighting, and with sewing, with crafting, I think that's one thing you can never have too much of is light. Light. So with our 16X manual, I would say it's very much like your domestic at-home machine, meaning it's not going to be a regulated stitch. It has a phenomenal stitch speed, but again, it's going to give you the feel of your domestic machine, again, just in a larger throat model. So I would say entry level, probably the 16X manual is going to be a lot of people's kind of go-to option, either as the next stepping stone from their domestic machine or potentially, budget-wise. What are your additional thoughts, Jarek?
Yeah, my additional thoughts is, I think the manual is a really great place to start, but what also is really fantastic about our products and also this machine as well is that it's upgradable. So, if you start out with the manual and you decide you want that stitch regulation, it's the exact price difference between the manual and the R, so, there's no penalty to starting lower. Starting where you're comfortable. We want you to, get what you want. I always tell those people too, here our job really is, we are salespeople, but we're more consultants, because at the end of the day, I just want people to get what they want. And so that's one thing I like about that upgradability and kind of that, having the customer in mind. We don't need to pressure them into getting regulation if they don't want the regulation, right? And the manual is great. It's what, a lot of people are used to, and some people actually prefer a manual, believe it or not. I prefer the regulation just because it's a little bit easier for me, and it's just like one less thing to worry about. But there are situations when you want it, and that's why it's still built into the rest of our machines as well.
Exactly. Our lead educator, Carla, it doesn't matter if she's using a 16-inch machine or our 21-inch machine. I know she, above all, prefers the manual mode when she's quilting her quilts. She's a phenomenal quilter. She knows so much just in quilting. She's quilted for years. Her mother is the namesake of our company. So, for her loving, having just that much love for the manual speed, I think that's, really says a lot just about the manual option. But then, of course, that manual option is built into the rest of our machines as well. So let's I take a step over. And here we have our 16X machine. So again, if we compare the two, the 16X and the 16X manual, again, they're both going to have the same throat length. We can see some differences right off the bat. The 16X has a touch screen display with all of the machine settings. But we really just kind of have a little dial, a speed dial on the 16X manual showing how fast your stitches are going on the machine. As we're moving the machine a little bit faster, the lights in the dial are going to kind of go around the Q, showing you how fast you're actually stitching.
Melinda, while we're looking at these two right now, because we're kind of looking between them, I also want to point out just these machines look really good. And that's not a huge deal, but that's something I appreciate about them, and especially the colors that they've chosen for these, this blue. It looks really good. You can feel cool when you're using them, and it shouldn't be important, but I know it's important for me and a lot of other people out there. So I just wanted to point that out. Like, you can feel pretty cool while you're using these.
Oh, definitely. You look good, you feel good, right?
You look good, you feel good. You're gonna do better, and also it's cool because this Q, it is the logo, but it's also the actual speedometer as well. Because it's cool. Like, the faster you go, like we'll show, like when you adjust it up. Oh, it's not doing it right now.
It's when you move the machine.
Oh, it's when you move it.
And we're not actually stitching today.
Yeah, we don't have anything plugged in.
That light in the Q will increase around the Q. Just like Jarek said, basically it's the speedometer for your machine. So again, excellent feature, just so you can kind of gauge, how fast you're actually going. But again, phenomenal feature. So again, between the two machines, the 16X manual and the 16X, the 16X, again, it has the manual option, has cruise, precise, and a based option as well. Your cruise and precise are going to be your regulated stitch modes. So again, Jarek, I know you have recently started a quilting project, and if I remember correctly, it's kind of your first quilt.
It is my first quilt ever. I've been, dabbling a little bit. I've done tons and tons of quilting because I did work in our machine lab before I moved up into the sales for about a year. So, I was back there testing them before we sent them out to the customer. So, I got pretty good at just making designs because you have a lot of time to stitch off on them. Everything, I've worked here long enough and I've talked to enough quilters, I really should be able to, make a quilt. So I've started doing that and it's been a lot of fun so far, but I know I'm going to probably be doing that on a Cutie frame with a domestic machine or one of these 16s once I, get to the point where I would like to quilt that.
Yes, and I did see a question in the comments about the frames. So we have the 16X manual set up on our Cutie frame. And then we have our 16X, and right behind Jarek, we have our 16X Elite set up on our Continuum 2 frame. So let's jump back just to the 16X machine. So again, just like the 16X manual, the 16-inch throat space, again, it has your full color touch screen display, so you can go through all of the machine settings very easily. You can switch your stitch modes, you can set your kind of safe zone, so your edge warning of your frame to work with your project. You can set your stitches per inch, all at your fingertips, very easily accessible in the built-in screen display. The machine itself also has fully adjustable handles. Again, telescoping, they can rotate in and out. Again, just phenomenal features on, in a sense, kind of these entry-level machines that we've launched for all of our customers. So what else, Jarek? We've talked about a few things. What have I missed, do you think, between the two machines we've talked about so far?
I don't really feel like we've missed much here, but one other little small detail is it does have a bobbin case area light, which is nice for when you're peeking under there. It can be dark under a quilt. It's kind of like you have your own tent down there. So you got to see, right? And it's not practical to have a flashlight or anything, so it's nice to just have a little light down there. So it's just small details like that, which I think really emphasizes and kind of the story of also what I tell people about the 16 and why it gave me confidence. I said it gave me confidence, but I didn't really go into why, right? And I feel like why is because I know we spent a lot, thousands, 10,000s of hours because we've had the same engineers, we've had the same employees, we're like a tight-knit community, and we've been here and we've been listening to what people want and what they're looking for and what they're looking to get. And so they really put all their experience from what we learned and also what we've been hearing into creating these machines. And I could really tell that, going and experiencing these machines with those small details like the bobbin area light. I would never even thought of that.
Yeah, so. and I have been in that position, whether working on my own quilt or at an event, trying to change that bobbin. And you're kind of, wrestling with your fabric that's hanging over and trying to see the bobbin and trying to get everything lined up and inserted correctly. So yes, having the bobbin light or the bobbin area light, it's a great addition. I personally can't think of another machine that has that feature.
No, I can't either. And you know, really with these machines, they really speak for themselves. I don't mind telling people, go look at the other brands that are like similar to ours, because you'll go out there and you'll see what they have. And I just know what ours provides, and the company that we have and the companies that we work with are phenomenal and excellent. So I have a lot of confidence. I don't have to be like, oh, well, no, don't really look at theirs. It's like, no, go look at theirs. Go try theirs out. You're going to come back over here. And you know, it's great. I love it. It feels nice, and I like the experience of the company as well. I think that's something that's super important to me as well, as I like working for Grace Company. So I always slide that in there because, you know, a lot of people just want to, you know, sell, buy. I'm like, let's get people what they want. And then it's like, well, I'm super happy that they came up with something that is exactly what people want, because now I can get them something that they want into their house. And so I'll feel good about it, because I tell people I'd sell this to my own grandma. So, you know, I'm serious.
You and me both, Jarek. You and me both. So we've talked about two exciting, phenomenal machines that are surely, you know, will fit anybody's budget. Again, we have the 16X manual on the Cutie frame. You can fit a quilting system in your home with a small footprint. You know, the Cutie, it's only 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. It's not taking up a ton of space. We talked about the Cutie in our earlier segment today. We have a Cutie leg accessory that you can put the frame on top of, or we just use a lifetime table. They're 4 feet wide by 2 feet deep. If a lot of people already have folding tables at home or a solution at home, a lot of people are struggling managing and pushing their fabric through the throat of their machine trying to quilt. Smaller projects, yeah, sure, that could, you know, very doable and probably fairly easy to accomplish, pushing it through the machine. But larger projects, I don't know if I would have the patience or you know, the desire to want to try to attempt that. So again, all of our machines, our 16 series will fit on the Cutie frame. Or again, will fit on our Continuum 2 frame. So again, we have lots of solutions for quilters of you know, all types of different walks. So whether they're brand new to quilting, maybe they have downsized and have a smaller sewing area. Again, if people think that, you know, a long arm or a mid arm isn't achievable, or they don't have the space for it, just remember, you really only need that 4 foot by 2 foot table. I would say with the machine on top of it, probably about 3 feet in depth. So again, not a huge footprint taking up space in our homes, in our RVs, anywhere else. So again, if you're tired of the struggle with your domestic machine and are ready to upgrade, you know, the 16X series is phenomenal. Now, Jarek, we have one more machine in this awesome lineup. We always save the best for last, it seems.
We do. And
So.
to add what you were saying too, and also I have to say, someone called me out and they said, you know, I can't sell it to my grandma, I have to give it to her, and I think they're right. I also saw someone say that they keep a flashlight under their frame just for that, so that's also good to know. You know, there's people out there do that.
Yeah.
But with, you know, having so many frames and stuff that you can use it with, oh man, I lost my train of thought.
So
never
many
mind.
frames to use it with.
So many frames. No, it's gone. It's gone. So we're just gonna have to move over to the Elite. It's just like, you know, anywhere that you're starting at, it's gonna be good for you. See, no,
We have a solution for everybody, I think, is what Jarek really is trying to get to. Again, whether you have a small space or you have a large space and can accommodate a large frame, we have everything in between.
You know what? I remember what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I was gonna say, nope, it's gone again.
Jarek. All right.
No,
So
okay, yeah. I'm not gonna try anymore. I forgot what I was gonna say. It was gonna be a good point, but let's talk about our awesome 16 machine.
yes, so the 16X Elite has been a hit since we've launched this machine. It's fantastic. It has a large 7-inch touchscreen display. It has all of the features of the 16X manual, the 16X Elite, or the 16X. So yes, it has the light in the bobbin area. It has the edge warning system. It also has a bobbin estimator. How cool is that? And Jarek, being newer in your quilting journey, how many times have you just been, focused and you're cruising along quilting, and before you know it, you've run out of bobbin thread, but you did that like, I don't know how many stitches back. How many times has that happened?
Oh, way too many times. And when the bobbin runs out, it just like ruins all the fun.
It does. Every time I get like a pit in the bottom of my stomach because I'm like, what's wrong? What happened? And I go through the steps and yes, I determine it was my bobbin that ran out. But still, it's just that kick in the gut feeling when you look down and you realize I don't have any stitches. With the bobbin estimator, it's a great new feature on our machines, but you can enter how many yards of thread you have wound on your bobbin. You can name your different bobbins in the system itself, but it will warn you. It has a beep and it has a little flashing light. So again, it will warn you before you run out of the bobbin, so you know to change your bobbin. That way you don't have to go back and kind of retrace and go back over your stitches. And again, yes, you still have to stop quilting to change the bobbin, but again, you're not backtracking with your project. I love that feature, that bobbin estimator on our new machines. Hands down, I would say it's within my top 4 favorite things on all of our new machines.
Yeah, it's really great. And I do finally remember what I was going to say. I was going to say our equipment, even though it's professional, it's for everyone and it's easy to pick up. That's what I was trying to say, because you can fit it in any other space. It has all these great features. And now that we're talking about the bobbin estimator again, you're like, wow, I have all these gadgets and gizmos, right? But they're really not. They're just really things that are useful, and they're also easy to use. So there's no need to be intimidated. And it's not even a matter of if you're intimidated or not. I always say with our older machines, some people they would buy them, and I would hear stories about people keeping them in the box so they just don't want to take it out. They're a little intimidated. Oh, I don't want to get started. I don't hear that with this. I don't hear that with the Cutie. So if there's that confidence there that this really is easier for people, and don't be these features help you and they make the process easier. And I really do like the bobbin estimator, because I see t-shirts all the time at quilt shows about all the fun is all gone when the bobbin runs out, or things to that effect. And I just like, what, it's so true, because
it is.
You're focusing and you're in the middle of something, and then it runs out, and then it doesn't ruin it because you can fix it, but then you're in the zone there, so yeah, it takes you out of that. So it's a really
just
great
like
feature.
you said, and see, at so many quilt shows, it is all fun and games until the bobbin runs out. So again, that bobbin estimator, one of my top 4 favorite features. I love that 7-inch screen display to go over all of the machine settings. So again, I can change my stitch type, my stitch speed. There's a troubleshooting area. There's a maintenance area. There's tutorials. It's very well put together. Our engineering team worked tirelessly with our education team to really, make sure the layout and how a customer will go through all of the settings, all of the features of the machine. They worked together to make sure it was very intuitive, easy to learn, easy to follow, and above all, getting people quilting that much faster.
Yeah, someone says I have so many UFOs that this machine could finish. This thing would just definitely destroy all those UFOs.
Yes.
So if you got some stacked up for Christmas, keep these in mind. But also to expound on what I was thinking about when you were saying this, you went into it a little bit, but there is built-in help menus. So
yes.
This machine is really the only one I know of that has help menus built into the fingertips. That stuff comes in the manuals a lot of times.
Who has time to read the manual, though? Come on.
Who would say even get those out? But those are built in like right here. So there's the help There's for preparing the quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, so with tension and other things like that. And what's also great is you can see on the side of the machine here, there's actually little images to show you how to thread your machine, which when I first started working here and started working in the back in the tech area, that was like the hardest thing for me, is remembering how in the heck I'm supposed to thread this machine. You know, after a little bit I got used to it, but that's kind of like,
every machine was different,
and well, this one you can't forget because it's right on there. So
Yes.
you know, if you forget, because who knows what time you're quilting at, maybe you're up in the middle of the night and your brain's just like not there, you know, it'll help you out because it's printed right onto there, so it's great.
Yes, yes. So again, excellent machine lineup, 16X manual, 16X, and the 16X Elite. So I had saw a couple of comments come through saying I have so many UFOs that I could finish with one of these machines. Again, I saw a couple of those comments. Let's go ahead and put a comment or put a number 1 in the comments if you're one of those same people. You have UFOs, so unfinished projects, stacked in a closet, on your sewing table, somewhere in your home. Go ahead and put a 1 if you have those UFOs and would love to have a new 16X series machine to finish those.
Oh.
I'm gonna put my 1
I was like, are we
in the
including
comments.
ourselves? Maybe I
Yes.
can't like include myself. Maybe it's just the customer. Oh yeah, maybe also how many do you have? Like,
Yeah,
maybe,
how many UFOs?
Yeah, tell us. Maybe we can see who has the most UFOs.
All right, and there are a lot of 1s coming through. So I'm not the only one. Jarek, he's still in his quilting journey. I know Jarek, he's not a quitter, so he will finish that first quilt. And I think that's kind of half the battle with a lot of quilters, beginner quilters. They start a project and there's so much that goes into a quilt. There's, the picking your fabric, picking your thread, cutting your fabric, piecing everything together, putting everything on the machine to quilt, the actual quilting, then the binding, and it's intense. How many of those unfinished projects now do you have? So I see, 3, 4, at least 30.
Wow, that's a
Wow.
lot. and you know why they're unfinished, Melinda? It's because quilting is a pain sitting down. It just
Yes.
is. It's, you can get used to it, but it's a wrestle with all that fabric. When you throw it on a frame and you have a machine that has a good amount of throat length, that just makes it way more achievable and actually fun, instead of just like, oh man, yeah, I gotta get this quilted, it's been sitting around forever. Now it's like, yeah, no, let me pick up that UFO and let me have some fun actually finishing this off, instead of it being like a chore. It's a fun part.
Yes, so having the right tools, I always say work smarter, not harder. The 16X, any of the 16X series machines with any of our frames, perfect combination, perfect Christmas gifts for yourself or a loved one. And let's bring Trisha back because I know, Trisha, we have some phenomenal pricing for our machines. With our phenomenal pricing, just so everybody's aware, all of our machines this month, the sale of the machine comes with a free frame. Already awesome sale prices, but with a free frame, you really can't go wrong. And Trisha, after you go into the pricing, we have a couple more surprises, just like we did this morning, of what we're going to throw in.
Well, let's go ahead and do some pricing on those then. Do some overlays here. So let's go first into the 16X manual. We've got an MSRP of $3,999. Got a sale price of $3,499. But if you give us a call, we will be able to do even better than that. And as Melinda had said, with the purchase of that 16X, you're going to go ahead and get the free Cutie or the free Q-Zone frame. And then we also have the 16X long arm, and that's going to be on sale right now for $4,499. But you can get a better price if you give us a call. We've got financing available on that as well. I've got the little overlay here. We're going to come back on. Keep on smiling, guys. We got a free Cutie or a Q-Zone frame with that too. And then last, we've got our 16X Elite. That normally is an MSRP of $5,999, sale price of $4,999. And again, there is financing on that. And with the purchase of that machine, you get a free quilting frame, the Cutie or a Q-Zone hoop frame. So we can go into a little more detail after we are done with your little surprise.
Yes. So again, with any of the 16 series, we have a free Cutie that can be included, or one of our awesome Q-Zone hoop frames. So some people may not realize we have two Q-Zones. We have the Q-Zone hoop and we have the Q-Zone queen. So again, the Q-Zone kind of encompasses both of those options, Q-Zone hoop or a Q-Zone queen. And Trisha, just for Sewing Parts Online with the SewCreative Christmas, with any machine purchase, so machine plus the frame, we are adding a 9-piece hopping foot set.
Wow.
Wow.
So I didn't know about these yet. That's
Yes,
good.
so the 9-piece hopping foot set for free. And also the, did I tell you what the other item was?
You didn't tell me. I told you, I just found this out. It's really good.
Yes, so, all right, so again, the 9-piece hopping foot set and the ruler base for
There
the
you go.
machine.
That
There
makes
we
sense.
go, yes. So 2 awesome additional items that we're throwing in with your purchases. And really, you know, it's a great bundle to get quilters in, you know, just in practice, in motion, getting started, you know, go quilt. Awesome tools, awesome resources at your fingertips.
And rulers are fun.
Well,
I haven't tried them out
thank you
yet,
so
but
much
I've
for
seen a whole
that
ton of stuff.
wonderful surprise.
Yes.
That is pretty incredible. You know, guys, we love every demo that you guys do, and I just keep falling more and more in love with these machines. So we appreciate
good.
you coming on with us. We appreciate your surprises. And Jarek, it was great to see you. And
It
Melinda,
was
we'll
good to
see you
meet
again
you.
tomorrow.
Yes, we'll see you. Thanks so much for having us, Trisha.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, what a fun surprise. Again, I was unaware of that one. That is really, really cool to add in the 9-piece hopping set and the ruler base with the purchase of a 16X machine. Super cool. All right, well, let's see what we have to recap on, you guys. We've got quite a bit to cover. Let's go ahead and we should go ahead and wrap up all of the specials. I mean, this is a Christmas special, right? We're going to show you all the deals that you can get for your sewist loved one. So before we get into that, I just want to remind everybody that on Friday, when we do the grand prize, we are giving away another Baby Lock Triumph worth over $7,500. This machine is absolutely incredible. Baby Lock just has an awesome, awesome machine. And as you can tell, I am wearing the Christmas hat. Baby Lock, talk about Richard inspiring us this morning with our fun hats. Brian tried to get his on.
Mine doesn't fit.
It doesn't quite fit. It was just a little bit small. He was trying really hard.
It's okay.
It'll work. We look silly, right? I've got my bells on over here.
I have my glasses.
Who needs to see anyway, right?
There we go.
All right. Well, let's go over some of our wonderful specials. So earlier this morning, Richard was on with the Baby Lock array, and that is normally $14,999. It is on sale for $11,999. Keep in mind that we have our special event pricing. Give our customer service a call. They're available to help you get an even better price. We've got financing available on this machine. Also, with the purchase of the array, you're going to get a $500 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. So this is awesome. You'll be able to get all of the little goodies that you need to get. Next, we had the Cutie frame, which was wonderful. That is on sale for $689. Now, they threw in the if you go with the sale price of the $689, you get the free motion starter kit set and you get the bungee clamps. They threw those in as a special, so that is a fantastic deal. Now, if you're not needing that and you're just looking for a really, really good price on the Cutie frame, you can give us a call and we have special event pricing that is definitely going to beat the $689. So keep on with that. We have a frame sale going on also. Just to touch on it, we have a sale price on the Q-Zone hoop frame for $1,199, and the financing is available on that as well. You can give us a call on these hoops. There is special event pricing on them, so there's going to be an even better price than what's displayed on the screen. That's the Q-Zone hoop frame. We also have the Q-Zone queen frame on sale. That is normally $1899.95, on sale for $1399. Call for an even better price. And then lastly, we've got the Continuum 2 frame. That normally is $2,999. Sale price $2,499. And that too is a special event pricing. You can get the 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot for that special event pricing. So they are ready to help you with that. Quickly, I just want to remind everybody that you still have time to put in the surprise Christmas word. So make sure to comment. And at the end, we'll be giving away that luminous light bar valuing at $700.
There it is.
Put it up. Oh, we've got Rudolph. Is it the other way? Oh, it's backwards. Look at that. I'm like, hello. We'll go right here. That's so funny that it's backwards. All right, well, let's talk about some Aero furniture. The first one, we had the Kangaroo and Joey. This was the mid-size cabinet that Harley had showed us today. That normally is $2,499, and it has a sale price of $1,799. On all of these pieces, remember that we do have the special event pricing, so you can call in and get an even better price, in addition to getting free quilt blocks with the purchase of this furniture. So this one is the Kangaroo and Joey. That is fabulous for storage. Notice that on the left-hand side, you've got the drawers. Those are the soft close drawers. You've got the nice space for doing your sewing. The next one, we had the Wallaby. And this one, I love that it has the opening on the left-hand side. You could store your serger, or you could store some fabric in there. It gives you the thread storage on the right-hand side. Great little cabinet. And it also has the leaf on the back that opens up to give you more space, whether you're doing some pressing or cutting, gives you all those options. That has an MSRP of $2,199, and it's on sale for $1,599. And it comes with the free quilt blocks. And the one that I want, the Aussie sewing cabinet. This is a full studio, you guys. Look at that. You've got thread storage. You have small drawers. You have the area that you could put your little cube box or your serger. You've got the little shelves in there as well. You can do an acrylic insert and have a flat sewing space. This is just such a nice sewing studio. It normally is $2,499, sale of $1,799. But right now you can give us a call. We can give you even special pricing, and we'll get the free quilt blocks as well. And you have financing available with that too. If you're looking for something a little bit smaller, but you're wanting a complete studio, take a look at the Bandicoot sewing bundle. We've got the Bandicoot and then the Kiwi multi-use cabinet, which has the drawers, the pressing station, little cutting area. Can also get the chair. That chair is wonderful. It has storage in it. It has great lumbar support, heavy duty casters. It is a wonderful setup for you. It normally would MSRP of $2,547, sale price $1,399, but give us a call and we will help you get an even better price on that. And just remember, I know people have been saying, you know, it's a dream setup or a dream machine. Financing is available. You can definitely get this for yourself or for a loved one for Christmas. This is perfect. Chelsea showed us that wonderful pattern for the Jalie Raglan tee. She was great. That pattern is available on our site for $14.99 if you want to pick up your own and make some Christmas jammies. Let's talk a little bit about the Juki machines. We love that TL series. We've got the 2010Q quilting machine on sale for $8.99. You can give us a call and we've got some special event pricing on that as well. You could also even bump it up a little bit more to the TL-18Q VP quilting machine. It has a few extra features that are super handy and it comes with a lot more accessories. That sale price is $12.99 and financing is available on that as well. Just remember that you can pair that with the Cutie frame, which we are offering that wonderful package deal with the $6.89, where you would get the free motion starter kit and the clamps and the Cutie frame for $6.89, or you can give us a call and we can do special event pricing on just the Cutie frame and get you a really good deal on that if you don't need the other items. We had Kate visiting with us regarding the Aurifil thread, and I just want to pop these on. We are still running a sale price on the best selection, which is the 50 weight cotton thread collection. That normally is $318 and it's on sale for $272. Or you could even get the full selection, and that is going to be all the colors Aurifil offers, and that normally is $1769 on sale for $1512. And that has financing available as well. If you notice the ticker on the bottom, it's still giving you some time to get entered into that final giveaway. So make sure you shoot the comment over there and put the surprise Christmas word in there. Sam joined us to show us the wonderful Janome Memory Craft 14,000 machine. Wow, can this machine do a lot? That is on sale right now for $6,499, and we have special event pricing on that too. Melinda joined us to show us the Baby Lock Victory. There is a wonderful price of $1,999, and with that, you also get a gift certificate of $100 for Sewing Parts Online for all the goodies that you'll need to get that victory. And she showed you how to do quite a few different techniques, made that Christmas bag in under 5 minutes. I mean, that was super cool. So great Serger, automatic tension, jet air. It's an awesome option. Plus it comes with a gift certificate. We love that, right? Eileen showed us the snap hoop monsters. Remember, you can come to our website and we'll help you out, figure out which one's compatible with your machine. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to give our customer service a call and they will help you decide which one's best for you. And Eileen also showed that awesome weightless quilter. Talk about taking all the hard work off your machine. It's not draping or anything. It's holding it up, keeping it above the machine. Everything looks beautiful. It's going to be an MSRP of $399.99 and on sale for $299.99. And let's see what else we have. Oh, we've got it on the website right here. And this is actually another option that I want to talk about. She had shown us the weightless quilter. This one is the weightless quilter tabletop option. So it's actually going to clamp to your table and be able to have like a gooseneck that's going to work and hold up your fabric as well. So this was recently added to the site. I believe is it $59.99?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you just want to start out,
yep,
that's a much more affordable option.
Yeah,
both are great.
Yeah, both are great. This is a little bit more affordable option. The other one is a little bit more expensive, but we all saw it in action and it was a pretty awesome product. So if you have any questions, just give us a call. And then we already went over the 16X machines, but just a reminder that you do get the free Q-Zone hoop frame or the Cutie frame with the purchase of a 16X machine. That's either the 16X manual, the 16X, or the 16X Elite. And if you already, actually I should say, if you want to bump it up to like the Continuum frame, that would be an additional $789. So you're saving on that as well. And I do also want to mention that if you're looking to get into automation with those quilting machines, they are on sale too. There's a 20% sale right now. The beginnings, so you're looking at the Quilters Creative Touch beginnings, that's normally $4,999.95 with a sale price of $3,999.96. And that has financing available. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to get this. Down at the bottom, I did try to include, that's a little small, I'm so sorry. The Creative Touch software will only work with tablets running Windows 7, 8, 10 or higher. And it does not work with an iPad. So please keep that in mind. We also have the Pro version, and that has an MSRP of $7,499.95 with a sale price of $5,999.96. And that too is affordable right now with that financing available. So I think we covered a recap of today. I know tomorrow we have a really great lineup for you. I made a little note here. We have Diana Lee Fitzgerald with a banjo flannel, excuse me. And she's going to show us the patchwork sashiko method. Melinda's going to be back. She's going to be joined with Laurel, and they're going to be featuring the 19X series. We've got Harley back with some more Aero furniture. Going to show Brian his kookaburra cutting table, right, Brian?
I'm excited.
That's going to be awesome. We've got Stacy with So Steady. She's going to be showing off those acrylic tables. And we've got Rhonda with Schmetz. I know Chelsea had mentioned you do not want to miss that segment. She gives so much great information on needles. Sam Fung will be back. He's going to demo the Elna Excellence 780 Plus. We have another TikTok friend, Kelsey Smith. She's going to show us how to make wristlets and also sponges. So great Christmas gifts. We love projects like that as well. We've got LuAnn Hartley coming back. She's going to show us the difference between a cover stitch and a serger. So that will be very cool. Richard is the one that inspired the hat. He is going to be back tomorrow to show us the Baby Lock Sashiko. And then last tomorrow is going to be Melinda again from the Grace Company along with Allegra, and they are going to show True Cut products. So we have an awesome lineup, and you can always go to our website, which is sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live to see the event details. Also, just remember that our website does have a coupon displayed. It's Sew Season 22. You get 15% off eligible items. There's going to be over 34,000 eligible items. So perfect time to get your Christmas gifts. And I think we recapped everything other than the prize, right, Brian?
I think so. Do you want to, let's show people what the Luminous Light Station is.
Perfect. All right. Look at that. This is a $700 value. It is a beautiful light station, illuminates your whole area. You can see everything perfectly. It's not attached to your table, so this is going to fit anywhere you need it. It just goes around and extends out. It looks like it is adjustable as well.
This one on the website is the adjustable one. The one we're giving away is a fixed 10-foot.
It is a fixed one? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Regardless, it gives you a beautiful amount of light, and it is an amazing prize. All right, well, let's go ahead and see who the lucky winner is. Looks like
nervous.
I know, right? We've been doing this. We're ready. All right, let's do it. See who that is. All right, who's it going to be? Brenda Johnstone, congratulations. That's awesome. That is a wonderful prize. We can't wait to get it to you. Regarding prizes, let's just quickly go over how to claim your prize. I know some people were asking that before. You can go to our Linktree. Just visit Linktree/SewingPartsOnline. Click claim your prize and fill out that form and submit it. You can also find it on SewingPartsOnline/SewCreative Live, and just go to the giveaway section and claim your prize there. Either way will work, and we will get you your prize.
We'll do our best to get it as quickly as possible. Yeah. We might need a week or so.
Yeah. At the end of our event, we'll let you know some of those details too. It takes us a little bit to get it all organized, verify all the information from the live, and we would get that out for you. But just make sure that you do claim your prize, because otherwise we have no clue. So we need your information in order to get that sent to you when it's ready. But we are looking forward to tomorrow and Friday as well. And I guess that is all for this afternoon. And we will see you tomorrow bright and early, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll
Bye,
see
see you tomorrow.
Bye. See you guys.